At the 8th floor tower, the dead lands are covered in thick snow, but they are not colder than people's hearts. The leader is Itsuki, who stands in front of the crowd and declares loudly, "We are here to conquer the 8th floor guardians." Itsuki sternly looked at them and warned, "Do not slack off just because this is an alliance battle. And if they don't clear this place, level 9 will remain an enigma forever." At this moment, figures from afar slowly approached them. Itsuki's gaze turned cold, and he sneered, "Look who's coming." They include both men and women, each exuding a strong aura, and are called the Lamnhan. The leader and also the guildmaster of the Lamnan is Narukami Subaru, rank 1. As soon as he saw Subaru, Itsuki quickly stepped forward to greet him with a handshake. He coldly apologized for coming to Tatrinskov, but Itsuki cheerfully said he was the first to arrive. Glancing around at everyone, Subaru was a bit surprised because the martial arts team was also participating today, but Itsuki simply said they just wanted to pick up what Subaru left behind. Hearing that, Subaru stepped forward and placed an item into Itsuki's hand. If all he was doing was picking up scraps? "I have this." He looked at the object in his hand in confusion. This is the blessing of the great heavenly god, which instantly halves fatigue when used. Itsuki was a bit shy, but Subaru said that he needed it more, and after the battle he wanted to know if Itsuki wanted to return to Lamnan. In front of Itsuki's moved eyes, Subaru added, "You can return it to me then. Or if you don't want to give it back, just keep it forever." Just as they were feeling touched, a loud noise erupted from the sky, and Subaru immediately realized it was coming. Itsuki was also startled. Why did it appear so early? Why? Seeing these strange water dragons, Itsuki immediately ordered everyone to quickly defend the basement. Its appearance annoyed Subaru, who still channeled his internal energy and looked down on it. A hybrid monster, it makes you feel uncomfortable. Just after Subaru declared its death sentence, the aquatic dragon monster immediately expelled internal energy from its mouth and aimed it at Subaru. Itsuki anxiously warns everyone to step back as it prepares to unleash its breath, but Sopatra remained calm as if nothing was happening. Seeing Subaru rushing forward, Itsuki was terrified. What is he saying? But it seems Subaru isn't listening to his teammates at all. He immediately swung a powerful strike at the dragon sea monster. Itsuki looked very proud and said, "Subaru, you haven't changed at all." Everyone watched this scene and couldn't help but praise. Shiger put on a smug face. "Damn it. I was too slow. I wanted to strike first." Rina couldn't hold back her curiosity and quickly asked him, "Hey, what did you give Itsuki earlier?" But Subaru didn't say anything and kept quiet. He'll find out soon enough. As soon as he said this, he immediately looked at his teammates and asked at the same time, "Is everyone ready? We're going to kill this giant village god and clear the damn 8th floor." As soon as the words leave his mouth, they all rush forward with Itsuki staring in amazement, marveling. Look at how united they are. At this moment, a cold voice rings out just as the person behind planned. "Great, then let's get started." The two people behind also quickly respond. "All right, I hope luck is on your side." With that, they immediately disappeared. Everyone here is still fighting the aquatic dragon monster. As soon as he saw his teammate charge forward, Seigo couldn't help but shout in frustration, "Hey, don't just swing wildly like that." But her commanding gaze and the sharp net in her hand quickly strike at the monster. "You still haven't gotten used to how I work, have you?" He couldn't hold back, but you also need to be a bit more careful. And right after those words, Sohei launched a deadly strike towards 12 o'clock. Toshia seemed to gain extra strength, so the loser would have to buy dinner. But because he wasn't paying attention, he let the monster have a chance to attack him, which also made Toshia feel uneasy. But Chino quickly reassured him, "Don't worry about me. Keep attacking. Leave the defense to me." But as soon as Isuaki finished speaking, he appeared behind her with a sly smile, stabbing Chino once while remaining completely calm. This is the price you pay for being too arrogant. Surrounded by a surprise attack, Chino could only struggle to utter a few last words, "Subaru." As soon as she finished speaking, Chino quickly collapsed, with Isuaki's sinister smile behind her, and I could see the look in his eyes as if he was about to explode. Isuaki smiled casually, but Subaru had no time to look away. Despite the sea monster rushing from behind, Subaru stubbornly asked, "Isuaki, why?" Right at this moment, Subaru has been chosen by the tower and is preparing for the upcoming beginning. The tower's first message has been sent to the players, but no one knows if it is a challenge or a blessing. Although no one knows who set those rules, players are forced to follow them because they cannot resist. So they aim for the top of the tower, where no one has ever climbed before. And they call this the martial world Earth, where people from different dimensions come with their own responsibilities. And just like every other day, today, everyone continues their climb up the tower. But now in this place, The scene is in ruins with the corpses of sea monsters scattered everywhere. They have been killed, fresh blood staining the pristine snow. The heartbreaking thing here is that most people sacrifice themselves, but not because of monsters. Subaru was stabbed deep in the stomach and collapsed to the ground, blaming them. I told you to run away, but you didn't listen. In the end, they managed to defeat the monster everyone said was impossible. But now Subaru stared in shock. Have I let them die yet? The system immediately appeared, and your fatigue is also increasing rapidly. Subaru gasped for breath, thinking about whether he could go back. He knew exactly what they would say. The worrying thing is that if his fatigue reaches 100, Subaru will die. Then Isuki's voice echoes again, but Subaru stubbornly asks back, why did you do this? Looking at that smug face, Subaru is furious and shouts, Answer me, Isuki. He steps forward and looks at Subaru. It's been 10 years, Subaru. I have been running through the forest for 10 years, Everyone has to understand that. Seeing Subaru so calm, this is the only way I can defeat you. If I didn't approach you, your Lamnon society would block my way, right? Isuki kept losing his temper and kept questioning, You don't know how much the things you gave me have tormented me, so I chose the world instead of you. Subaru's lips quivered, and that was all there was to it. Isuki looked up at the sky with a satisfied grin. It's a shame I had to do this, but in the end I see the ending. Before turning away, Isuki threw that thing up. Anyway, I don't need to return it, since you and the Lamnon Society will disappear anyway. Don't be so sad. Even if you die, you'll still be remembered as a hero, which means you can't verify that. Seeing the friend he trusted, Subaru smirked, knowing that in the end he only heard what he wanted to hear. But deep down, Subaru's heart was starting to panic. In this situation, he was sure he wouldn't survive. Slowly summoning the system's core, Subaru made up his mind that even if he died, he wouldn't die in vain. Then seeing Subaru still able to stand, everyone was stunned. Impossible. What you're holding is Yahello, a legendary rank item that creates a strong gust of wind capable of blowing a target 10 kilometers away. Isuki is stunned. It still works, but Subaru just barely managed to activate it before passing out. I won't tell you, the sixth sense. Even more surprising is that it was used 4 times, and now Subaru's gaze becomes even more focused. Subaru quickly glanced at his teammates, calculating silently as 4 blue-eyed members still remained alive. Now he swiftly swung his hand towards them, hoping. At least the 4 surviving members can still return. Seeing them fly away, Isuki panics and chases after them quickly. He screams like a madman, Don't let anyone survive. Kazuma quickly gives the order and moves down, Hurry up. The fan in Subaru's hand remains tightly clenched. He grins cunningly and says no. Once again, with inner strength surging, Subaru is like a god of death. Stay here with me, as his fatigue has now reached an extreme level. Isuki looked at this scene with some admiration. Subaru, you're really quite stubborn. As he swung his sword, Subaru spoke, I don't know what Isuki promised you to make you do this, but I hope you can take responsibility with your lives. From this moment on, no one is allowed to leave without my permission. Seeing Subaru like this, the others are terrified. Damn it, if this keeps up, they know they can't beat him and will just have to fight to the death, getting nothing in return. Subaru forced himself to fight on, a blue aura emanating from his body as he struck back, feeling exhausted, but determined. Normally, I wouldn't lose to people like this, but if Isuki acts, it would be a different story. Subaru grits his teeth, already exhausted from dealing with the others, but the real issue is his own fatigue. As soon as his fatigue reached 97%, Subaru knew he couldn't hold on much longer. At that moment, another enemy from behind seized the opportunity to strike hard, and just as fresh blood spurted out, Subaru's fatigue rose to 98%. Feeling his body starting to give out, Subaru still fought back resolutely, but as he turned, another enemy lunged forward and pierced his abdomen with a fatal strike. Seeing the sword fall from your hand, he shouted with joy, We did it! We killed Subaru Narukami. Wait a moment. Subaru's smile returned, and he said he had killed Aiko. As Subaru finished speaking, that person's entire body was struck by lightning in a terrifying display. Less than 5 minutes later, the one who had just stabbed Subaru was burned black and collapsed to the ground. But at this moment, Subaru was also exhausted and used all his strength to draw the sword from his chest. But everyone was still worried. He's fallen? Have we defeated him yet? Ishiwaki stands among the crowd, his cold eyes fixed on Subaru, surprised at how easily his situation has ended. Now, Subaru's exhaustion is nearing 100%, and he sighs tiredly, knowing he won't last much longer. But Subaru still refuses to give up, summoning all his remaining strength, knowing that in the end I will win. Meanwhile, Ishiwaki is channeling his magic, lamenting his own defeat. I will survive with this. Before I could finish my sentence, that sword pierced straight into Isuwaki's face, making him startle. Subaru felt a bit pathetic, but he wanted to see the one who harmed him die first. Just after thinking about that strange scent, Subaru opened his eyes again and found himself inside a sensory hole. Looking around, he wondered to himself, "Is this hell?" The system interface appeared again. Subaru was startled and shouted, "What the hell is this? What kind of separate sensory system is this?" And suddenly his head throbbed with pain as a flood of memories was transmitted into his mind. You look surprised at yourself under the water. Subaru Narukami died 20 years ago. But then, Subaru accidentally tripped. From the ground, he picked up something, a player's tool. Yes, if I use this. Immediately after, Subaru tried to find the name Lamnan, but what followed left him stunned. Seeing Isuwaki's face, Subaru wondered, hasn't he died yet? At first, they weren't enemies. That night, he called Subaru out while he was considering leaving Lamnan. At that moment, Subaru was also very confused, but Isuwaki seemed to have prepared for a long time. I want you to deliver the news to others that I am suffering. But at that moment, Isuwaki simply sighed calmly, and then you will understand the reason. Subaru clearly remembers that day he told me not to worry. Even if I leave, I will still be your shadow. Now Subaru walks while reflecting on what happened. After parting ways, Isuwaki formed a club and named it exactly the same as the joke they used to make, Lam Ku. But what surprised him was that Isuwaki had been on the 9th floor for 20 years. And then he was even more astonished when he saw his own memorial right in front of him. Finally, I arrived at that place. Subaru looked up in amazement, unable to believe it. This building was more impressive to him than he had imagined. Inside, there's a mask you used to wear, along with photos of Subaru's battles. Seeing these scenes, everyone who visits feels contemplative. He wondered silently what they were memorializing him for. As he slowly approached, Subaru still couldn't understand who they were or what their purpose was. And Subaru also doesn't understand why he did this. At that moment, a voice echoed, "He is our model at all times." The man closest to the top of the tower, the hero of the Lamnan Guild, the creator of the failed legend. Seeing Isuwaki's face appear, Subaru was so furious his hair stood on end. Isuwaki reports that Lamnan no longer exists as Lam Ku did, and Subaru never expected that guy to be so brazen, using Subaru's death to promote his new group. Seeing Isuwaki's hypocritical facade, Subaru resolves to wait and see, and quietly tells himself that he will rebuild those memories from the beginning. Subaru's eyes are filled with determination. I won't let him do such a despicable thing again. Just as his thoughts are still troubled, suddenly a sharp pain hits him, making him startle. The young man immediately collapsed to the ground. Voivang helped him up, and Subaru softly said, "This." The appearance of that person made Subaru startle. "This is the mask you used to wear." Just then, the other two also rushed over, and Subaru was startled to see that everyone was wearing Nakura masks like his. Seeing their appearance, Subaru couldn't help but rub his eyes several times. Even more terrifying, everyone here was wearing the exact same mask he used to wear, and he couldn't hold back and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Remembering what Isuwaki said before Subaru died, that even after his death he would still be regarded as a historical hero, Subaru wondered if that was his intention. Still not stopping, Subaru continued forward to where everyone was bowing respectfully. Seeing his portrait and the surrounding fresh flowers, Subaru felt a chill run down his spine. Subaru knows that he only wants to monopolize Lamnhat's glory. At this moment, a blue light suddenly appears from within the white flower bouquet. Instinctively, Subaru quickly wiped forward at high speed, despite everyone feeling annoyed by his presence, still clutching the flower in his hand. Looking closely at the flower, Subaru said to himself, "So it's you, Asagiri Shiger." Up here, a person in a round shirt appeared, and we have also survived this year's accident. The girl next to her also spoke up, "If we're a little late, we might run into Lamku. Besides, is it really necessary to visit every year? We only need to give the Nixio sea flowers." Shiger slowly laughs with his hood pulled over his face, uncertain about what will happen next. Subaru will realize that we are based on the flowers we left behind. Reina was surprised. Does he really think that kid is still alive? Shiger is stubborn. I have to see it with my own eyes. But Reina saw that Subaru found their location even faster than they found him. Reina shouted angrily. If Subaru were still alive, he wouldn't have just stood by and watched everything happen over the past 20 years. Meanwhile, Subaru ran desperately to a distant place. His mind kept asking himself, is she really still alive? Clenching the flower in his hand, he kept calling out his teammates' names. At night, Subaru returns to the house that the original owner once used. He is a bit surprised by how impoverished this body is. Searching for information about Lamnan at this time mostly yields no results. Now that Subaru is certain that Shiger is still alive, he feels even more helpless because he knows they have to hide. Subaru keeps pondering, convinced that if Isuaki is still alive, the other four wouldn't be able to live peacefully either. And of course, if they contact each other now, it would be like signing their own death warrants. And the most important thing is that Subaru is powerless. Now his main concern is regaining his strength. Holding the broken sword in his hand, Subaru calculates that in 2 days the new player guide will begin. And as long as you get through it and survive, Subaru's determined look means that as long as he's alive, they will meet again anytime. The scene shifts to the mental test check. This man is Huga. The judge calmly observes the situation in front of him, where a player is standing, breathless, holding a sword. Taxi is the one who defeated those 2 goblins. Huga looked at him coldly. You've already fallen. Do you want to continue to the next part? Just as Taxi was staring blankly, the system panel appeared because he wasn't confident he could defeat the 3 goblins at once. So Huga didn't hold back and knocked him down without mercy, and after Taxi was eliminated, he even felt annoyed by the decrease in his score. Reviewing the list of candidates again, only he passed, and since there are too few talented contestants in this round, Huga felt quite frustrated. Just as he was reviewing the profile, a young man with a sword entered. Huga looked at him, thinking he's got a heavy burden to bear. Huga paused briefly before adding, well, of course, if he manages to pass. And immediately Huga creates 2 goblins, and Subaru's task is to eliminate them. Let's start checking right now. Before Subaru could speak, he ran along the sword path in his hand and swiftly cut off the goblins' heads. Huga was startled. Did something just fly past? By the time he looked again, the goblin's flesh and blood had already spilled all over the ground. Now Subaru quietly feels satisfied that spending 2 days testing this body's limits was the right choice. The body he awakened in is quite amazing. Seeing him accept the next challenge, Huga couldn't help but gape in amazement. In just a short time, the goblin corpses scattered across the ground, making Huga unable to believe his eyes. Huga immediately judged the young man in front of him. He didn't swing his sword recklessly, he predicted 3 steps ahead of his opponent. Huga guessed that no one could do better, especially since Subaru Narukami chose to live by that name. On the other side, the last goblin was finally defeated, each of his deadly strikes hitting true. And now Subaru has successfully killed 49 goblins, with only one final challenge left, to eliminate the Goblin King. Subaru calmly said, just as the ground trembled, a sharp-clawed arm shot up from beneath. Huga started to feel worried, and the head of the elder warned, hey kid, you're not Narukami. If you value your life, stop right here. But it seems Subaru took a risky gamble. This is the Goblin King, and its damage capacity is also incredibly terrifying. Huga, overwhelmed with fear, raised his head and gave up before the fight became too dangerous, feeling this was his way of ending his own life. Of course Subaru knew that. With his current stats, the damage he could deal was almost nothing. But suddenly, Subaru abruptly let go of the sword in his hand. I refuse. Seeing this action, Huga almost went crazy. Why did he drop his weapon? He's gone mad. Watching the goblin charge, he was startled. I knew something was off with him from the beginning. But at the same time, a sharp object from somewhere suddenly pierced into the Goblin King's leg, and he was even more surprised because Subaru was slowly getting up, pulling out the poisoned arrows with a condescending look. Aren't you surprised? Go all out? Are you going to defeat me first? Or turn me into a beehive first? Without waiting for an answer, Subaru's eyes seemed almost devilish as he charged straight ahead. The Goblin King was beaten to the point of screaming, feeling as if his body was cracking apart. After the needle pierced his eye, he swung his axe wildly at Subaru with one hand covering his eye. Remembering how he used to practice aiming at the bullseye, Subaru was incredibly precise. But before the training, Subaru didn't do well. He couldn't even throw them into the center, and Reina had told him not to do that. Taking out her pen, Reina cheerfully explained that anything he carried with him could be used as a throwing weapon. Remembering my friend's advice, I fought more fiercely, and the Goblin King was truly wounded. Strength is proportional to the spin, and accuracy is inversely related to hesitation. That's what Reina taught me. Huga watched in horror, not only skilled with the sword, but also with throwing accuracy that could take down goblins. Huga considered him a genius. Watching the goblin collapse in pain, Huga wondered, is genius even enough to describe him? No. Before stabbing down a group, Subaru said his last words, I have nothing to regret. Right after the Goblin King was defeated, the system rewards kept appearing, confusing Subaru. Most of these items were worth between 5 and 200 points, which made Subaru happy because he would have plenty of leftover points. A little hesitation, Subaru's eyes light up when he sees the demon sword, which is a creation of kindred. But then Subaru tells himself that he doesn't need the demon sword, but the sword itself. Standing before the two swords, Subaru hesitated slightly. The demon sword had high destructive power, while the other sword prioritized safety. At the same time, another skill appeared, which could nullify the skills and side effects of the user. Subaru thought it could nullify the disadvantages from the lightning, and after completing the task he felt truly proud. Huga couldn't help but praise his choice. Then he said, "But as a supervisor, I really can't understand it." He asked again, "Why did you choose that skill? I'm not sure if it's useful." Subaru didn't hold back. "Do you want me to explain every little detail?" Huga stood there waiting, and Subaru replied that it was what he wanted to ask about. Although he was very curious, he thought Subaru was tired and didn't ask anymore. But after that, Huga was promoted to supervisor. He once asked Subaru to take him in before. Now Huga rambles about changing times and the frustrations he's endured as a supervisor. Subaru quietly chuckled, the changing times just like the hair on his head. But he also firmly refused, asking Huga to keep his results a secret. He was annoyed, as usual, arguing with knowledge he learned online. Huga then paid no attention, and in a friendly manner asked Subaru if he wanted to join the Knights Guild. But Subaru casually said he didn't want to, and just went up to the second floor. Watching his disappearing figure, Huga sighed. "Oh my God, I am so disappointed in you." Subaru quickly went up to the second floor, which is the territory of newcomers, and he told himself that since he had been through it once before, this time he would do better than last time. As he walked, he reaffirmed his determination that he had to do this for his teammates and to avenge the terrible ending they faced. Here, Subaru has a private room for training and resting, which is also a common spot for all players. After learning that Subaru didn't have a private room, Harui arranged for him to stay in room number 1, which contains a straw figure. However, Subaru requested to stay in room number 5, which surprised Harui greatly. Harui sincerely advised Subaru to try room number 1 first, fearing he would waste money if he left halfway. But given your stubbornness, Harui has no choice but to accept it. The higher the room number here, the greater the challenge. Subaru understands that for a newcomer without proper equipment, being underestimated is understandable. As Subaru thought, he opened the door to room 5. All right, let's get started. As soon as he drew his magic sword, it immediately recognized its owner, but his determination was unwavering. As Subaru predicted, he was still struggling to keep his face steady as the magic sword drained his HP. In the end, Subaru managed to push himself, raising his magic to level 2 and achieved partial success. God does not abandon those who persevere, and Subaru finally succeeds, feeling satisfied as he leaps into the air, ready to test his strength. Outside, Harui is still sound asleep, and upon hearing the noise, Mr. LMM wakes up. Harui rubbed his eyes and saw Subaru covered in blood walking out the door, wondering if he was dreaming or hallucinating. Harui rubbed his eyes and stood up, realizing it was the kid from room 5 earlier. It hadn't even been 10 minutes. Then Harui knocked on the door, still dreaming, thinking the kid was still inside. But as soon as Harui entered, the scene before his eyes shocked him deeply. What on earth is going on here? After returning, Subaru didn't know how long he'd been asleep. When he woke up, he still felt regretful, thinking if only he had a whole sword, he could have easily gotten through that room. After going down to the cafeteria, Subaru was still thinking. The physics problems had become more complex, and he had also succeeded in unleashing the power of the sword. Looking at the stats on the screen, Subaru knew that normally with these numbers he wouldn't even be able to lift the sword. The combination of greed and the sword was truly amazing. Lost in thought, a young man suddenly appeared and loudly announced that he was here to reminisce about the day he first entered the second floor. After causing a commotion, he then poured a cup of coffee over his head in front of everyone watching. Subaru looked speechless. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? But then Subaru quickly updated his information. Now is the era of PvP, and one of the 3 players is live streaming. At the same time, Isak appears. "Oh, Subaru, you also came here." Seeing him approach, Subaru quietly tensed up, his body reacting instinctively as if their relationship wasn't very good. When Subaru didn't respond, Isak continued to mock, but his body suddenly started trembling uncontrollably, surprising him. "I'm here now." He sat down mockingly. "Never expected a weakling like you to make it here. I thought even a goblin could kill you." This memory of Subaru was once very tragic. "Why did you do that, Isak?" At that moment, he mocked and sneered, telling Subaru not to pretend anymore, as everything he did only made him despise him. Isak hated Subaru's useless weakness and saw that he was trying to prove he had no parents to hide. Subaru was crying, but the sounds you made weren't enough. So Isak kicked him hard and told him not to argue, "You bastard." He tore off Subaru's head and said that the box suits you, and from now on it will be your home. Remember when you reincarnated and you were inside the box, just watching? Why didn't that idiot do something when you kept getting beaten like that? Is that why you're in there? Isak started to boast, saying he had passed room 20 and even received praise from Supervisor Huga. He was proud of himself for doing very well. Then he said he wanted to drink water, but Subaru calmly told him to go ahead and drink. He would leave first. Isak still calmly said, "So when you come back, buy me a coffee. Any kind will do." Seeing Subaru look confused, he grew annoyed, noticing that lately you've been staring intently at others and constantly arguing. Isak glared, sat down. Subaru calmly said, "Sorry, I don't do personal vendettas, but if he's in my way and wants revenge, that's another matter." He then tightened his grip on Subaru's hand, surprising him. Isak threatened that if Subaru didn't listen, he would be beaten, but Subaru also remained cold and released him, saying that if he valued his life. In the tense moment, Isak clenched Subaru's arm tightly. He tilts his head, his voice deepening. "Don't be arrogant, Subaru." Anger flares up fiercely, and Isak's eyes widen, his face tense and hard to hide. He chuckled loudly, his laughter echoing with hidden meaning. Isak looked friendly, his voice teasing. "Don't be afraid I'm just joking around like last time, right? You're still as shy as before." He sneered and slowly spoke in a gentle tone. "With your skills, you probably only just passed the guidance test at best. I know you're feeling proud of yourself, but..." At that moment, Isak stepped forward, closing the threatening distance. He leaned close to Subaru's hand, whispering in a cold, sharp voice like a razor's edge. "Do you really think you can beat me? If I wanted to, I could make you disappear. You know who my father is, right?" Then Isak walked away, half smiling, giving his final warning. "Be careful, my friend." You, the masked man, stand still, watching him leave with a heavy feeling rising inside you, a hint of bitterness, mockery, and coldness flashing through Subaru's mind. Busy, in the silent space, the system's robotic voice suddenly echoes. There are two main ways for a player to develop. The system continues to explain dispassionately that first, through the trials, data rings are continuously reinforced by passing through the tower's challenges and receiving rewards, allowing players to develop more strongly and naturally. To enter the tower's gates, you must pay credits, but you will be guaranteed safety within a designated space. Since the gates are created from that space, even if you die, all you lose is the credits spent during your attempt. After a brief moment of celebration, the system switches to the other option with steady rhythm, which is hunting. The emotionless ring continues to sound as it commands hunting monsters outside the safe zone or clearing out the abandoned tunnels on each floor. You can fully develop yourself. Doing so will make your progress faster as you pass the checkpoints. But since hunting takes place in the real world, the atmosphere seems to freeze when the system issues its final warning. If you die there, you will truly die. The system adds a familiar example, a nest of brainworms whispering, which is why players avoid hunting, because there's no reason to risk their lives. He quietly pondered, his gaze sharpening for a moment. Then Subaru slightly smiled, drawing his own conclusion from what he just heard. The safer it is, the slower it goes. Then he continued with a brief statement. The more dangerous, the more rewarding. Subaru reached into his shirt pocket, pulling out the system's phone with a serious expression. His eyes fixed tightly on the screen, as each line of information appeared clearly before him. Seeing the data, Subaru couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow and mutter aloud. Narukami Subaru, viewer. Dilapan Ribu Sumonanu, from the screen, the voice of the live streamer excitedly announces, everyone is watching right now. Today I will attempt the third floor of the door. Suddenly, comment messages started appearing one after another. Huh? It's deja vu. Someone else quickly chimes in. There's no doubt anymore. This is the 8th time. The next comment appears again. They did it again? Another comment appears. It's just Subaru going about his usual day. There's nothing wrong. Subaru frowned and thought. How many people have used the name Narukami Subaru and the mask? The system immediately responded. Narukami is a code name assigned to deliver 20,000 each time it is completed. From the live broadcast, the sarcastic voice of the streamer echoes, Narukami Subaru. I'll play the fool, thanks for the 20,000 credits. She hesitated for a moment, tilting her head in surprise at the unexpected information. There's even a 20,000 credit mission. Immediately after, a flood of mission notifications from viewers flooded in. Chalk's Hobby registered a 10,000-point challenge after completing it. Another notification popped up. The lonely woman has registered for a mission to prove he can complete it. I will also give 5,000. Another dragon comment appeared. Safe assets have registered a mission, and I will also add 15,000 without signing the cow. The live streamer bowed his head in gratitude, his voice full of passion. Thank you all. I will complete this task for everyone. The system will immediately compile the results. Narukami Subaru with a cold voice. Easily making money through live streaming, Subaru has to fight monsters with his very life. Subaru remains silent, a complex look in his eyes as he watches the credit dragon grow rapidly. He's really making a lot of money. The credit contract displays information. Remaining credits, 5 minutes. He stood silently, his eyes fixed tightly on the live stream screen in front of him. After a moment, Subaru let out a soft sigh and stood up. His expression gradually became more determined as he silently told himself. The voice is filled with clear determination. All right, then there's one more task. Suddenly from afar, the ground trembled as a heavy creature stomped down. In the mist ahead, each monstrous figure appeared one after another with overwhelming presence. The commander's voice echoes a warning, cold but firm. General Chung's mind has appeared. Subaru narrowed his eyes, a slight smile forming as he recalled the previous experience. Still that brain, even without the poison needle like last time. This time I have something even better. The system immediately updates the status. The nameless magic sword absorbed the user's HP, and all statuses increased accordingly. Tumniem Kop. 2 resisted the recoil of the nameless magic sword. His voice grew colder. I'm busy right now. I don't have time. The new status update continues to display. The user's HP and mental health are temporarily recovering. You grip your weapon tightly, your murderous gaze sweeping over the monsters. There's no point in wasting time on you trash. No more delays. Subaru charges straight ahead, rushing into the midst of the fierce battle. In the next moment, he jumps high and lands, catching it off guard and unable to react in time. The system voice echoes steadily. The result has been announced. The whispering red prison brain has been completed. Subaru takes a deep breath, a familiar yet reluctant feeling fleeting through his mind. So I have to wear this again. I suddenly realize a clear pattern. I've figured out how streamers make money. Subaru picks up the mask. Standing straight in front of the mirror, her reflective gaze full of contemplation. He takes a deep breath and whispers to himself, if he's going to do it, he'll do his best with what he's good at. A fleeting thought makes Subaru's lips curl slightly behind his mask. Confident. Anyway, I'm real after all. Then he turned around and walked straight out the door into the blinding light. The system immediately activated. A familiar voice signals the start. Narukami Subaru has begun a broadcast. Sautan Entertainment, a massive entertainment building illuminated by bright neon lights for 3 days, stands empty inside its large office. Hatsuka picks up her phone to check the live feed, her eyes gradually becoming tense. She clenched her teeth tightly, her facial muscles tensing as she saw the numbers on the screen. Hatsuka shouted loudly in anger, startling Song-Yoon sitting nearby. What the hell is this? She kept ranting. Stupid, damn it, you idiot, you bastard, even 5 people couldn't finish it. What the hell is that? He calmly analyzes, remember if the self-censorship sound goes off first, it's 1,000 points. Right? That was almost at the limit just now. So, what happened? Who was it this time? Hatsuka narrowed her eyes and replied briefly, Subekichi. Song-Yoon was briefly surprised, her voice tinged with suspicion. Subekichi. Is it really Narukami Subaru or just an imposter pretending to be him? She replied, her voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Who knows? Maybe it's both because the original Narukami Subaru hasn't appeared yet, so if they match, then the strongest one is the real deal. Hatsuka sighed, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Everyone, including their mother, is pretending to be Narukami Subaru to make money. Is it true that live streaming is really dead? He forced a laugh as she poured wine, the atmosphere tense. Please, don't say such scary things. We're making money thanks to this live streaming service. She shook her head, her voice sharp, mixed with unmistakable disappointment. Isn't that right? They don't even know the rules of it. Even those risking their lives to climb the tower find it ridiculous. Song-Hyun called out softly, Hatsuka. He tilted his head and looked at her, his voice lowering as he asked the straightforward question, then why did you give up the tower and come to a place like this? Hatsuka looked at the screen with a cold expression, answering without hesitation or emotion because it was boring. Then she angrily turned to shout at Song-Hyun. Besides, he also gave up, isn't that right? If I were free, I would have found another talent. And shut your mouth, he quickly waved his hand. No, I gave up because I lack the skills, so just be quiet about what you're saying first. Inside Song-Hyun's mind, familiar images appeared. Well, he only built the tower so he could meet Narukami Subaru for a day. So, if he loses his purpose, he will also lose his passion, right? Hatsuka frowned, eyes fixed on the screen. What is this? Suddenly she points at the screen, her voice mixed with excitement and surprise. There's an incredible kid here. He scrolls on with a tired tone. So after that, she found another weird one. Hatsuka tilted her head and smirked knowingly as she watched the broadcast. A new Narukami Subaru in disguise. On the live stream, Subaru walks slowly through the dark corridor, looking cautious. Songhyun frowns and makes a brief but emotional remark. That's terrifying. His eyes clearly showed suspicion towards the broadcast content. This is indeed a talent selection, half smiling. Why is she watching the second floor broadcast? And since she can't watch anymore, she nods slightly, and that's correct. But Hatsuka's voice slowed, carrying a hint of unhidden hope. When I see someone wearing this mask, I can't help but keep hoping. She glanced at the displayed number, her voice calm but firm. And with the 1,000 credits I just gave her, Songhyun let out a soft sigh. Please forgive me. The mechanical voice rang out steadily as the second floor door opened, completing the introductory dungeon and escaping. The completion point will be determined based on the monsters defeated. She walks forward while assessing the difficulty ahead, and the second floor door isn't so hard that it would confuse her. She can't fully relax her mind, but the feeling of someone watching her still makes her a bit pressured. An unexpected comment suddenly appears, breaking the quiet atmosphere. The new floor is like that. The next comment appears. First time, huh? Subaru responds politely, but with a hint of hesitation. This is my first challenge. The next comment quickly appeared, full of curiosity and warning. Are you sure this broadcast is okay like this? If it's your first time, you probably don't know much about your surroundings either. The one-eyed beast roars and suddenly charges straight at Subaru. You are not scared at all. Tranvu's hand firmly grips its face as Subaru gathers all his strength and slams the fallen eye onto the ground. Dong's system voice sounded immediately afterward, announcing the battle result. Roy One-Eyed was defeated and received a corresponding point. He tilted his head slightly, speaking with confusion. What's wrong? Dong said as the system announced the beginner dungeon on the second floor. The first challenge begins, conquer the beginner dungeon and escape. Achievement points will be awarded based on the number of monsters defeated. A viewer suddenly commented, your reflexes are really crazy. Wait, so now everyone is streaming from the second floor? Others explained that I sometimes see them, but they give up quickly because their viewership doesn't increase. It's better not to be greedy and wait for the other members so you can move together. Dong said politely. Hey Manny, thanks for the advice, but I can't do that. I prefer to handle everything on my own, he confidently said. A short comment suddenly appears. Alone, huh? Others immediately doubt it, huh? You've done your research, huh? Another pessimistic comment appears. He's finished, and then another mocking comment appears. Typical of today. Subaru suddenly thought that just by using the name Subaru Narukami, viewers would come on their own without him having to do anything. From the dark corner, the slimy monster lunged quickly. The boy drew his sword, the steel mesh shining in the cave. Subaru's calm yet determined voice says, now I want to see how far I can go. The system's gentle voice announces that the mud monster has been defeated and 2 achievement points earned. A viewer is confused. Did anyone see what just happened? Another comment appears saying I saw a mud monster, right? In front of the dungeon corridor, a flock of eyes blocks the way. You weren't panicking at all, calmly dodging and handling each one. The viewer's voices flood in, what was that just now? Someone else chimes in, what's going on? The next comment appears. Something has happened. The system is notifying, viewers are 10. The system continues to update. Defeating the poisonous drop monster earned 2 achievement points. Defeating the mudwater monster earned 2 achievement points. Subaru puts away his explanation. If everyone focuses on the sound, they'll know. You keep talking about which direction they'll come from and how many will arrive. Other comments keep popping up. A viewer quickly replied, yeah, I know that. A doubtful comment popped up, you're lying, you're not a beginner. Someone else chimed in, I know that too. Another confident comment appeared, I can do it as well. A viewer curiously asked, Vishu, what level are you at? Your voice became serious, and if everyone knows, then I will say what I am thinking. Viewers usually can't do that, but others keep giving results, and in the end, the player's talent is everything. A comment appears, closely matching what you said. I understand, Long, and a sarcastic comment also shows up. Trying to suck Subaru Narukami's phlegm is a bit too much. Subaru quickly calculates in his mind, still not enough. I want to accumulate as many achievements as possible before leaving here. A surprised viewer asked, have you been walking straight all this time? The unprovoking comment appears. A real man would quietly move forward. The viewer doubts, aren't you studying carefully? A warning is issued that you will face danger if you keep going straight like that. You don't stop, your steps still steady as you go deeper. Subaru slowly lifts his head. Above, one-eyed monsters are sleeping soundly. Suddenly it opened its eyes wide, locking its gaze onto you. Immediately after, all the remaining monsters suddenly woke up. The chat box instantly exploded. See, I told you so, Lon. Another comment appeared. He's done for, but someone else just smiled. See you at the entrance, the system quickly announces. Me Lonely Stream has created a mission, a reputation point if you can kill them all. Subaru quickly glances at the screen. His eyes flicked over the newly appeared notification, another viewer watching with suspicion. Is this some kind of joke? The comment chain continues with laughter. You're so rude. Your voice sounds so calm. Hey, Lonely Stream, thank you for your reliable support. In the office, Song Hyeyeon slammed her hand down on the table. He screams in frustration. What did I do wrong? I was fine up to the 6th floor and now I've failed here. Come here, Cha. Realize that you've lost control. Song Hyeyeon hurriedly spoke up. Sorry. I have become too gloomy. It's my way. Hatsuka sits beside her, her eyes glued to the livestream screen. He tilted his head and asked curiously, What's wrong? What are you looking at? Hatsuka muttered nervously, Something's not right. Song Hyeyeon quickly reassured him. It's not a lot of money. It's true. I have money to pay you. He blurted out that if I ever got involved in gambling again. She quickly interrupted. That's not it, Hatsuka whispered softly. Narukami Subaru. Song Hyeyeon was startled. Huh. You're still watching that stream. He was stunned when he saw it. No way. No live chat explosion, a flood of comments filled with excitement. Oh my. And he's a beginner on the 2nd floor. Are you joking? I'm starting to feel sorry for the little guy's falling now. He's gone crazy. How many attempts has it been now? Song Hyeyeon blurted out. How many monsters can he take down alone? He muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming unusually serious. Like this, over there. Subaru continues to eliminate the one-eyed fallen in the chat window. Many viewers appeared confused and annoyed by his words. His explanation didn't clarify anything at all. Who said he's a rookie? Step up. Something has happened. It has already taken place. Is that all you can say? Another person said. I am currently upstairs, but I am being instructed by a new 2nd floor novice. Another comment keeps appearing. It's like that. If you step onto the floor in front of you, you can step forward. You think to yourself, communicating is really difficult. Other viewers remind you not to forget to earn reputation points. Subaru said I forgot. You pick up your phone and quickly glance at the screen. Subaru hesitated slightly, his finger suspended in midair. The chat box immediately buzzed with activity. What's going on? He got shaken. He touched his head and asked, How am I supposed to accept this? I'm worried. The viewers immediately said, Besides skills. He is definitely a new streamer. Someone else is guiding him. Click the accept button for the mission at the top of the chat window. The system will then display the information. Mission completed. Earned 100 reputation points from Milo Livestream. Subaru immediately said thank you very much. Then his gaze became serious. The next place will be the final one. The notification appears. The current reputation score is 150. The achievement points are now 118 at the company's main building. Hatsuka gasped in surprise, almost panicking. This is bad. I can only say it's bad. Song-yoon is in trouble. She grits her teeth and says, The person in trouble is her. Hatsuka turns around quickly, just looked at him and spoke. Zico. Well then, have you ever seen something like this before? Song-yoon scolds softly. She is overreacting. It's just the two of us. She's angry and shouting. Yeah, I am overreacting, he suddenly said in panic. Sorry, Hatsuka suddenly spoke up. Where are you from? Earth. I am Subaru Narukami from Earth. Could this be fate? She continues to speculate. Could it be that Subaru Narukami has been reincarnated? You see it in those manga, the so-called reincarnation motif. Song-yoon thought, this girl. Once it comes to Subaru Narukami, she seems to be crazy. Hatsuka touches her head, her voice trembling. What should I do? I'm feeling dizzy. Hey, Song-yoon. If I close my eyes now, he would say it out loud. No, she asked in surprise. Zico, you can't do that. Song-yoon's voice grew serious. That's not it. Are you planning to consider joining him? Hatsuka didn't hesitate at all. That's right, he's the one who said it. He has some bright spots, but he's still a beginner. The lonely streamer, she shouts. I know that. Song-yoon lowers her voice. What do you know? If we tell the manager, we'll get scolded again. She trembled as she spoke. And just now, you only knew how to fish. Suddenly, you're so serious. Hatsuka turns back to look at the screen, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. Just wait and see. She's standing there, eyeing the livestream screen. Inside the dungeon, Subaru slowly looked up ahead and thought to himself. Here it is, the endpoint of the dungeon. The ancient door in front of him creaked loudly before slowly opening. Subaru thought to himself, and here, your eyes narrow as the familiar figure appears in the wind. Luckily, a name popped into Subaru's mind. Red the Battle Wolf immediately erupted in the chat. The moment I see him, I feel an insane pressure. Others just argue back. Please keep secret that I struggled with this guy for 8 attempts. Other viewers continue to comment. His refusal to let me pass the first time made me think I was going to break down. The system sound rings out. You have received approval from the battle wolf. Pass through the gate to continue the challenge. You take a deep breath and quickly organize the information in your mind. The wolf is not a monster created for hunting, it is the gatekeeper, assessing the strength of novice dungeon explorers and determining whether they can continue. Subaru stares at the board intently. The contract appears before him. You slightly furrow your brow when you see the displayed number. 3,000 trust points. It doesn't show up again. Another rude guy has appeared, so don't worry. Someone else continues speaking. Maybe he has no intention of giving his heart away. Another comment appears. They announced a strict budget cut. Moreover, another comment appeared. This is not a monster to be killed easily. Greg the wolf begins to move, his muscles bulging menacingly. Its massive body thrashes around wildly. The system voice echoes. Greg the battle wolf, guarding the second-floor gate, bows his head and looks down. A deep voice echoes. A player. Ha! Subaru was already on the defensive, muscles tensed and ready to counter. In that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Subaru, you're really good. Because even when you change the direction of your sword during the fight, your breathing and gaze remain unchanged. Subaru hesitated slightly. The direction of the sword. Greg's voice continues to echo. From the very beginning. It looks like he's only striking them with a single slash of his sword. Maybe he's calculating the enemy's agile movements, and he even planned his actions long in advance. The boy fell silent, his gaze drifting away for a moment. Thoughts flood in. Subaru mocks himself, but I didn't really think much about it. He snorted softly. Truly a difficult guy. You tilt your head, a flicker of emotion flashes in your eyes. Maybe it would be better if I couldn't do it. Shiger responded immediately. As usual. You can't. Subaru suddenly realizes something. Shiger also found it strange, right? The key to communication is exchanging eye contact and conveying everything instantly. Yo, speak up. It's like a form of relief and a reminder to myself when I take down a group of falling poison insects all at once. You shouldn't think about aiming at each individual eye. Subaru added, the poison drop always attacks while thrusting his head forward. Therefore, the more there are, the bigger their openings become. The system voice echoes. Let the wolf of war acknowledge you. Warwolf Greg tilts his head and observes. Alone? The deep voice echoes. Are you really here alone? Your gaze calmly meets mine. You don't even realize, do you? Battle wolf, Greg chuckled softly. You really are an interesting guy. I can smell the scent of a great warrior on you. Don't explode in anger. The smell of a great warrior. The angry comment about the smell echoes out, and yet you say I smell bad. You keep arguing back. It says I smell like a goblin's essence. Subaru quietly thought that wolf tribe warriors could smell the special mirror scent. He continued to think, not just the smell of the body. They see through a person's true nature. It takes away their smile. The voice becomes serious. You have enough qualities to pass through this place, says the wolf warrior Greg. The test is over. You may leave now. Don't get so worked up all at once. What's wrong with this guy? You keep commenting again. Against discrimination. Another comment appears. So there are cases like this too. Subaru nodded in agreement, even in his previous life. This has never happened before, you immediately said. Too bad. My target is a person. It hesitated. Its eyes sparkled with intense excitement. Oh, not the back door. Yeah, Subaru sneered. The voice is calm. Yeah. Someone told me to kill, and the battle wolf Greg laughs loudly. The aura of death and admiration blend together. As expected, he is a man with the soul of a great warrior. In another place, the lush trees have just been soaked with water. Hatsuka and Songhyun-ie stand silently in front of John. He crossed his arms and said with a sharp, shocked look, "This matter." John looked up. How many viewers does that streamer have? The internal system displays information. It shows the name Entertainment. Manager, John Teo. He swallows hard and answers in a thick, trembling voice. About 20 people. She immediately spoke up. Number. Hatsuka's voice trembled with excitement. It's already over 30 now. Songhyun sighed and thought, I won't remind you, idiot. He frowned. His voice deepened. Are you guys blaming me? John continued. Do you think I don't know how you slack off during work? And then what happened next? I told you to find someone reliable. And you brought a story with 20 viewers for me, huh? She quickly spoke up. 30 people. He waved his hand. The commanding voice is indifferent. It's not an important matter. John hesitated for a moment before continuing. Hatsuka, why don't you stream live? You have the skills, and you're sure to have fans. Hatsuka interrupted him and said, School principal. She naively kept talking. I just looked, and it took down over 40 people. John was so angry. Hey, did you hear what I said? Over on the other side of the battlefield. Subaru is standing opposite the wolf Greg, slowly raising its sharp claws. You take a deep breath and force yourself to push aside all distractions. Don't think about anything. The system voice rings out steadily. The nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana, with all stats increasing in proportion to the stamina consumed as Subaru adjusts his breathing. Stay calm. She is the nameless demon sword's daughter. You hold your sword tightly, even if this is your first time. Subaru told himself to just do what he always does. When it charges at the clawed paw, you quickly block the attack with your sword. The battle wolf, Greg, raises its sharp claws once again, its muscles growing even stronger. It keeps launching a barrage of attacks, causing Subaru's feet to slide backward on the stone floor due to his overwhelming strength. Feeling the heavy pressure of the wind, he's really strong. Subaru quickly concludes that trying to resist with force is impossible. But Wolfdog Greg chuckled softly. A deep voice echoes, "Truly a warrior." It swung its claws fiercely, but you managed to dodge to the side in time. Greg's battle wolf eyes flickered with disdain as his confident voice rang out. "But you are not on my level." Subaru clenched the sword tightly in his hand. When it swings its claws, you immediately counterattack. The chat doesn't become more lively. The defensive strategy is only for those who want to attack and cut at will. Probably not going to work. The comments keep appearing one after another. "But it's still dangerous," the viewers immediately commented. "He's so powerful it's ridiculous," someone else immediately said. "Maybe 2 or 3 tries at most." That person continued speaking. "The person giving this mission will regret it. You'll just have to see it through." Another comment immediately appeared. "That's going to be tough." Subaru squints. A different approach comes to mind. Sometimes there are more effective ways than using force. Hunter Greg gently lifts his head, his eyes brightening with genuine concern. "The one who intrigued me. The warrior woman." It lowers its stance. The aura of death erupts fiercely. "It's over." You purse your lips. "Cold and sharp, that's what I said." Subaru dodged while observing, quickly pointing out the weakness. "Your attacks are too predictable. You put all your strength into your hand." A commanding voice rings out, "Die." Subaru rushes straight ahead. The sword swings powerfully, tearing through the air to strike it. He jumps high into the air, holding a perfect defensive stance. Subaru strikes down fiercely from above, the sword's blade piercing deep, causing blood to spray from the fierce wolf Greg. You quickly step back and draw your sword again. His gaze remains fixed on the opponent as he lets out a hoarse, crooked smile. The voice echoes with full acknowledgement. "Perfect. Warrior." The system voice issues a cold command. "The battle wolf has been defeated. Level up your character twice. Increase strength by 2. Speed and agility up by 1. Increase focus by 1. The viewers of the livestream are almost going crazy. Wait a moment. Did he really defeat him? Someone who couldn't believe the truth asked. He was left stunned. Someone else exclaimed. "This stream is amazing." Someone else continues to ask. "This isn't the first time we've tried, right?" Someone else replied. "Maybe." Subaru lets out a small sigh. He has defeated him. The atmosphere continues to surge. "Wow, I'm impressed," one person says. "I bow in admiration to the one who gave the challenging mission." Others are also actively commenting. Maybe he never thought he could do it. The system displays the new number. The 16-year-old viewer has received 3,000 trust points from the asset manager. You chuckled softly, your voice carrying a hint of teasing. "I will use it for good purposes. Exep asset." The system panel appears for the last time. The current reputation score is 3,150. The achievement points are now 618, fading out through the gate. You look down. His gaze gradually darkened. The livestream frame suddenly froze. Some viewers start to sense that something is angry. The livestream frame explodes. 13? You're joking. Someone else immediately continued. "The known number so far is 16, right?" That person gasped and exclaimed, "This is a star record." "I'm only allowed to," the system voice echoes steadily. "The number of choices is proportional to the player's talent. Are you going to take on the lightning trial?" The viewers excitedly keep typing. That's the spirit. The viewers immediately respond. Of course, a comment appears. "If he doesn't choose the lightning test here, he should change his name." Subaru hesitated not, his gaze steady as he made his choice. "I choose." The system panel immediately updates. They chose the lightning challenge. At that moment, an invisible wave of power enveloped their body as they stared at the live stream screen. John cheered happily. "That's great." She could hardly contain her excitement, constantly pointing. "He did it. There are already 60 viewers." "So, has there been any streamer whose viewership has increased this rapidly?" "And usually missions only give at most 2 or 3 options, but he has 13. He nodded slightly. "Indeed, very impressive. When defeating a battle wolf, I hear he has never been beaten." John still feels cautious inside. But he's still just a newcomer streaming on Wall 2. There's much more to discuss. Hatsuka's eyes lit up with a bold idea. "Boss. Want to challenge me to a duel, huh?" He frowned, a bit surprised, very determined. She took a deep breath. If he fails to accept the invasion, Zygon and I will work together with a fixed salary for 5 years. On the other hand, if he succeeds, you will sign a contract with him without complaint. After John was startled, he quickly turned around to protest immediately. What? Hey? Why am I involved too, Quan? Wait a minute, I don't know this person. He shook his head gently. Even if you manage to reach the challenge, she really thinks he has a chance. The only player to have ever achieved infiltration is Subaru Narukami. Hatsuka smiled calmly, but with determination. How would you know if you don't try, right? John paused for a few seconds, then slowly made his decision. All right, I'll join that intense game. He hurriedly said, I won't. In the hazy void, a glowing purple word gradually appears, beginning a mysterious challenge. Subaru doesn't understand what's happening. This is a voice coming from behind. Watch out. Fan loses his footing and crashes into Subaru. Both of them froze in panic for a moment. At that very instant, a loud explosion suddenly erupted beside them. The giant sword door crashes down onto the ground. Falcon quietly talks to Subaru. Hey, you. Amid the chaos, he turns to you with a worried expression. What are you dazed about? Do you want to die? Before he could fully recover, a faint purple line appeared right in front of him. Defeated the giant with a shard. Subaru was stunned. Why is this guy here? The door creaked open, and the giant figure in front of him suddenly struck a heavy blow. What is this situation with the swirling blue lines? SGTELF, what's going on? So this must be a test of invasion. Orbit 8, that's right. That creature is a monster from the human clan. Why would 1,220,033 stars appear like that? Subaru's eyes widened in amazement as chaotic thoughts quietly flashed through his mind. A boss-level monster that was supposed to appear in Part 2 of the challenge has appeared. Something has changed because I defeated Greysaw. It growled like a beast, its muscles tightening as it unleashed a powerful strike downward. Immediately after, it didn't hesitate, putting all its strength into a decisive blow toward Subaru. You rolled away from the dangerous attack, then looked up at it with a fierce glare, your eyes blazing with hostility. Your breathing gradually steadied as you exhaled in relief. However, it's just big. Its structure is far inferior to Greysaw. Luckily, I knew this information beforehand. Run as fast as you can. After I confront the demon to save you, hurry and get out of here. Subaru calmly drew his sword, his gaze sharpening. As he silently thought he couldn't delay any longer, he knew he had to settle this quickly. Before anyone could disturb him, a series of purple lines appeared, the nameless demon sword absorbing the user's blood, with all stats increasing proportionally to the blood consumed, while the level 2 curse of the nameless demon sword caused adverse effects. At the moment he spotted the boy, the scholar growled and charged forward, his aura blazing fiercely. As the scholar lunged forward, Subaru's leg kicked off with lightning-fast reflexes, leaping high in a moment of imminent danger. With lightning-fast reflexes, he kicks the iron bar, using the momentum to leap into the air. Subaru, with eyes blazing red and filled with dark frenzy, charges forward like an arrow shot from a bow. He suddenly leapt forward right in front of it, leaving him stunned by the unexpected move. With swift movement, Subaru had already slipped behind the scholar before he could realize. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword straight into her back with all his strength. Blood gushed from the scholar's throat, accompanied by a piercing cry of agony. Subaru frowned slightly in annoyance, speaking in a low voice. It's so noisy. He sheathed his sword, drew it out neatly, then spoke again, still annoyed. Stay silent for the rest of your life. Blood continued to pour from the scholar's throat as his body gradually stiffened. His eyes slightly narrowed, showing surprise and heightened alertness. In the end, it could no longer hold its ground and slowly collapsed to the ground in silence. The purple voice appeared on the screen, saying, You defeated the giant fragment and completed Stage 4. The purple ghostly voice appears, increasing threefold, doubling your strength, increasing your agility by 1, restoring 1 health, and boosting your mana. Subaru waves his hand gently. You have received 4 items, no achievement points. You have obtained the Giant's Heart item and the Thunderstrike item. A series of blue comments continuously appeared before his eyes, leaving Falcon stunned and unable to believe what he was seeing. 140,000 points. Hoahai sent gifts from Stage 1 to Stage 4 all at once. 8,556,684,433 is very generous. Lazybones has been conquering the wolf perfectly from the 1st to 3rd levels. He hurriedly stepped closer to him, his voice full of concern as he asked, Who are you? The increasing number of green comments creates a lively and tense atmosphere, and Hagawara isn't Falcon, Lazybones. He's demanding to talk about history right now. Everyone would be on edge if something like this suddenly appeared in Act 4, White Hen. Everyone would panic. Filled with questions, he lowered his head and immediately asked, What kind of monster are you? Subaru whispered, looking on with confusion. The wind gently blows through his messy hair as Subaru softly says, his gaze full of contemplation, I came to defeat the scholar. In a small village isolated from the noisy world, everything moved slowly and quietly. Everyone quietly bowed their heads and went about their work, the peaceful atmosphere spreading throughout the small village. Subaru sat by the half-open window, hands gripping the ledge, gazing into the distance with a contemplative expression. Subaru quietly bowed his head, softly reading the comments in front of him as if savoring each word. Cheeseman. Please show us. The items, come on, let us see. Show me, please. I think it's at least a magic rank. 742,617 million gold. 27, not just magic, maybe rare, I softly ask, voice quiet, but still revealing curiosity. I'm also curious. Well then, let's take a look together. The system sound gradually echoes, a rare class accessory, blood-sucking magic, a ring carved from the heart of a mage. Increasing health and recovery ability, Subaru was pleased in his mind. Accessory-type equipment was very valuable. I also liked this health boost effect. He couldn't help but feel excited, and it just so happened that he also needed a set of armor. This is the Mind Core, a rare class armor with last 5 defense, infused with the power of lightning. It can be used once a day to nullify negative effects. Remaining uses, 3. The comment line rings out again. Impressive skills, even after accounting for equipment restrictions, it seems it can still be used up to level 5. Low, no. The heart of a scholar is a once-in-a-lifetime item. Its basic value is whatever you desire. He casually puts on his armor, his eyes fixed on the messages appearing on the screen. As he finishes, a message clearly appears before his eyes. Narukami has registered a quest. You'll earn 5,000 trust points if you learn the way and try your best. Seeing the message appear before his eyes, Subaru quietly muttered, with a hint of surprise, Thank you, Narukami. Without warning, a blue message immediately appeared. I'm registering a mission. I will give 5,000 points for a similar mission. Mission villain gradually registers a task. 3,000 points for a similar mission. Safe asset has registered a mission. Thank you, everyone. I will definitely show you my true strength. His eyes darkened, deep and filled with unspoken thoughts. Maybe there are many like this waiting for a way out? Subaru silently thought. He might be a presence more important than he realized. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door rings out. Subaru slightly raises his head and speaks, then leaves. The continuous blue comments appear, and the atmosphere instantly becomes lively. Just then, I heard something behind the door, no doubt about it. This guy also registered a mission. Falcon suddenly spoke, pointing directly at Peleos, apologizing for making you wait. This is Lang's Knight Captain, Lord Peleos. He softly spoke. Recently, attacks by former humans have become frequent, and our knights have to guard 24 hours a day, fully equipped. Like Falcon, for their safety, we asked the villagers to limit unnecessary trips. Falcon helplessly spoke. I didn't expect us to encounter an outsider at a time like this. Peleos lowered his head and said, I heard you protected Lang in my absence, on behalf of the villagers. Thank you. Subaru's voice, calm and indifferent. No, I was just doing what was obvious. In his mind, Peleos thought, this village's face and that of a brave knight fighting against the ancient race. He spoke, My Thay, during this process we have uncovered the leader of the ancient race. Then Peleos frowned and said, his tone becoming more serious, We are willing to risk everything to corner them. Then both of them bowed respectfully to speak. His attitude was extremely serious, so I beg you, please save our village. Subaru was caught off guard by their sudden action, his eyes briefly showing surprise. The blue message lines appeared. Peleos, don't die. Peleos, is he going to die? Don't reveal it yet. His gaze darkened as he pondered the meaning behind their actions, relying on his memories. The image of him collapsing suddenly flashes in Subaru's mind, making his heart tighten. Surely in the next scene, Peleos will die. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out his hand and said as if determined, Lift your head up. With a steady gaze, Subaru replied, I understand. I will cooperate. Peleos happily claps his hand on yours, with a face full of joy and relief. Thank you so much. A purple screen immediately appears in front of you with the words on it announcing the start of the 5th round. Survival. Under the changing sky, a group of people silently follow Peleos, step by step moving forward. The boy clutches the card in his hand, bowing his head to look closely, as many thoughts arise in his mind. Your focused gaze reflects your thoughts as the number of viewers increases. The comments scroll faster and faster, making it impossible to interact. Suddenly, Peleos spoke, breaking the tense silence around them, and stopped. Fancon slowly raised his hand, pointing straight ahead. And that was it. The giant boss lies motionless, breathing heavily, as if in a deep sleep, the clan leader of the giants. Peleos steps forward. I will draw his attention, so you, benefactor, attack him from behind. Subaru slowly raises his hand, placing it on his shoulder, softly calling out, waiting for the signal. Subaru gently speaks in the silent atmosphere, and from there you can hear his voice. Peleos was startled and turned around suddenly. Suddenly the ground trembled violently, with shockwaves spreading beneath his feet, causing everything around to shake for a moment. Before the violent tremor subsides, everyone is panicked, chaos and fear spreading quickly everywhere. Subaru lifts his head, his cold gaze clearly visible, sweeping ahead, not at humans. In that moment, the giant suddenly opened its tightly closed eyes. Its eyes flicked lightly to the right, but a wave of fear spread everywhere. Immediately after, the giants all charged forward in unison, each step causing the ground to tremble as they headed straight for the crowd. Peleos soothes you, but the sense of danger approaches. Why? A giant grabs someone tightly in its hand, hanging suspended in the air, then stops. That person screams in terror, their cry tearing through space, "Help me." In Subaru's eyes, the savage image of the giant re-emerges. It laughed wildly, its eyes blazing with fury. The crowd immediately panicked and ran away, everyone heading back down the mountain quickly. The bachelor burst into loud laughter, his deep and powerful voice echoing through the space, then coldly stomped on someone. Despite the other person remaining motionless, a young man who saw it burst into tears, trembling as he called out to the person in despair, then stopped. He burst into tears, crying out loudly for the person lying beneath him, Georgetown. At the same time, Peleos shouted loudly, commanding with authority, "Everyone, run!" His words made everyone stop. Think about your families at home and the village. This is not the end. We will start again. While everyone retreats, Peleos tightens his shield in his hand. I will entrust leading the charge to you. Amid the chaos, a figure quietly steps right in front of him. Peleos immediately shouts, "You too! Run quickly. Please rebuild the Night Order and defend against the ogres." Subaru gently draws his sword, moving slowly but with determination. And I say, "That's right. You put on your mask and straightforwardly step forward. You're not planning to run away." Peleos hesitated for a moment and asked what he meant. Subaru immediately replied, "If you're here, I won't be able to move comfortably, and if you insist on refusing, both of us will die here." Peleos still insisted, but abandoned someone outside and ran away. "I can't let that happen," Subaru suddenly said coldly. "Don't make me say it a second time." Seeing your determination, Peleos reluctantly turned and left. "So, I will go gather the warriors, if you can hold on until then." Subaru nodded, "Thank you," and before disappearing completely, Peleos turned back and shouted, "I owe you my life. Take care." The roar of the giants erupts fiercely, echoing throughout the space. Subaru tenses up, gripping his sword tightly, and his figure rushes forward in an instant. Subaru's figure darted forward like lightning, sword in hand slicing through the wind. "I am your opponent." Subaru's form blurred due to speed. The sword swung up in a sharp arc. The continuous sword slashes descend quickly and precisely, leaving it no time to react. Immediately after, a deafening roar echoes through the space like a shockwave. Subaru stands in the thick fog of dust. The system voice sounds, having defeated the ancient giant's traces and earned 20 achievement points. He slowly speaks. Even though it's a test, he's not used to being left alone. Over there, Peleos is running at full speed, putting all his strength into rushing forward. Heavy breaths escape with each pulse, showing he's exhausted. Peleos barely managed to turn his face around, his heavy breathing like being squeezed inside a twisted cage. He clenched his teeth tightly, his jaw tense as if about to break, sweat pouring down his face. Seeing Subaru's image, a series of comments appeared, most saying it looks like a fight, that Master must be 4-4, they're too many, Len Ference just needs to survive, right? Why did his score change below the number of surviving warriors? Oh, so it's not just about survival, this is impossible now. He pondered deeply, including Peleos, who was destined to die. If he did this, he might save everyone. The giant former human roared loudly. He has a massive figure, each heavy step pounding as he charges straight at Subaru. With a cold gaze and swift movements, he handles everything decisively, leaving behind the traces of the former hero and earning 10 achievement points. The system sounds repeatedly notify that the traces of the ancient being have been defeated, earning 10 achievement points. The nameless demon sword absorbs the user's mana, with all stats increasing proportionally to the mana consumed. Subaru's eyes flickered with a hint of determination. If he could take down each one individually, it wouldn't be difficult. As the thought crossed his mind, Subaru quickly raised his sword. But the question was how much he could rely on the power of the demon sword. Without hesitation, he swung his sword decisively. Here, I need to keep my sight clear and find the boss. Not missing the chance, Subaru gathered his strength and leapt, his small body rushing forward and sliding past the shoulder of a giant old enemy. With just a quick flick, the sword tore through everything, causing the monsters to vanish in an instant. He soared high into the sky, the blood-stained sword in his hand radiating a spreading light. As soon as it realized Subaru was rushing toward it, the ogre roared fiercely, the sound echoing through the space. The boy kicked the creature's massive face with just enough force to give a light push, then used the momentum to leap away. Subaru moved swiftly, gliding quickly over the rounded heads of the fallen enemies as if running on a staircase. The comments section started to stir again, with Joe immediately blaming a misstep. SDFM 1234-09 is Subaru Narukami's specialty. The robotic voice of the ecosystem, with a secondary tone, cancels out the side effects of the nameless demon sword, restoring the user's stamina and mental strength. You feel a sense of relief, noticing a change in stamina consumption. The equipment truly makes a difference, and you sense your strength waning. You open your eyes wide, realizing you need to find the boss quickly before reaching your limit. He quickly glanced over and immediately spotted the boss he was looking for among the chaos of the former servants. There he is. As their eyes met, a sinister smile curled on its lips, sending a chill down the spine. The boss's massive hand slowly clenched its weapon with a heavy creaking sound. Subaru charged forward, calculating in his mind that if he didn't kill it with one strike, he would be doomed. A cold glint in his eyes, the boss snarled softly before raising his weapon with a heavy aura. In the tense moment, Subaru silently prayed, "Please, succeed." Then suddenly, his hand flicked sharply, a quick and decisive move. Thin golden lightning gradually appeared, converging together, unleashing a thunderbolt. Lightning flashes outward, illuminating everything around and echoing with golden thunder across the battlefield. Surrounded by blinding light, the former humans clutch their heads in pain. Even the boss is no exception. Its weapon falls to the ground as it sniffs and clutches its head in dizziness. It lifts its head and roars with fierce passion, the golden sound echoing with rage and suppressed fury. Humanity. Subaru rushes up close to the boss, clutching its head, the nameless demon sword absorbing the user's mana. In the next instant, the salt sword in his hand trembles slightly before a blazing red light erupts. The sword ignited like a awakened flame, and without hesitation, Subaru clenched the sword's flow and drove the tip firmly into the ground, causing the earth to shake from the impact. Subaru's eyes are vacant and emotionless as he silently looks straight ahead. The giant boss's eyes are wide open, agony contorting its face, and its breathing becomes heavy in that brief moment. It widened its eyes in the final moment, its massive body trembled slightly, then slowly fell down. In the end, the giant boss was completely defeated, having beaten the giant seed. The system reward sound rang out, completing the survival scene. An excellent achievement has been unlocked, leveling up, increasing strength, agility by 2, stamina by 2, and magic power by 1. The commentator was stunned by that scene. Has anyone ever beaten him before? 123.789 is impossible. How did you manage to defeat him like that? 123.789 from the very beginning. It wasn't supposed to be like that. So, when did the opportunity to finish him off suddenly appear? Apples are unappetizing to beat something that shouldn't be beaten. Truly a troublesome story. Black and white, meager, I hate my weak body so much. Subaru chuckled to himself. If he were the main character, this would be the perfect moment for a cool ending. The sky outside darkened, black clouds swirling and thunder rumbling loudly. After the chaos, the ogres could only hold their heads, their massive bodies collapsing, exhaustion and weariness evident in their slow movements. Subaru finally, with a bitter smile, realized that the failed attempt to die anonymously to the demon sword was over. He stumbled back into his original form, staggering as he walked. That's right. Subaru realized a cruel truth. Even if he finished this scene, one thing was certain. The monster wouldn't disappear until the test was over. He struggled to lift his face and look up, unexpectedly realizing that the mechanism he once used to gain an advantage was causing him a lot of trouble. Sweat dripped down his forehead as Subaru gasped for breath, his body exhausted after the battle. It's bad. My power is gone. The giant beasts sneer coldly, their dark eyes fixed straight ahead. The roaring thunderclaps echoed everywhere, shaking the surrounding space as continuous lightning struck down. The booming explosion shakes the sky like a sign of an impending terrible storm. Subaru remains calm, his expression emotionless as he stares straight ahead, as if the chaos around him no longer reaches him. In the next moment, golden lightning erupted simultaneously, illuminating everything with a dazzling light across the space. piercing through the sea of bright electric sparks on a clear day inside a dark forest with the sound of cicadas, sunlight filtering through the giant ancient trees, and the afternoon breeze whispering. Go a little further inside, there's a house under the trees that looks quite gloomy. A girl is sitting in front of the porch. West is holding something and keeps pressing it. Reina keeps her head down, her hand constantly pressing. He keeps tapping on his phone's keyboard without stopping. Shiger quickly steps outside from inside the door, glancing briefly. With curiosity, he asked her what she was doing in a place like this, but Reina dodged the question, saying the weather was nice, right? The air is also fresh, and her hands keep moving. She presses the hang-up button. Her face shows no emotion at all. It's something he can only enjoy right now. Shiger hurriedly steps forward, hesitating slightly. It's almost time, right? Reina looks at him hesitantly for a few seconds, at most, a year. As the evening sun falls, Shiger gently turns his head to look at her. It's time to end everything. As he speaks, he moves closer to Reina. She truly is different. Worried while we're having a serious conversation. Seeing her so absorbed in her phone screen, he didn't ask any questions. What's so interesting that she's so focused on? Shiger asked. Reina hesitated for a few seconds and then pointed at this. On the main screen is a familiar face, now called Subaru Narukami. The name immediately startles him. Subaru, you just said Subaru, right? Over here. She took a deep breath and explained. Of course, it's not that Subaru. The video is replayed with Reina's narration, showing that he only took the name Subaru Narukami, a streamer currently on his second challenge. Excited comments flood in. Subaru Narukami fans, his movements are truly impressive. Safe asset and this guy are considered beginners, huh? She suddenly feels sad, lowers her head slightly, and questions, you know too, right? Reina's shadow widened her eyes, tilting her head to look at Shigeru if Subaru survived that situation. Kazuki Kyozo had already been erased from this tower long ago. Hands in his pockets. He looked at her. What do you mean? Reina's face turned slightly red, looking quite shy. Subaru is dead. You need to accept that fact. Not wanting to discuss it further, Shigeru quietly passed behind her, saying nothing more about the issue, his attitude making her angry. Shigeru. Reina suddenly exploded, jumping out of her seat. How long are you going to hide in that kid's shadow? Reina's shadow responds, but what about her? Shigeru didn't snatch the break from her hand. That's why she got involved in things like this. Reina was sweating all over, staring at the screen, just killing time. Her shadow opened her eyes wide, her face becoming extremely panicked. Huh. Reina's expression confused Shigeru, so he turned the screen to look again. What's next? His face had darkened to an unknown extent. What is that? A pair of legs gently stepping on the smoky ground. During the battle, Subaru jumps high, launching himself away from a crowd of monsters surrounding him on the ground. A critical strike from him turned them into ashes, leaving everyone frozen in place. After finishing, Subaru stood still, his body trembling slightly, having gained the lightning skill. With the mask covering his face, he clenched his spear tightly, earning 2 achievement points. Continuing the challenge, he moved to the next floor as the live comments flooded in. Abek 123, really? Subaru Narukami fans are crazy, so this is how you get it. The mission clearance difficulty is totally bugged. Everyone is filled with endless curiosity. Subaru Narukami fan, you ask how to achieve the glitch. Just defeat the giant race boss, it's a safe asset. Why wouldn't Subaru Narukami say anything? That makes sense, right? Ambang, even if I tell you, you still won't be able to do it. Subaru remains motionless, eyes wide with shock. No, this isn't something I usually get here. The notification appears, indicating that A-tier skill, a level 1 ability that consumes stamina and mana to harness the power of lightning, can be upgraded further. The shards of lightning in front of you now are the giant monsters that surrounded you earlier. At least I didn't die, and that's enough. The challenge truly saved me this time. A series of reward notifications surrounded him. Completing the mission, Subaru Narukami fans gave 5, no reputation points, mission accomplished. Yambang gave 5, no reputation points, mission accomplished. Safe Asset gave 7, no reputation points. Subaru bowed his head softly, whispering, thank you to everyone. A specific number is shown on the notification, updating reputation points to 20 and 150 with a sword in hand. Subaru responded, I said that when I receive a gift, I will perform a show to thank everyone. The battle progress has been updated, the challenge continues. The monsters on this side are also formidable, moving quickly forward. Now raise your sword, your eyes flickering with red lightning. I will show everyone that. The system update continues. 20 points have been spent, no reputation points left. Level 2 support skills have leveled up. Level 3 support skills eliminate the side effects of lightning. Carrying his sword on his shoulder, Subaru gathered lightning in one hand, now wanting it to spread throughout his body, but his palm was now flickering with yellow lightning. That was the power of electricity, channeling into his hand and all of you. They curl their fists and rush towards you in a frenzy. Subaru channels lightning into his sword, gripping it tightly as he unleashes the electric power into the nameless blade. Then, with blazing eyes, he swung his sword back. Should I strike everything at once like in the old days? A deadly strike that pierces through the bodies of the monsters, cutting each one in half and tearing their bodies into pieces. They are completely finished, cut down by Subaru's deadly strike. Done with it, he stands alone in the thick fog, weapon in hand. After removing the mask, Subaru gasped heavily. Damn it, I was planning to save my strength to come back. He drove his sword into the ground forcefully. Used to the lifeless body of the monster lying on its side, I misjudged its strength. Not far behind Subaru, a strange group of black shadows is standing. A group of young men are standing together, wearing sturdy armor. Peleus widened his eyes in disbelief at what was unfolding. He angrily charged forward, signaling to you nearby, our benefactor. West clenched his sword stuck in the ground. Subaru glanced back over his shoulder. His eyes started to flicker, looking extremely unusual. Peleus's image gradually blurred from Subaru's perspective, fading over time. Foolish boy, stay calm. When he confirmed your death, Subaru lost his composure and nearly fainted. You really arrived. Somewhere else, a phone screen lights up next to someone gripping their arm tightly, as John and John Hyun stand there, their eyes fixed on Hatsuka without looking away. Out of curiosity, he glanced at him. Did it really have to come to this? Don't ask me questions that confuse John. I don't understand women's thoughts. Sitting there, she bowed her head, clutching her face. This is bad. Hatsuka is now quite confused, her face flushing all over. What should I do now? I can't hide my shyness. She kept covering her face and complaining. Maybe I was too cold in my words. If it was just a work message, I should have added more emojis. Crossing his arms, he questioned Hatsuka. Sorry, but to me it just looks like a work message. Are you one of those fans? Seeing her stay silent, he interrupted, honestly. I thought you wanted to become a manager for a streamer with that frustration. She was so angry, but before becoming a manager, I was a huge fan. How can I blame her? Hatsuka exploded, jumped out of her seat, and I already told you, right, boss. She punched the cage and started arguing, bringing out points only Subaru Narukami could make. This has become an exclusive mistake only for Subaru Narukami and his group. Over here, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, somehow I managed to keep my salary. He gently squeezed his smile. John gently strokes his beard. No wonder no one else could get it. He must be someone worth watching. The phone screen lights up as he quickly reports to the man beside him, then puts it away. His words made Hatsuka's face light up with joy. It seems Subaru Narukami read the message, but, however, the next words made her freeze. He was just watching. For a few seconds, Hatsuka was like a statue, a stone flower before the two of them, frozen in place. In the room filled with character models, a voice echoes, answering. In front of the glowing computer, a confident young man spoke, "Let's get started." A quick glance at Hockey's schedule shows he's a streamer who analyzes players' matches. Using his sharp vision and knowledge, he has defeated countless opponents and built a solid position for himself. He clenched his teeth and smiled with a proud, satisfied expression. Hockey, every one of your abilities is detailed. You have demonstrated sharp analytical skills when watching videos of different players. Among them is Kurakawa Amon, who just joined Lamku. Looking at his appearance, Hockey smiled analytically. A black horse has appeared, racing up the tower at lightning speed. Some even call him the second Narukami. It's time for Hockey to step in. A character appears on the screen, Kazuki Kyozo, now representing Earth in the game. The heavy pressure on his shoulders must be immense, but today I want to take a closer look at his skills with my extensive knowledge. Hockey smiles and begins to talk about Subaru. When you think of a player who is far superior to the others, who comes to mind? Most of you are probably thinking of this man right now. Yes, Subaru Narukami. After a moment, he bids farewell to the audience. Hello, I am Hockey. Thank you for watching today. Today we will focus on analyzing the hottest player right now, Subaru Narukami. Hockey's hand grabs the mouse, clicking rapidly. Hey, don't ruin the atmosphere right from the start. He props his chin with one hand, watching his own footage. You're really crazy. What's going on? Hockey gently presses his finger against his cheek. A big sweaty smile. Impressive. He reanalyzes Subaru's slash against the monster. Number. What kind of focus is that? No ordinary person could use a new skill so effectively. Watching the screen, Hockey was sweating profusely. He controlled his skills and only used exactly what was necessary with his sword, wasting not a bit of strength. He rested his hand on the table, leaning back in thought. The ability to control and refine techniques. Focus makes it all possible, and his judgment to use it precisely when needed. He truly made no mistakes throughout this entire battle. I bet half of you don't even understand what you're watching right now. Haki casually comments with his hand forming an O shape. This guy will definitely become a major character. I plan to continue praising him in Haki's upcoming broadcasts. The comments keep coming in. He lightly licks his lips, his hand resting gently on his chin. That's right, I forgot to include a comment from Haki. Haki's eyes turn a fierce golden fire. Honestly, in terms of control, he might even surpass Narukami at his peak. Over here, after a long coma, Subaru suddenly wakes up. Subaru sat up quickly with a phone screen at his feet. 2 conditions must be met to temporarily suspend the challenge. The challenge details require you to complete the current stage first, with the next stage not yet started, and your fatigue level must be 0. In other words, you must be fully recovered. He gently runs his hand through his hair. I am not tired, but I still feel mentally exhausted. Subaru holding the screen wipe in his hand. He kept scrolling through the comments repeatedly, then looked at the screen and reread the reviews. Thank you all for watching today. I wonder when my viewership started to rise so much. After a while, Subaru recovered and got out of bed. I'm sorry, but the next stream will start the day before yesterday. I'll take a day off. A village of smoke lights up and Subaru disappears from the room. Subaru Narukami has ended the live stream. After a few seconds, the fog begins to lift. A foot quickly lands on the ground, revealing the screen. An empty space appears before him, surrounding him in wonder. Holding the device, Subaru looked toward the stone gate in front of him as a long, continuous message appeared on the screen, making his eyes blur. Hastily removing the mask in front of him, Subaru becomes curious. Thu Jiaku. Suddenly, he flinched, his eyes filled with worry as he looked back at the sender's name. After the entertainment company returned to the wooden house, it is now a hot noon. Holding the phone with the old message, Subaru falls into deep thought. News about the streamer management company has appeared. The world has definitely changed. Now even companies like this exist. Looking at the news, your eyes turn sad. And it's also a major company. Among entertainment MCN companies, it's the top one. A new update about Haki appears, along with non-stop comments and reviews. Subaru opens his eyes wide, looking quite surprised. So Hoki, turns out he's also a streamer of that star. A famous commentator with a straightforward style. No hiding, huh? He looks at the screen, his eyes full of admiration for him. I didn't realize he has a good eye for people. Outside the door, a pair of feet hurriedly moved forward as a man holding a phone approached Subaru's house. The screen is showing the fight scene between you and the monsters. Duong is in control, maybe even surpassing Narukami at his peak. The screen suddenly went dark and Isak grew annoyed. Don't mess with me. He just reached the 2nd floor. His face darkened, grinding his teeth. Haki, what the hell is going on? Once I get up there, I'll gouge out their eyes. Isak angrily stomps his foot hard on the ground. Damn it. I burst open the door of the tavern and stormed in, but the mood was already ruined. Bong Isak takes a deep breath, a satisfied look in his eyes as he gazes ahead. In the distance, at a table, Subaru is sitting and scrolling on his phone. Today, is he being chased away? Or what? Everywhere I go. He didn't pay attention to his surroundings, engrossed in scrolling through news on his phone. Seizing the opportunity, he slowly approached, heading straight for Subaru, who was sitting there. In just a few seconds, the coffee cup on the table was knocked over decisively. As the coffee hit his hand, Subaru, startled by the reaction, stood up angrily. You stare wide-eyed at the person speaking to you. Sorry, no one else. Isak chuckles smugly and teases Subaru lightly. Subaru, the more he pushes, the more he keeps going. Lately, we keep running into each other, huh? The 2nd floor really is small. Ignoring Isak, you hold your phone screen and rush forward, spilling coffee. He chuckled softly, moving past Isak. Do you want me to buy you a coffee to make up for it? You're always out of money, so that will be it. Subaru's actions make Han furious, his eyes blazing with anger. Before Subaru can go far, he's called back by Isak's voice from afar. Hey, Han, angry and commanding attention, I already warned you last time. Are you out of your mind? Isak said irritably, grabbing Subaru by the collar. You bastard! Bite your lip and wipe that smug look off your face. Do you think I'll let this go? If you want to be beaten so badly, you should have just said so. I'll crush you again, just like in the old days, exactly as you want. Subaru remains quite calm, grabs Isak's wrist and apologizes, but then he forcefully throws his hand away. I don't have time for that today. Seeing the hand covered in burn scars, Isak was horrified. Is he always this strong? Ignoring him, Subaru calmly walked away. Just consider it paying for my coffee. Thanks for the invite. Isak, clutching his aching arm, tried to shout as loudly as he could. Hey, look at him walking away, and demand him to come back. But Subaru didn't seem to care much, knowing he's gone, and the door slammed shut. Isak took a deep breath and muttered to himself that he had planned to quietly climb the tower. His hands crossed in an X shape, his voice tinged with anger. First it was Subaru Narukami, now it's Subaru Hosoi. Fueled by rage, Isak rushed towards the exit, all of them provoking him further. Outside, while scrolling through the news on his phone, Subaru remembered a problem. That's right, you're typing rapidly on the keyboard, probably sending a message to someone. Over here, a delicate hand is playing with a duck in the clear water, and the notification sound surprises Hatsuka. Let's meet up once. In the sewer tunnel, the divine monster corpses lie scattered on the ground, Subaru holding a blazing sword tightly, standing alone in front of the dungeon boss room, silently observing, eyes wide open, deep in thought. I am gradually getting used to this body, but suddenly in the dark space, a blazing red fire flickers into existence. A monster appears. It's the salamander boss. It looks extremely ferocious, its sharp teeth bared, saliva dripping from its mouth. In a dangerous situation, Subaru clenched his sword tightly to prevent a mishap like before, and, familiar with lightning, he needed to test it. He throws his weapon back, eyes fixed on the monster. How much is his maximum power? All of Subaru's lightning energy is channeled into his legs, to the point of sinking into the ground. Then he leapt up high, straight toward the monster. Subaru's eyes widened, as if two souls were existing within him at that moment. On the opposite side, it bared sharp teeth as if preparing to do something. Sure enough, the monster spat out a flame to start Subaru's attack. You still channel your inner energy, directing all the lightning into the sharp sword. A single slash from Subaru cuts the flames in half, neutralizing the attack in the nick of time. Still not stopping, he clenched his sword and aimed directly at the lizard. Subaru swung his weapon back, preparing for the final strike. In an instant, the monster's body was torn apart, howling in pain. It then collapsed to the ground, its body covered in blood, and defeated. A moment later, after finishing the mission, Subaru walks alone toward the stairs. Suddenly, a notification appears beside him. The stamina drain reduction effect is better than I thought. I still feel pretty exhausted. With this, even if my strength increases, it should be fine, but seeing the news in front of him, he was sweating profusely. Isn't it a bit harsh to require double reputation points to level up? Subaru closed his eyes tightly and shook his head repeatedly. I wish someone would suddenly appear and introduce a good job to me, a voice echoes. Hunting, huh? With his sharp senses, he startles, wide-eyed, searching for the sound. From deep inside the corridor, a tall shadow is watching Subaru. Without hesitation, the shadow steps forward. Yes, go hunting. He clenched his teeth tightly and forced a smug smile. No one else. The one watching him is Isaac. We've known each other for a long time, but this is really unexpected. His presence is truly exhausting for Subaru. You're really persistent. Isaac didn't care and just lightly brushed a few times. I really did think about it. You know that. But out of anger, I reached my limit of patience. He slowly moved his body, his footsteps gradually closing in on where I was standing. Isaac widened his eyes and provocatively said to Subaru, "Why don't we just end it here?" His attitude startled him, prompting a silent analysis. This guy. It's me. Observing in the bustling city with countless people passing by non-stop. Halki walks alone and heads straight into a nearby cafe. Seeing his figure from afar, a hand waved to call him over here. It's no one else. John, the one calling Halki, is sitting right here. He immediately approached and asked him. It's been a while since they last met, and Halki looked at John with curiosity. Yeah, streaming smoothly is what matters. A smug smile on his face. He told him, well, just a little bit. Probably so, most viewers are the same, so the numbers don't change much. Hurry up and take a sip of water before John responds to Halki. Actually, that's better. Things built gradually won't easily collapse. The girl quickly got straight to the point with him, but then suddenly called me, "What's going on? You probably didn't call me out here just to drink tea, so just say it." Seeing Halki's understanding, John was quite surprised. My goodness, you're as sharp as your name, Halki. He quickly got straight to the point, about Subaru Narukami. The one you evaluated yesterday, are you serious about that? He hurriedly drank water. He's starting to explain that novice. As I said, I believe his talent is greater than Subaru Narukami's at his peak, but whether he can reach that position is another story. Halki's eyes gleamed with a brilliant yellow, looking quite terrifying. He lightly brushes his beard and nods. I understand, so that was your assessment. Why did you ask that? He had no choice but to tell the truth. I was planning to recruit him to the company. Hearing the response, he pointed at John. Sure enough, you have good judgment, but he still has too few followers to make him a serious candidate. That's right, the recognition is too low. He put down the coffee on the table. And you are right. But hearing what you said makes me confident about him. John crosses his arms and ponders. Let's work together with Subaru Narukami to boost viewership and recognition. Go back to Isaac, he's smirking confidently. Right now, it's just the two of us here. On the opposite side, Subaru's face was blank and expressionless. Yeah, that's right. I don't want to beat around the bush, so he's starting to explain to you that this happened because you were burdened and entered the red hell. You know, you look completely powerless. You probably ran away right away. That's why I told you to stay put. Buddy, it doesn't end there. Isaac leans in close to Subaru, mocking him with a look of someone who's had a stroke of luck. Don't tell me you think you've become Subaru Narukami or something. Are you dreaming of mastering lightning like a streamer? His arm quickly placed on your shoulder, Subaru Narukami. Try to sense it. If he's already dead, he should just lie still in the graveyard. At the same time, Isaac's eyes and face turned bright red. All of you make me sick, damn it. His hand grips Subaru's shoulder tightly as he asks again. Right? Isaac's attitude made me sigh in disappointment. I never expected there would be an era filled with people who kidnapped Subaru Narukami. Regaining his composure, Subaru looked at Isaac and asked, I also want to ask you something. Why do you see me as an enemy to that extent? With confusion, he stammered his explanation. It's because your name contains the word Subaru. Hearing Isaac's unreasonable answer, Subaru continued to ask, So why do you hate that name? Everyone else likes that name. Isn't that right? Once again, he faces your tricky question. You. Putting his hand on Subaru's shoulder, Isaac pressed you and asked why, if you already knew who my father was, you still ask. His words made you extremely uncomfortable. What does this have to do with your parents? You're grown up already, so stop worrying about your father without hesitation. Isaac talks about his father, a powerful figure on the throne, Reinhardt, a high-ranking member of the 9th floor. The name startles Subaru, Reinhardt. Don't say it. The first swordsman to touch that. The moment Subaru just returned, he hurriedly put his sword back in his pocket. An unbelievable event has occurred. The man collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Subaru Narukami appeared suddenly, like a star shooting from the earth. Having defeated the ancient continent's legendary singer, he paid no mind and calmly walked away with just one strike. With a face full of wounds, Reinhardt pleads desperately, the scene unfolding in less than 30 seconds. Wait a moment, I can still fight. His hand raised, trembling, signaling to Subaru in front. At this point, Isaac's expression changed. In a crazed fury, he demanded, You, dog. Don't call that name so casually. Clasping his hands together, Subaru continued to question him. In the end, is the reason you see me as an enemy because of the Sword Saint's first slash? No, is it because of your father's nickname? You keep asking non-stop. Do you know how much Subaru Hosei had to endure because of that? I don't want to talk anymore. With fire filling my body, shut your mouth or I'll make you regret it. The flames erupted everywhere, spreading to his feet. No. Over here, despite the raging fire, Subaru remained calm and observant. Isaac's arm has changed significantly, completely consumed by the flames. With an emotionless soul, he extends his hand toward you. No need to talk anymore. Just die quickly. As he looked at Subaru, Isaac channeled his internal energy. A fireball appeared. I hate Subaru Narukami. I hate Subaru Narukami so much that it makes me sick. His words made your eyes go wide. He has nothing special, but he takes all the attention and pretends to be noble because of that, since a leader like him makes that fool arrogant and die with him. The bastard raises the fireball high, and Isaac is extremely proud. Well deserved. He is smiling savagely, making a guess right now. Somewhere in hell, perhaps they are suffering, paying the deserved consequences. Then Isaac immediately threw the fireball at Subaru. You. That name is the ultimate curse for you. An explosion erupted right before the eyes of the ruthless Isaac. After an attack, he takes a deep breath and exhales slowly. Isaac cups his face with his hands, blaming himself. Oh no, I couldn't control my power. After all, he's a friend of mine. What terrible thing have I caused? He gently strokes his face with his hand, then laughs maniacally. Maybe next I'll go kill that damn masked streamer. Suddenly, Isaac stopped smiling, his eyes wide open, and in the fog, a tall, dark figure was watching him non-stop. Subaru appeared, gently touching his mask, and asked curiously, You mean this thing? He turned to stone, muttering as he looked at you, Impossible. Isaac roared in anger. You faced our flames directly. How could you? Over here, Subaru steps lightly and quickly takes a stance. Feeling uncomfortable, right? You rush towards him like a bullet, delivering a strike, you little brat. A direct hit to Isaac's stomach leaves him utterly stunned. Isaac's eyes widened in shock, appearing utterly helpless at this moment. Then, overwhelmed by pain, he collapsed onto the ground under Subaru's gaze. A few seconds later, the pain overwhelmed him, causing him to spit out blood. Seeing Isaac's expression, he was extremely pleased, glancing at him with a sneer and speaking ill of them. He is quite confused right now, quickly wiping the blood away. Why me? You can't be. Looking at Isaac's expression, Subaru reaches up to the mask and asks you. Slowly, you remove the mask. Today, who is standing in front of you? Subaru shouts at the person you bullied and teased until they cried, Subaru Narukami wears this mask. Subaru, with a blank expression, gazes into the distance. Or perhaps is Subaru Narukami in disguise. Meanwhile, he struggles to grit his teeth and forces himself to stand up. Don't mess with me. So you're the streamer Subaru Narukami, right? With bloodied mouth, Isaac glances at you. Damn, even the lizard isn't that big. Even a weakling like you can learn that. He raised his arm, blazing with red fire. You think with that skill you can beat me, huh? And then Isaac goes on to insult Subaru. The fact that a pathetic weakling like you can learn something that's not worth my time means I'm even better than Narukami Subaru of the girls, right? Without hesitation, he turned his attacking hand at you, didn't he, you bastard? Suddenly, Subaru IM delivered a straight slash right at Isaac's hand. Seeing his severed scythe hand, he was overwhelmed with confusion, huh? The guy holding the sword and mask. You speak with contempt. How pathetic, you answered wrong. I'm amazed you can spout so many meaningless words, completely off topic. Looking at the sharp sword right in front of him, Isaac hesitated. Wait, what do you mean? He's breaking you down. Remember Subaru's face. Do you think Subaru could have endured something like that? You're feeling uncomfortable, right? Then comes the image of the masked guy from earlier. A punk like you talking shit about them. Summarize all of Isaac's terrified faces. Don't tell me you're the Azure Dragon, Narukami. Following his words, Subaru swung a swift slash across Isaac's body. On this side, his face was emotionless, muttering to himself, time is up. In just a few seconds, bloodstains appeared on Subaru's feet as he knelt down without stopping. After finishing, he put his mask back on. I was too lenient after all. In the end, Isaac is doomed. He suddenly lunged to the ground and collapsed. Consider this. My thanks for lending me your body. They go back to the tea shop, a group of young people whispering and gossiping. What's going on? Are they Subaru Narukami fans or something? So, the person sitting at the opposite table, Subaru is wearing a mask and browsing on his device. Doesn't he feel ashamed? It looks like he's live streaming. Hidden behind the anonymous mask, I think, for a long time. As a streamer, I will stick to Subaru Narukami's policy of not revealing his real face. It's a huge advantage. It makes it so the opponent doesn't know your face. A voice suddenly spoke, startling Subaru as he looked around. Sorry to keep you waiting. A girl is present, smiling brightly. Nice to meet you. I am the one who contacted you. It's no one else. The person who wants to interview you is Hatsuka. I am Hatsuka, the manager. She moves back to Subaru's table and shakes your hand. I am Subaru Narukami, Hatsuka continued. I am truly honored to meet you. Observing Subaru's demeanor, she was quite surprised. They really do look very much alike. Hatsuka's gaze lingers on him for half a second. If Subaru Narukami is still alive and returns, or if he hides his face with a mask because he's an imposter, what then? Seeing her keep looking at him, Subaru wondered if something was wrong. His question startled Hatsuka, and she nodded. John's words echoed in her mind. Making a good first impression to gain the customer's trust is key. Understood? Absolutely. Don't show any untrustworthy attitude. Hatsuka feels utterly helpless, already messing up from the very beginning. She falls into a state of helplessness, clutching her face and constantly blaming herself. Meanwhile, Subaru gets straight to the point. Are you a fan of Subaru Narukami? The question brings Hatsuka back to reality. Yes, a very passionate fan. Sit down and analyze it for her. I'm not the real deal, so calm down. Also, manager, I think you're younger than me. Sitting across from him, Hatsuka immediately retorted, No, I am also a fan of yours. Actually, I've been watching you since you had no audience at all. That means I was your first fan when you defeated a fallen and passed Greg's challenge. But then he chose to challenge him to the lightning trial for a fair fight. I was very surprised, and after that, Hatsuka kept rambling on endlessly. With such quick and skillful movements, just watching makes me feel refreshed. When you prove it right away, my hands are covered in sweat. I have encountered the fragment of the giant's shard. Subaru was quite surprised. She really is the first viewer who prioritized this. She remembers more things than I do. You smiled faintly at Hatsuka. Back then, I was too carefree. It's amazing that she was watching. Without hesitation, she clenched her hand and continued speaking to you. It's awesome, right? I think this is fate. That's why I went straight to the company and begged. Please, let me be the manager. Thinking she had won, Hatsuka smugly gloated. All right, from now on, just act really professional. She reaches into her bag to gain his trust. The contract has been prepared, so I'll summarize it since you're probably busy. In an instant, Hatsuka pulled out a stack of papers onto the table, covering topics like commercial advertising, event broadcast clips, and so on. We will help create various added values that can be generated using the Narukami emblem. Holding the paper and skimming through it, Subaru wondered what he was supposed to do. She gets straight to the point, just keep streaming as usual, that's all we need. That statement surprised him. Is streaming so easy? She smiled confidently, because you are the first person to master the Loi technique. And starting from the department head, our entire company has high regard for you. Hatsuka kept reading her inner monologue. Well done, me. Let's give it one last try. Subaru continued to question Hatsuka. So, what do you think? Are the terms satisfactory? I'll put my face close to yours. She wondered if all the managers at Soten were like her, Hatsuka. Although Hatsuka appeared shy on the outside, her heart was very happy. No, everyone else is more trustworthy and capable than I am. I'm not too bad either, but Subaru was sweating at her expression. Ah, no, that's not what I meant when I asked the question. Who are you? Just watching Hatsuka silently and judging her aura, she's not an ordinary player. With such skill, she's only a manager. Her face is about to change, extremely worried. We're doomed. We're doomed. The masked class, Subaru thought. In other words, from now on, the opponents I will face will be much stronger. There's no time to rest. We have to keep increasing the pace. Over here, Hatsuka keeps hesitating. I absolutely must make a trustworthy impression. What if he refuses? Should I just push him to sign like this? Suddenly, he decisively reached out to collaborate with her. I understand that you are someone I can trust. Subaru emphasized each word to Hatsuka, please help me. So the exchange continued, as she hesitated before shaking hands. I was the one who said it first. Please help me. After teaming up with Hatsuka, Subaru began his journey as a streamer with her. The number of viewers on day one steadily increased, reaching 703 in just a few minutes. Seeing the viewer count, you were quite surprised. Having 700 viewers so early right after launching the stream is thanks to Hatsuka's announcement. Over here, Hatsuka is very proud, constantly scheduling for Subaru. Holding his phone, he made a clear decision. So let's get started right away. The scene shifts to the tents where rain is pouring down heavily. Walking to the central tent, the flickering lights blend with the pouring rain. A group of soldiers surrounds a table, constantly discussing plans to resolve the situation. Pelios remembered Subaru and immediately asked everyone around where the benefactor was. A group of people started to discuss, I find it suspicious. Should we trust someone who isn't even a knight? That's right, it's hard to believe that an outsider suddenly appeared and single-handedly defeated the boss of the ancient race. A few others rushed in afterward. Unless Peleos saw it with his own eyes, he could be fooled. Is that really the boss of the ancient race, not just a soldier? Their words have driven Peleos crazy. How can they say such things? His attitude makes everyone turn pale. Today, Peleos, from outside the good tent door, you boldly walk in. The benefactor has woken up. Seeing Subaru, Peleos immediately runs out to celebrate. Benefactor, are you okay? His concern made me quite grateful. Thanks to him, I can walk normally without needing assistance. Seeing Subaru's demeanor, everyone began to reassess. Is he the hero who defeated the boss of the ancient race? Although he wants to be polite, he's not very strong inside. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he straightens his back and responds, as if some people don't believe I defeated it. Or maybe they just don't want to believe. Subaru recalls Hatsuka constantly teaching him. By adopting a preset stance, I can adjust the microphone settings, so that only the audience can hear my voice. This makes you ponder. This is a pretty useful feature in a boring situation like this. Back to reality, Subaru sneers at the people around him, feeling very impatient. Someone from afar approaches with an outstretched hand and speaks first. First, thank you. A man appears, raises his hand to ask the boy, I am Ru. Knowing his background well, Subaru shakes hands, pleased to meet him. Getting straight to the point, right? I was worried about protecting the village, but everyone was trampled. With shock, you emphasize the question. Again. Trampling. At this moment, Zoe, with a sad face, nodded and replied, yes, because of that guy. Subaru continued the question. That guy, you mean, is there someone even more dangerous than Boss Rao? Yes, not much to say. He jumps into the story, showing images of the divine fighting the giants. As you may know, the giants, those who once waged war against the gods, have been sealed away somewhere and disappeared. Next, a series of giants appear, most of them resembling the thoughts or traces they left behind more. The more I tell, the more terrifying it becomes. However, the giant that appeared after you killed the boss is different. He approaches the legendary giant. I can't believe such an entity still exists. He just stood there, holding his head in front of the relatively young soldiers. With few options left, Subaru raised his voice and said, we have no choice but to defeat it. You keep showing confidence despite everyone's judgment, but we're in a position where we have to beg for help. But surely that's an impossible request. You're only saying that because you haven't faced it yet. From afar, a voice echoes, none other than Peleus, the benefactor. Standing at the tent entrance, he calls out. There is a legend passed down from ancient times that at the peak of the towering Tianlian Mountain, a fragment of lightning is hidden. Peleus spoke with a confident tone, and the only one who could find it is the benefactor. Hearing Peleus's voice directly aimed at Subaru, who was quietly watching, I believe it can only be the benefactor. Returning to the past, in a village full of villagers fleeing, they are desperately running away from the savage giants beheading people. Leading the savage giants is none other than Jiao, my child. He raised his giant hand, grabbing a soldier and stopping him. The soldier, tightly held by Jiao, was lifted up towards the still floating middle section. I will. With a decisive move, the soldier was shattered by him. After finishing, Jiao spreads his hand and pushes the blood forward, saying, I will send you off with the blood of humanity. Everything comes into Subaru's view. Standing on the cliff with his warhorse, he pondered for a long time about that guy. Subaru suddenly pulled hard on the reins, making the horse rear in fright. He's really trying to kill everyone. He recalls his conversation with Peleus. It will take about 3 days for the giant to arrive here, and if he can't find lightning by then, the only way is to run away to save his benefactor's life. Without hesitation, Subaru rides his horse towards the 1,000-year mountain. To defeat the ogre, the power of lightning is essential. It might be the key to this challenge. Under the mask now, I remain determined to the end. No, there is no challenge in this tower I cannot conquer. Remembering something, Subaru thought, damn it, I accidentally used a catchphrase. He looks at each panel, information coming non-stop. Good, I haven't been detected. To save time, Subaru twitches the reins as if about to do something. The horse you're riding reared in surprise at that action, letting out a long cry. After a moment, Subaru reached his destination and hurriedly stepped onto the ground. Death is being hidden here. In front of you and the horse now is a towering mountain so high that its peak is barely visible. Subaru remained silent, approaching the mountain and gently touching the stone to feel it. The memories of Peleus's conversation echo in Subaru's mind. The shard of lightning, a legendary artifact, a special power. It's just an object, or even a person. In fact, there's no information at all. You wonder if you know how to get it. He hesitates, unfortunately. We only know the location of the mountain and the legend. Peleus pointed out the problem, but one thing is certain. The one who wielded lightning destroyed the giants. Back to another place, her hand quickly typing on the keyboard. What's going on? Hatsuka on the other end looks overjoyed. The contract has been finalized, ma'am. The voice on the other end responds. What did you say, really? Listening to a series of information, John chuckled proudly. She did it. Finally, Hatsuka became a decent person. Phone in hand, she continued the conversation. Right, with this, I will also earn respect. Wait a moment. He's praising me, huh? John nodded appreciatively. Of course I met Halki, but he got straight to the point. There's something I wanted to tell you early, but Hatsuka hung up. Ignoring work for now, she rushes straight to bed. All right, I'm done here. Let's just watch the show. Hatsuka's eyes sparkle brightly as she gazes intently at the live screen. In the video now, Subaru is shown on the screen and also seen directly. This is a joy for otaku. Your voice echoes loudly. There is no challenge in this tower I cannot conquer. And that statement startles her, making her eyes widen as if something has struck her. Hatsuka quickly sat up, clutching her surveillance phone tightly, muttering through her sweat. A phrase from over 20 years ago was spoken so naturally. Returning to the 1,000-year mountain, lightning bolts continue to burst out non-stop. Subaru clenched his fist tightly, channeling all the electricity into his hand, then threw a punch at the rock, testing which is harder. However, he still didn't give up, raising his fist high, ready to fight until the end. Subaru summoned a thunderous punch, aiming straight for the throat of the Millennium Mountain. After a few seconds, an explosion erupts, scattering shards of rock everywhere. With a triumphant smile on his face, he finally sees it. Subaru clenched his fists, thinking that of course people would wonder. That feeling couldn't be conveyed through the stream. He is calling down lightning fiercely. He stares intently at the giant black stone door behind which it is. Subaru walks boldly through the darkness, heading straight ahead. At this moment, the chat channel is lively with discussions and various opinions. Subaru ignores everything and approaches the door, reaching out to touch it. As his fingers make contact with the black door, a golden light emanates from inside. Subaru thought to himself that this clue was too obvious and that the real challenge was probably inside, while the system notification was creating lightning, level 3 thunder, nullifying side effects. The chat channel looked a bit worried about this scene, with some discussing and others panicking. Subaru's fist unleashed countless lightning bolts. "My right side now is filled with lightning," he said, "if you call me so passionately." Subaru didn't hesitate. After gathering enough lightning energy, he directed it at the door and shouted, "I will respond." A bolt of lightning struck the door, causing a crack that gradually widened. At this moment, the giant ice door slowly opened, revealing the scene of the enormous door opening before Subaru. The chat channel is very lively. Subaru shows no emotion, and the rain continues to pour heavily. He stepped inside without any fear, walking confidently on his own into the giant door. With a bang, the black stone door closed, and the system announced that you are entering the path where lightning strikes. You cannot leave until the screen fades. Transition to a scene with 2 guards standing watch. Inside, Peleus's group is gathered around a table discussing. Dale looks up and asks, "Peleus, do you really think he will get the lightning?" Peleus looked at Dale with a confident gaze and said, "He can do it, I am sure." Dale wondered, even though he's an outsider, you trust him a lot, but Peleus remains unwavering. He affirms that he has already proven himself, so there's no reason to doubt. But Dale was still very worried, wondering what if it was lightning. After all, we would all die anyway. Suddenly, someone in the group knelt down, and Jun jumped up, confused. The soldier was extremely scared. He seemed very panicked, Jun's whole body trembling as he said, "That night, with the power he possesses, I have directly experienced it in that village." Peleus bowed slightly, reassuring, "Even so, we must not give up, right?" Peleus placed a hand on Hauki's shoulder and reassured him, "Placing our trust in that young hero who did everything for us without asking for anything in return." But the soldier still couldn't calm down. His finger was bleeding from a bite. "And it's easy for you to say." Suddenly, noises drew everyone's attention. The table was shaking, and the beer bottles were affected, spilling their contents. A loud shout from outside rang out urgently. "Something's wrong." The soldier from outside lifts the curtain. He shouts, "He's here!" He catches, Subaru calmly thinks, so it's not a visual search challenge. The name of this challenge, the path that will soon be tested. Subaru raises his hand, looks at the lightning in his palm and thinks, feeling the powerful inner storm calling him, "It's pull. It seems you have understood everything." Subaru opened his eyes wide, bent down to pick up the small stone, and thought, maybe this challenge is... Then Subaru quickly threw the stone into the space in front of him. Watching the stone speed through the air, sparking like lightning, it's certain that the divine judgment can't be seen with the naked eye and is scattered throughout the air, and the deeper I go, the stronger its reaction becomes. The stone reacts faster and faster, beginning to shatter. Then, under the effect of the lightning, the stone exploded into many pieces, leaving the viewers in shock. Subaru silently thought, "I guess that's right. Even knowing this, I still have to move forward." "You really have no taste." Subaru quickened his pace and said, "It seems like this time they are testing our endurance. You basically have to endure it or die." The bird viewers felt Subaru was starting to slow down, so they kept sending encouragement. Subaru softly said, as a reward for the effort, "Thank you all very much." The scene shifts to a pot of food cooking, with Chiga sitting alone, intently watching his phone in his hand. Chiga was so focused that he forgot everything around him, so when he opened the door, he was startled and panicked. Then Chiga quickly put his phone on his lap. Chiga asked, "Huh?" She immediately teased Chiga. "What are you hiding? Are you watching something inappropriate, right?" He hesitated. "I'm not hiding anything. I just have really tired eyes, that's all." Chiga couldn't believe it, but still said, "Yeah, uh-huh." Rena sat down and said, "I heard your hair grows faster, you know." Chiga immediately denied, "Don't say weird things. I already told you it's not like that." Rena took the bread and said, "Ever since you said that, I've stopped watching the stream. But I guess that's just how it is." Seeing that she wasn't leaving, Chiga felt a bit awkward. "I understand. So, what are you planning to do here?" Rena looked at him and asked, "What's with that reaction? Do you mean I can't relax on the sofa?" Chiga quickly said, "No, I didn't mean it like that. But then I hear a voice from inside the phone Chiga is holding. If that's the case, I will endure and try my best." Chiga shouted, "You don't have to say it like that." Rena quickly covered her ear, angry. "Hey, my ear's about to explode. Don't shout suddenly like that." Chiga, startled, said, "Just relax as you like. Don't worry about me." Chiga quickly turned off the phone while Rena wasn't paying attention. He quickly changed the subject because she's always stubborn and never listens to others. Rena didn't understand what was going on. She frowned. Truly a strange girl. Rena couldn't stand it, so she stood up and said, "This is really annoying." Chiga muttered, "Huh, where are you going?" He looked at Rena's angry back, teasing again. "You know, you could stay longer, have a few more bites of bread, or even lie down if you want." But Rena went upstairs and slammed the door shut. Chiga let out a sigh of relief and said, "Close call, I almost got caught. If she knew I was watching the stream, she would definitely get emotional again. I can't even imagine it myself." Chiga thought to himself, even if our positions were reversed, she wouldn't forget about us. His face shows deep sorrow as he recalls the past. Subaru's voice echoes, so basically, if you can't handle it, then die, Chiga thinks. His personality and way of speaking are truly just like Subaru. Inside the stream, Subaru's voice thanks for the mission reward, but Chiga thinks that he is nothing like Subaru when it comes to desperately defending the country's honor. He asks sadly, not knowing what's going on. A hand placed on Chiga's shoulder and said, "You should ask yourself that." Chiga has now been caught by Gina watching the stream. She asks, "Do you really think I wouldn't be affected?" Gina says with a deadly look, trying to deceive me, "You're still too inexperienced." The lightning path is revealed, carving out the trail of thunder. Subaru's face behind the mask is streaked with tears. His whole body seems to have lost its passion. Subaru sighs softly. He walks alone again, and with each step, the changes around him become even greater. As Subaru's foot touches the ground, a thunderclap erupts, and when he raised his hand, lightning covered his entire arm. Subaru looked at his hand, thinking, "It's a familiar feeling. When it comes to lightning, I've faced it more times than I can count." Subaru's eyes behind the mask seem to have changed. The progress report shows only 2.3% despite having gone deep inside, and Subaru's body has been scorched by lightning, burning parts of his skin and clothes. He looked at the report and thought there was still a long way to go. Subaru ignored everything and kept moving forward without losing heart. Subaru also thought to himself, but he was determined to keep moving forward step by step. Deep down, he quietly said, "Even if the goal is already very close." The intense scene is filled with lively discussion. Subaru then says, "I might not be responsible from now on." Subaru raises his hand forward and thinks to himself that reaching the goal is only natural. His hand is now covered by fierce attacks. Subaru is determined, but if possible, he wants to aim even higher. Subaru's current situation is being broadcast live on the screen, and someone is watching intently. Halki sat on the chair, nervously covering his mouth as he watched the stream, recalling when John said that he and Subaru Narukami should collaborate. Halki softly says, "How long has it been since Dick Than John carried out a project?" "Remember that time?" John's voice echoed. "I always told you, right?" Then he set the beer cup down on the table. John told Halki that in the entertainment streaming world you can only do half the work, and understand that this is part of the evaluation. Halki didn't understand. He asked, "Who is my family? And which player exists in this era is the one who determines fame?" John smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. Subaru Narukami's stream isn't about interacting with fans, but more like an experienced player's vlog." He analyzed that Subaru might be a rookie streamer, but you just need to keep commenting in your usual style. John assured Halki that this was probably a real opportunity, so seize it. He convinced Halki to become a star who can shine alongside him. Hearing that, he seemed to have been successfully persuaded by John. Halki's eyes changed, as if awakening to a new path. Breaking free from regret, Halki said, "You can run away now because you're not confident about climbing the tower." "That's right. I also want to become greater than anyone else, you know." Halki's human form turns purple, as if holding the entire night sky. In front of him stretched a vast universe. Halki quietly said, "A star." Halki gently reached out, wanting to touch the brightest star, and he said he could truly become like them. Suddenly, Halki's whole body shivered and he exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly came to his senses and wondered what he was doing while working. Looking at the stream screen, Halki shouted, Hey, are you crazy?" Subaru keeps moving forward while the lightning gets stronger. Your flesh is burning even darker, and Subaru's body is injured in many places from the lightning. But Subaru's steps still do not stop. He keeps walking regardless. No matter how powerful the lightning is, it cannot break Subaru's will. Blood has been shed, and inside the mask, Subaru's face is covered with wounds. He looks at his body and thinks the stronger the lightning, the deeper it goes into his body. Subaru silently assessed for a moment, then decided that this should be enough. Looking at the armor he was wearing, Subaru also realized that even the smallest meridians throughout his body, including the Ren and Dumai, were beginning to be filled with lightning. The system reports that the progress is increasing, and lightning has started to pass through Subaru's body. The small meridian channels are opening, and with this source of power, he thinks I must control it no matter what. The system explains that the Ren and Du meridians are the central pathways of the body. The small meridians are tiny channels connecting the entire body. The small meridians being opened means internal energy has reached every corner of the body. Subaru thought that Subaru's blood hadn't gone through the small meridian purification process. In other words, I'm taking a shortcut. Blood is flowing out of my mask. Subaru knows that normally people would do that with their mana. He figures that relying on the lightning outside would make it easier, but it would cause unimaginable pain. Lightning strikes Subaru more and more. He ignores everything and pushes forward faster, but blood keeps flowing non-stop. Hatsuka sits alone in the room, her face filled with sadness as she watches the stream, her eyes fixed on Subaru struggling to walk through the pain. She is extremely worried. Her small meridians are open. What is he about to do? Hatsuka thinks. Something is moving inside his body, not relying on his mana or internal energy, but external force. The more she watched, the more Hatsuka worried about Subaru. Surely the pain was unbearable. Most people wouldn't withstand it and would faint for sure. She thought that even dying in a challenge wouldn't affect reality. Watching Subaru walk with blood flowing, Hatsuka worries as the pain feels just like in real life. Hatsuka bites her lip. She trembles, so why? Hatsuka stops, wanting to cry. She doesn't understand why it has to go this far. The closer Subaru gets, the more the system reports changes in his stats. Subaru is in so much pain he feels like collapsing, blaming himself for everything. Subaru was in great pain, but he still felt guilty, as if he was the one who had killed them. Subaru remembered that he had said at that time, "I always say this. Right, no challenge is impossible to conquer." He looked at his teammates and reassured them, "Don't worry. In the end, I am the one who wins." Blood was streaming from the corner of Subaru's eye as he thought to himself, "I am." Subaru feels deeply guilty, wishing he hadn't been so reckless and pushed them with his overconfidence. Blood is pouring from every part of Subaru's body, but he keeps going. Regret had drowned out the pain, so no one had to die. Subaru still remembers Isuki's face when he said, "Honestly, you all failed because you were too overconfident." The more Subaru remembers, the more he ignores everything and keeps walking forward. All of it. The thunder grows stronger, striking directly at Subaru, who is still haunted by regret, blaming himself. In the end, Subaru couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed. Even as he fell, Subaru still desperately wished to keep moving forward. Leaving the cave suddenly, the scene shifts to a lush meadow under a clear blue sky. Subaru stands alone here, feeling a bit bewildered. Where is this? At this moment, under the tree, a very familiar group of people are laughing and talking there. Subaru recognizes them and is extremely surprised. His eyes widened in disbelief. Subaru couldn't believe he still had the chance to meet them again, and softly called out their names. Sohei, Toshia, Kei, Yuri, even Seagull and Zaina. Subaru quietly approached, wanting to get closer to everyone, then ran quickly and exclaimed, "Is this all just a dream?" He sped up, rushing across the meadow towards the familiar figures, tears of happiness in his eyes, and said, "Of course it must be so, right?" He cheerfully said, "Oh my God, what a disgusting nightmare. Come on, at least listen to what I dreamed about, but it seems your friend doesn't feel the same, Subaru." Sohei turned back now and said, "You really have led us to our deaths. Toshia is also dead. I don't want to die." Subaru panicked, stammered, "Sohei, Toshia, Chino sitting here also expressed their disappointment. You keep talking about grand things and then—" Her whole body was covered in blood. Chino was dead. "Why didn't you protect us?" Subaru looked at this scene in horror, softly called out Chino. Then a red light shot up, as if death was approaching. Subaru, overwhelmed with pain, didn't know what to do and shouted out. I saw everyone being burned and distorted. Seeing his loved ones and companions disappear, Subaru was overwhelmed with despair, crying out in pain. "Everyone, don't go. Wait a moment." Subaru closed his eyes tightly, feeling utterly hopeless in this situation. Subaru ponders, then drops to his knees and screams, "Please!" Suddenly, a beam of light breaks through the death and suffering. Subaru wakes up from the dream and returns to the alley, silently taking a deep breath. So, this is a recurring nightmare that happens after opening the meridians, almost leading to madness. The system keeps displaying various numbers, and Subaru is furious, wondering who came up with this crazy challenge. Subaru's whole body was filled with determination, and he silently thought, "Thank you for reminding me why I am still alive." Transition to a village where villagers are gathered in a large crowd. They are holding pickaxes and shovels with terrified expressions, facing a giant boss with two eyes like black ponds. It smiled with a grin, revealing its evenly worn teeth. A spirit was panic-stricken, joking with me. "Is that really a boss?" The spirit also panicked, so it turns out the one who wore the mask abandoned us. But a voice from behind said, "Our benefactor will definitely return." Peleus loudly reassures everyone, "You trusted a stranger with the fate of this village who you don't even know his name. Then you dare to doubt him." The spirit hurriedly explained, "We don't have one." Peleus frowned and said, "That's disgraceful, and you call me a knight." A hand placed on Peleus's shoulder and said, "You're right," Dee said loudly, before blaming others. "We should remember that protecting the village is our duty." Then he placed his hand on his sword. Dee drew his sword and said, Knights are not the ones protected, but the ones who protect others. Without hesitation, he sped up and charged at the boss. Let's go all out today and die as true knights. On this side, the system is almost ready. A lightning ball appears and gets closer and closer to Subaru. It surrounds the wound as Subaru looks at what's in front of him and wonders what it is. But based on the progress, that must be the target. At the same time, the system also issued a red alert, and fatigue has reached 97. Even though blood is flowing from the wound, Subaru keeps trying. Just one more step. Subaru seems to be walking and running forward at the same time, with the red system warning constantly alerting. You need to reduce your fatigue. Going further would be very dangerous. Subaru's steps continue forward as always. You have taken your final step. Returning to the village battle, Deo is rushing forward with all his might towards the boss. He swung his sword decisively. Deo lowered his sword and struck the boss with a single slash. Blood spurted out from its leg in countless streams. The boss was in pain. It let out a cry of unbearable pain, enraging the boss. It immediately bent down to grab the rope, but he had already dodged in time. Peleus charged from behind and said, "Leave the rest to me." He kicked the boss's thigh to strike. Then Peleus leapt into the air and soared onto the face of the boss. In front of the boss's surprise, Peleus raised his sword high. Peleus's eyes were extremely sharp, and with determination, many of Peleus's slashes directly hit the face of the boss. Its body shatters with a cry of pain and fury, and the boss's head explodes. It didn't have time to react. Peleus managed to land safely on the ground. Behind him, the boss's destruction unfolds. The soldiers behind are filled with excitement. It's done. Lord Peleus and Lord Dio have finally defeated it. After the boss was defeated, the soldiers approached and started insulting him. "Just die. Go ahead and die. Get out of here as if this is your home, you filthy monster," Peleus said to Deo. "It's all thanks to you, Deo." Peleus smiled. The most dangerous person he warned us about is already dead. Finally able to rest, but Deo gasped heavily and said no. He quickly looked up and replied to Peleus, "It's not my name I was talking about." The soldiers were still celebrating their victory. It turns out it's not that impressive after all. It's just that Lord Dio and Lord Peleus are too strong. The soldier said, "Now we just need to finish off the remaining giants," and before he could finish his sentence, he was crushed by a massive foot. Peleus was surprised as screams of panic echoed everywhere. Deo immediately said, "It's that guy." Even Peleus was extremely frightened because this guy is on a completely different level. On this side, Subaru is still on his mission. The commander announces that only one more step remains to complete the task. Subaru clenched his fist and said, "I will make you apologize in hell." Subaru's eyes are bloodshot. He shouts, "Izuki, I will take your head as a keepsake." When Subaru entered that lightning sphere, he was struck by lightning all over his body. Subaru calmly walked out of it, completing the mission. Finally, Subaru breathes a sigh of relief, regardless of the wounds on his body. It's over. Suddenly, at this moment, Subaru's eyes widen, bloodshot and teary. A lightning strike hits Subaru, along with a notification that the minor meridian has been unlocked and the stats have increased. But Subaru was beaten to a bloody pulp. He said, "If you still have enough strength to throw one more punch." Subaru struggled to finish his sentence. "At least you should have warned me first." Then he collapsed to the ground, silence surrounding him, only the notification that the 6th legend screen has been completed. John sat quietly staring at the screen in front of him and said, "You can only push your luck up to a certain limit." He tapped his hand on the table and said it seems like he's not suited for streaming. The screen shows an incoming call from Hawk, who wants to talk to John. John answered, "I'm currently watching Subaru Narukami's stream." Hawk was surprised and immediately asked, "So you think so too?" "John, he's really crazy, isn't he?" John calmly replied, explaining so everyone can understand. Hawk cheerfully commented that this guy will really become a star. Hawk affirmed, as a player and streamer. John was surprised and asked, "You think so?" "Actually, I think it will be difficult for him. Clearly, he resembles a player more than a streamer." Hawk agrees, but offers a different perspective. "That's right, that's the core content everyone is watching this stream for." A Subaru Narukami closely resembling the original, Hawk says, "Subaru Narukami is not a streamer, but a player." John frowned as he watched the screen, and listened to Hawk on the phone analyze, saying that they would witness the birth of Subaru Narukami. But he noticed that in real time, on the live screen, an uninjured arm was moving and trying to support the body. Subaru struggles to stand up in surprise from the live viewers, gently opens his tired eyes and quickly checks the control panel. "Damn it, how exhausted am I?" The system immediately notified that Subaru's fatigue was reaching its limit, but it was decreasing. Subaru exhaled softly. Good, it was lower than before. Probably the higher stats had an effect. The lightning chain chaos was unexpected, but the result wasn't bad. The system continues to update the changes and rewards. After claiming everything, Subaru checks and is satisfied, having saved a significant amount. A system panel appeared, providing him with additional information. He thought, but it still wasn't enough to upgrade the skill item. If I defeat that giant, maybe it will be enough. Then Subaru looked at the Thunder Orb and thought, this is just a lock to defeat it. Seeing the stats provided by the system for the lightning attack, even the chat channel was very surprised and lively in discussion. Subaru thought, even though it's a one-time item, this kind of thing usually isn't available even on level 8, let alone so early. Then he told the chat, exactly, it doesn't look like a wound, right? He reached out his hand and directly selected one of the 6 options. Subaru said high-level items can change shape, depending on certain conditions. After finishing everything, he told the chat channel, all right, let's go destroy that thing. Returning to Pelios's village battle, he was now extremely panicked. An enormous eye is looking down at them, moss and long hair hanging as he lifts his head to face the sky and stands tall. Then he roared loudly, and the system announced that the giant beast had devoured the giant's record keeper. Pelios looked at his soldier risking everything and shouted, what do you think you're doing? He shouted like he had gone mad, I told you so, right? You guys know nothing. Then the soldier knelt before Zio and said, hey, soldier god, I am not like those fools. But Zio asked him, God of War? He immediately scolded, don't compare me to cowards right now. Deo quickly ran over to him and said, what are you doing? Get up. Deo saw the situation was unstable, shouted, Pelios, get the civilians away as far as possible. Run. In Zio's eyes there was calmness despite his own worry. Pelios looked at the dangerous scene ahead, shouted Zio, but it was too late. Deo and the foolish soldier were torn apart right in front of him. In his mind, he wanted to give up. There was no way to win. He knew he couldn't fight it. Pelios hurriedly turned back and saw all escape routes. Seeing the countless other giant deer behind, he knew everything was blocked. Pelios's eyes widened. Something must have surprised and frightened him. Pelios bowed his head and clenched his teeth. Then he shouted, I know who killed your child. I know exactly who did it. Pelios turned to Zio, probably asking who was responsible for killing the boy. Then I lowered my head and growled, who? Pelios's whole body trembled. He is extremely afraid, that is. Then Pelios turned the tip of his sword elsewhere and said, over there. Zio was drawn there, Pelios said. The one who killed your son is over there, gathering strength to kill you and your race. Pelios silently prayed, please, fall into the trap. Go that way. Zio turned to point at Pelios, but then he roared, accusing him of lying, his words tainted by falsehoods. He questions Pelios, so the one who killed my son isn't here, and you two just stand there with your swords drawn, looking at each other aimlessly. Rio threatens Pelios if he doesn't answer immediately, but a blinding golden light appears from the mountain, distracting Zio and making him look away. Even Pelios was extremely surprised as the thunder and the dazzling golden light drew ever closer. Pelios couldn't believe it, speaking uncertainly, hidden in the shadows. Standing above, he looked down at the small village and thought, well, this is the final act. Tam thinks that if something stronger appears, this challenge won't be called the second floor anymore. Seeing the encouraging comments, Subaru just softly says, it's okay. Subaru tells everyone no need to overthink, I just need to hit them once. Take out that golden orb. Subaru devises a strategy in his mind. At the moment, it's not an opponent he can face head-on. He must take it down before it charges. Subaru raises the golden orb, ignoring the system alert, as lightning spear activation begins. The sphere immediately activates. Golden lightning bolts begin to appear, powerful thunder reaching the clouds and tearing apart the dark clouds. Then the clouds started to swirl into a vortex. A small lightning bolt struck down, but just as it started, the system already warned about Subaru's fatigue. The more you activate the lightning spear, the greater Subaru's fatigue becomes, but you still keep the sphere running. Until a black lightning bolt appeared in Subaru's hand, which he could hold, his activation rate increased, and the lightning in his hand grew stronger. The system notification says the lightning spear's nullification effect has failed. Subaru is hit by a backlash and coughs up blood. You think, as expected, your skill level is still too low to use a legendary item. Fatigue is increasing, but you keep going, and your body must endure it. While reading comments, Subaru suddenly looked over. He saw that Tenjiro had come here, so they were paying attention after all. That's right, after creating such a big scene, it would be strange if no one noticed. Tenjiro, towering, looked at Subaru and said, thunder. Then he quickly approached and roared, so it was the one who killed my son. He was furious, walking and saying, it was him. Pelias stared at his back and shouted, where are you going? I am the one you should be fighting. His shadow flickered, and Pelias turned to look. Countless other giants also began to move, saying as they went, his son has suffered. Tenjiro advanced toward Subaru and said, my son. Pei Dao. He spoke in a deep voice, saying that his son had suffered, and then there was a sense of hatred. I will make them pay for that pain. He started running quickly towards Subaru. Ignoring everything else, Tenjiro only saw the enemy before him. He roared loudly, both in anger and drive, at all of you. The giant charged forward like an arrow, with hatred in his eyes. He saw his enemy kill his child and roared. Meanwhile, Subaru was still summoning the Thunder Chain. 10 Giant Man runs headlong towards the lightning. With that speed, Subaru calculates the chance as 50-50. They either do or don't. Just keep your eyes fixed on him. 10 Giant rushing towards you. And Tom says, don't look away from him. Sohei's voice echoes, don't look elsewhere. He reminds him that no matter what happens, keep your eyes on the target where the spear will be launched from. Sohei tells Subaru to forget about throwing straight or creating a perfect arc. Get rid of all those unnecessary thoughts and predict his movements. You don't need to do that. He placed his hand on Subaru's shoulder and said, forget about the weight and shape of the spear just this once. Sohei said, you're not like other spear users because you are... Sohei said this because this is Narukami Subaru. The creation rate is about to succeed and Subaru is starting to adopt a spear-throwing stance. I still wonder, what should I do now? Sohei in Subaru's memory replied, even a star isn't something you're about to throw a simple spear at. He said, in that case, just don't throw it away, shoot it out. Ryo is climbing up quickly. Seeing this scene, Kenchad couldn't stay calm and started urging, but Subaru remained composed, still waiting just a little longer. Ryo is almost at the place where Subaru is standing, and he starts growling. It seems Ryo is getting more frantic, and he begins to accelerate. Ryo moves with incredible speed and quickly jumps high into the air, right above Subaru standing below. At this moment, the thunder grows heavier, and the system confirms successful initialization. Subaru prepares to throw his spear, remaining completely calm. Subaru throws the spear, silently telling himself that he only has one chance, no matter what. The scene is incredibly tense now, with Ryo opening his mouth to attack Subaru, while he is already ready to launch the spear. Subaru is determined to finish him with one strike, his eyes sharp behind the mask. He risks everything and launches his attack. A terrible explosion occurs, along with Ryo's agonizing screams. Subaru uses his foot to steady his trembling body. You successfully stabilized yourself after the powerful spear attack, and the scene just now was enough to make the chat channel go wild. As the black smoke dissipates, a golden light appears. The system panel keeps notifying rewards. So when the stats are successfully increased, Subaru also receives an item, which is the Thunder Heart. Subaru looked at what was in front of him and thought, the Thunder Core, is that it? The Thunder Core emitted a dazzling light, causing Subaru's vision to start to fade. When he opened his eyes, Subaru was about to ask what was happening, but the space around him had already changed. He wondered, where am I? A large shadowy figure appears before Subaru's surprise. He clutches his neck in pain, unable to speak, wondering what is happening. At the same time, Subaru realized that his body was unable to move. Countless shadows appeared, and the system interface became even stranger. It keeps notifying me that someone is watching Subaru. Suddenly I realize, is she saying something to me? Subaru clenched his fists even tighter as the sky changed, sitting on a rocky outcrop. He looked up at the sky as the system announced that the thunderstorm would start soon, and gave a hint to Subaru. He still didn't understand what was happening. It turned out it wasn't the wing-cut scene. Subaru hurriedly responded to the comments. Sorry, I fainted for a moment, ignoring the sarcastic remarks from the chat. You said, oh right, if you don't earn trust points, Subaru will just get the points. The notification system keeps flashing, and Subaru ignores the comments. He says, I'm a bit tired, so see you all later. So this is a notification that Subaru Narukami has finished his live stream. Now in a lively restaurant, people are discussing. You really did a great job on that challenge. Subaru quickly said, not really, was that kind of stream okay? Yes, the person immediately said, absolutely perfect. Hatsuka said, yesterday's highest viewership even exceeded 3,000. You didn't notice, right? Subaru was surprised, over 3,000. He quickly said, sorry, I was focused on the challenge and didn't notice. Hatsuka smiled. No, that's a compliment you don't understand. She looked a bit surprised. Over 3,000 is extraordinary for a new streamer. Hatsuka also analyzed that the timing of your stream ending was perfect. In a way, your sudden fatigue became part of the appeal. Subaru agreed, saying that's exactly what everyone was most curious about. Almost like wanting to watch the next episode of a series. Hearing that, Hatsuka asked, did you plan it that way? Subaru also shared, I was going to check the viewers' rewards in the next stream. That way, my reaction will be genuine, not acting. Hatsuka was surprised. How wonderful. Hatsuka happily thought, so you understand too that old man's worries are pointless? Then she said, actually I prepared a gift for you today. Subaru was surprised. So kind. Hatsuka immediately became mysterious, something you can't refuse. She smiled, revealing an extremely special gift. Hatsuka's face gently blushed. One hand tapping on the table, she whispered, "Look for a stream by someone named Halki." Subaru held his phone in his hand, his eyes flickering downward, and nodded in response, "Yes." On Subaru's phone screen, Halki's image appeared, his voice echoing, "All right," as the title says, "Today's topic." "Is this it? Or wait, should I choose a different topic for today?" The comments appeared during Halki's live stream, and he laughed loudly, saying, "Well, enough nonsense, everyone just watch first. I will explain in detail, step by step." The scene shifts, and time passes to sunset, with gentle sunlight streaming through the window of the room. Subaru stared intently at the electric charge on his phone as Halki's voice echoed, in a challenge that had to be endured. In other words, he was setting an additional challenge for himself while taking the test. Facing Subaru, Hatsuka, with a slightly shy expression, quietly observes him. Suddenly, Halki raises a finger and says, "Oh, sorry, let me sum it up. I don't need to say more about this point. So I will summarize in one sentence. Subaru, I am listening quietly to Halki's words, and I am Subaru Narukami." Halki gently lifts his head, his sharp eyes looking into the frame, and he concludes, "No need to explain further." Subaru glanced at Hatsuka and wondered to himself, maybe the manager thinks the same way. Suddenly, Hatsuka leaned forward and asked, "Can I ask you something?" Subaru responded softly, "Go ahead," and Hatsuka blushed. She hesitated for a moment, her face showing concern, her lips slightly pressed together. Hatsuka placed her hands on the table and asked Subaru, "Why are you hiding?" "So, Narukami?" Hatsuka looked at Subaru directly and continued, "It's not just about the money, right?" Subaru remained silent, crossing his arms and sitting still, pondering for a long moment. Hatsuka opened her mouth, her eyes full of hope as she looked at Subaru, confusion clearly visible on her face when she saw his hesitation. Subaru raised his face, his voice cold and steady, saying, "No, it's because of money, no other reason." Hatsuka withdrew her hands, stammering, "Money really is important? Sorry for asking such a strange question." Subaru nodded, reassuring her, "It's okay." Then Hatsuka turned to... Next to her, she opened her bag and exclaimed, "Yes, that's right, the gift. Let's talk about the gift." Hatsuka slowly took out a stack of papers and continued, "The Hatsuka you just watched is connected to the money. And he is a trustworthy streamer with a 6-year contract. His analytical streaming style is a major asset, and he has a large fan base. His gaze and his team are very good." Hatsuka places the file on the table, smiles and says, "And take this, Hatsuka's stream earlier, and all future revenue from related content will be split 50-50. Subaru looks at Hatsuka, puzzled, and asks, "With whom?" Hatsuka smiles brightly and replies, again, "Of course, with you. Because the content is derived from your documents, including advertisements, rights, and other matters." Subaru gazes at the papers in his hand, muttering to himself, "Really, since signing with the management company, one good thing after another has happened." Hatsuka scratched her cheek nervously and asked, "Do you think so?" Subaru replied quietly, "Yes, this is a surprise." Hatsuka tucked her hair behind her ear and suggested this might seem a bit sudden, but as a gesture of goodwill, "Do you want to cooperate with Halki?" Cut to Subaru returning to his room, hand on the doorknob. He pushes the door open and slowly steps inside, placing one hand on the mask he's wearing. Thoughts cross his mind that maybe he doesn't need the mask when meeting others outside, and that he also doesn't need to emphasize money matters so much. Subaru looked at himself in the mirror, his thoughts continuing to run. "I have more and more connections." Subaru frowned, feeling helpless as he thought, "It's becoming harder and harder to know how much I should hide." Suddenly, a notification appeared, and Subaru glanced at it with suspicion. "It seems that Company C still needs 80 trust points, and my balance is 120. Subaru looked at the notification in front of him, hesitating before saying softly that, whether or not to emphasize it, money still comes first. He leaned back, got off the bed, and whispered that at least the cooperation with Hao that took place the day before yesterday could earn him quite a bit. Subaru reaches into his storage, a purple light flickering, and perhaps he pulls out a delicate flower, gazing at it as he mutters to himself that he needs to do some things now. The scene shifts to Hatsuka's room, where she is lying on her bed, clutching her pillow tightly. Hatsuka remains still, her face flushed, lost in thought for a long moment. The terrifying image of Subaru suddenly flashes in Hatsuka's mind, his voice echoing, probably because of the moonlight. Without warning, Hatsuka forcefully hits the pillow with her hand, and she is overwhelmed. Yes, that's right. The memory of the conversation with Subaru keeps appearing in Hatsuka's mind, his voice echoing faintly. Behind this stylish mask, there's a deeper pillow that could hurt Hatsuka. Hatsuka gently sat up, repeatedly hitting the pillow in front of her, her excitement echoing out. I didn't ask. I was curious, but I didn't. Mind your own business. Subaru's image continues to appear in Hatsuka's subconscious. He raises a finger and says, Ever since meeting her, Hatsuka, good things have been happening one after another. Hatsuka closed her eyes, clenched her left hand and raised it high, shouting out of embarrassment, and I did the same. Hatsuka continued to punch her pillow forcefully, the pillowcase tearing apart, feathers flying up high, then slowly falling down. Hatsuka put a hand on her face and exclaimed, Subaru Narukami, a man with secrets no one knows. Meeting him in real life only makes him look even more amazing. The scene shifts to nighttime at a grand castle, where darkness envelops the entire area. From afar, a room remains lit, the only light shining through the window from inside. Inside the room, Eamon is working out, and the screen nearby lights up as if displaying something. Haki's image appears on the screen. He raises one finger and says, I don't need to say more about this, so I will summarize in one sentence. Eamon clenched the bar tightly, sweat pouring from his hands, then suddenly pushed himself up and said, I don't like it. Choose one, friendly or polite. But who is this guy? Yuji stands behind, hands behind his back. Back, he replied. A streamer named Haki, claiming to have an average of 8,000 viewers. Eamon let go of the bar and added, A streamer. I will personally try it out a bit. Eamon turned his back and walked away. Yuji followed behind and advised him, But right now, more than Haki, I want you to focus on Subaru. Narukami during that stream, Amon frowned, saying, The fake name has learned how to manipulate the stars. Zio's image suddenly appeared on the screen. Eamon sighed and said, That's really impressive. Yuji, standing behind, was a bit surprised and asked Amon, Do you think so? Amon, still looking at the big screen, replied softly, Sako. Sohei, the merchant of Lamnhan, once said that not taking your eyes off the opponent is the most important thing. Yuji shouted in excitement. Wait, Eamon. Do you still remember even those ordinary words? Amon folded his arms and replied, I have trained hard to understand everything about them. Their breath, everything. Subaru's team image appears in Eamon's mind. He said they are players who once stood at the top. But everyone has overlooked an important detail. Lamnan not only has Subaru Narukami, but every member is the strongest. Eamon suddenly spoke softly, hinting that there are suspicious things surrounding their deaths. When he reappeared on the screen, he said, I am Subaru Narukami. No need for further explanation. Eamon looked at the screen, angrily exclaiming, What right does that brat have to be so arrogant, and to speak about them so disrespectfully? Yuji crossed his arms and continued, That's the biggest problem with streamers, right? They give up their trust and pride in an instant just to attract attention. Amon grabbed the nearby remote, pressed a button, and the TV screen suddenly went dark. He glared back at Yuji, furious and scolding, completely overwhelmed with anger. Why are you showing me this, Yuji? His voice was a bit surprised, stammering, It's not me. Yuji hurriedly explained. The leader of Kyuzo asked me to show you. Eamon froze and said, Izukiyu. From behind, Maris pushed a cart toward the two of them. Yuji turned his head slightly, then spoke. Lightning is the symbol of Lamnhan, and Lamnhan is the predecessor of our male district. Maris pushed the cart forward, a black cloth covering something. As it is placed on the vehicle, Yuji continues, We know this streamer is very greedy for money. Smiling, Yuji places one hand on the surface of the cloth and lifts it up. Eamon seemed stunned as he saw the pile on the truck, a flash of golden light flickering in his eyes, reflecting the hundreds of stacked gold bars radiating a bright glow. Sparkling, Yuji continued. We've secured enough funds. We must bring him back at all costs. Amon staggered, his voice trembling. Are you kidding me? Eamon placed a hand on his chin, pondering, wondering if he was just a money-hungry maniac. Peleus raised his hand and loudly ordered everyone to gather all the injured in one place. First, treat the critically injured and administer medicine to the wounded as quickly as possible. Peleus looked around and suddenly froze when he saw someone's figure. Peleus's eyes lit up for a moment as he exclaimed like he had found salvation. Subaru appeared, and Peleus looked at him, joyfully shouting, Savior, you finally woke up. Peleus hurriedly ran over, his voice full of concern. Are you okay? I saw you lying outside the village. We were all worried if you didn't wake up. I honestly wouldn't know what to do. Subaru took a few steps back and coldly replied, still feeling dizzy. Peleus placed a hand on his head and nervously said, Yes, it just happened yesterday. So it makes sense. Subaru lowered his hand and said, We can talk at the inn later. No, I have a few questions. Peleus nodded and said, "Of course, feel free to ask anything." Peleus turned around and ran off, then looked back and said, "See you later." Subaru crossed his arms and sighed. Peleus is truly a good person. The scene shifts back to Subaru's room, where he is sitting alone on the bed. Subaru raises his hand. "Man, when the legendary crystal appeared, you touched the screen and muttered, 'Check the reward before the stone.'" Subaru took out a luminous crystal, and the stats of the stone appeared in front of him. Subaru stared at the crystal in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, "No way, really." Subaru lifted the stone, contemplating its perfect stats for a mage user. Subaru clenched the crystal tightly, smiling to himself and thinking, "This is really awesome." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door from outside, and Subaru hurriedly hid the crystal, then politely called out, "Here, please take it." Someone outside is carrying a basket of fruit and steps into the room. Subaru looks toward the person entering, and a wave of confusion washes over him. Peleus stepped in, a gentle smile on his face as he politely asked if you slept well. The scene shifts to Subaru and Peleus sitting at a table, facing each other. Subaru looked at Peleus and exclaimed, "So the legend is real!" Peleus clasped his hands together and continued, "Yes, I saw you there too. You saved everyone. This village's lips." Subaru opened his shirt pocket, reaching in with one hand to take out something, and said, "This fell out from beside that giant." Subaru held the crystal and then dropped it, continuing, "It's called the Thunder Heart." Peleus looked visibly stunned and stammered, "Wait, could that be—" Subaru suddenly paused, lowering his voice. He asked, "Do you know what it is?" Peleus frowned, then straightened up casually. "No, I don't know anything about that." Subaru lowered his head slightly and sighed in disappointment. Peleus looked down slightly, hesitating before speaking. "Sorry, I only know those two theories you mentioned. I don't even know what's true or what really happened." Peleus raised his chin and said, "The only two theories I know are these." Subaru looked at Peleus and exclaimed, "The two?" As images of a warrior wielding a lightning bolt fighting a giant appeared, and Peleus's voice echoed, "The first theory says that the lightning bolt was used to kill the giant." Peleus raised his hand to scratch his face, assessing that it seems you are the one who did it. The benefactor. The image of giants and gods fighting over the lightning appears, and Peleus's voice echoes, saying that the gods and giants fought over the thunder. Subaru furrows his brow and asks, "Are they fighting over it?" Peleus smiles and simply replies, "Yes." Peleus raises one hand and continues, "This is basically a story within a story. The gods and giants fought to control the lightning, and the giants lost." Now even the legend itself doesn't clarify, but the reason is quite clear. Peleus raised his hand and explained that it was so humans could use the thunderbolt, and the reason for it, images of gods and giants appeared in Peleus's mind, was because the divine and the giants were too powerful for humanity. A picture of humanity holding the crystal appeared. Peleus's ring rang. This was created so humanity could face them and win, and the notification screens appeared one after another before Subaru announcing that he had completed the challenge. The notifications keep appearing, indicating Subaru's power has leveled up, and a blinding light erupts, causing Subaru's body to fade away in an instant. Peleus is startled and calls out anxiously, "What's happening?" Subaru has completely disappeared, leaving Peleus standing there confused. He shouted in confusion, "What?" Transition to a town where bright sunlight shines over a vast area, and at a teleportation platform a streak of light appears, attracting curious onlookers. Subaru appears, standing still with his eyes scanning around, and from afar, Jiugi looks at Subaru and speaks. "Come on, another Narukami phase?" Katana standing beside her with arms crossed, she adds, "When will this trend ever end?" A notification appears, asking for Subaru's opinion. His voice hesitates, feeling it. A vague voice echoes in Subaru's mind, coming and going. A memory flashes. Jaina's voice echoes. She asks. Subaru turns to look at her. He replies, "Yes." Jaina blushes slightly, raises a hand to stroke her hair, staring intently at Subaru, and his mind whispers, "Jaina." Back then, she was incredibly difficult to approach. Rena raised a finger to scratch her head and shyly said, "I just lost my team." Jaina suddenly paused, one hand raised to match Subaru's head height, and asked, "Do you think he's this tall?" Subaru rested his chin on his hand, thinking. After a moment, Jaina continued, "He's about a head taller than me." Subaru lowered his hand and replied softly, "Yes, I have seen him before." Jaina's face lit up. She exclaimed, "Really?" Subaru pointed in a direction, and he went that way. Jaina smiled brightly and gratefully shouted, "Thank you very much." Rena raised her arms to the sides, running while humming a cheerful song. Suddenly she stopped. At that moment, she looked around. Subaru stood still, eyes fixed on Jaina, a look of confusion clearly on his face. Rina raised both arms, pointing in two directions as if asking Subaru which way to go. Subaru stepped forward, sighed tiredly, and said, "Let's go together since I'm heading this way anyway." Rina clasped her hands together, her excitement bubbling up. "Come on, wait a minute, really? Are you sure?" Subaru walks forward and replies, "Yeah, I don't have anything to do today either." Rina smiles brightly and exclaims excitedly, "That's much better. This road is so confusing. I'm Kyoka Rina." "What is your name?" Subaru turned his head back and simply replied. Konarukami, Haina, and Subaru all moved forward together, the memory of their first meeting fading gradually from his mind. The scene shifts back to reality. Subaru stands still for a long time, his mind still foggy from the images just now. Subaru suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he looked straight ahead. "Wow," I muttered. "I feel like I've lost something important." Subaru stood silently for a long time, still holding the live stream device in his hand. He gently looked at the screen and spoke to the viewers watching. The next stream will be in collaboration with Hockey. A message appears announcing that Subaru has finished the broadcast. The scene shifts to a restaurant filled with many diners. Someone approaches Subaru's table and apologizes for making him wait. John appears, looks at Subaru, and says Hatsuka is on her way here right now, not like climbing up through challenges, just moving. Moving between floors will take some time. John raised a hand toward Subaru and politely said, "Nice to meet you. I am John from South End Entertainment." Subaru sighed, exhausted, and said, "Oh wow, really jumping in." John was a bit surprised and let out a confused cry. "Huh?" Subaru reached out to grab John's hand and said, "No, I've heard from the manager. Mentioned you, very pleased to meet you. Usually I would ask Hatsuka to pass the message along, but I wanted Dixon to meet you. She has only praised a player at that high level twice, so I was curious." Subaru found it a bit confusing, he wondered. Twice, John looked at Subaru and replied, "The first time, no need." I have to say, Subaru was a bit surprised by John's words. Narukami Subaru of the Make label. John crossed his arms and nodded. "That surprised me because that strict judge actually took notice of you, the one named Narukami Subaru." Subaru scratched his head with one hand and gave a faint smile. "I'm not sure about that," John suddenly said. "May I interrupt and ask a bold question? Are you interested in the gang called Make Label?" After hearing that, Subaru widened his eyes, clearly surprised. John leaned back slightly and smiled. "It seems you're not entirely without it. Are you interested?" Subaru slightly bows his head, wondering why he's being asked suddenly. John takes off his coat and pulls a phone from his pocket. He continued, "Actually, that's also part of the reason I wanted to meet you." John moved the phone in front of Subaru. He continued, "In 5 days from now, this is the grand prize of the tournament held on the 3rd floor. Subaru's A." I silently stared at the phone screen, clenched fists, as thoughts flashed through his mind. He's joking. This is... Scene transition. The setting changes. Someone was watching Subaru's live stream, holding a screen in their hand. Rina brought the phone close to her face and exclaimed, with a sense of boredom, "It's over." Rina hurriedly moved forward, wondering to herself if the remaining part had already ended. Rina walks deeper into the forest, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. She continues forward when suddenly snowflakes start falling from somewhere. Rina walks toward someone, the path she's on covered in a blanket of white snow. Rina stepped behind Shiger and asked, "Is it over now?" Shiger slightly turned his head and replied, "It ended a long time ago." "So today," she snapped and asked, "What did you do earlier?" Shiger coldly replied, "Just considering." In front of Shiger, Nathan was frozen in terror, all because of his attack. Behind Nathan, dozens of others from his group stood still, and his voice echoed, "Should I kill them or let them go?" Rina looked at Shiger and confidently said, "Just kill them, we already know who sent them. I'm tired of this, so I'm thinking it over." Shiger lowered his head, his voice grew deeper. If it was a call for help, if he had sent them, he wouldn't have used such petty thugs. Rina closed her eyes, sighed tiredly, and Shiger's voice echoed. But even if she let go, problems would still arise. Rina stepped forward, her body emanating a great source of power. She spoke, warning that our position could be exposed because of them. From beneath the ground, sharp blades began to rise. Rina raises her hand, summoning the sharp blades that fly into the air all at once. Rina remains still, her left hand moving, fingers curling one by one. The blades simultaneously cut forward. Rina's eyes calm, she gently moves her hand. Rina stands still, her eyes narrowing as she looks at the enemies, ready to attack them all. Shiger turns to look at Rina and shouts loudly, "Hey!" Rina slightly moves her arm. Hundreds of knives fly swiftly toward the enemy. Shiger raises his head to block and stop them. The blades pass through, shattering the entire enemy squad into pieces. In an instant, the entire enemy army was completely wiped out. Shiger raised his hand and shouted at Jaina, "What are you doing?" Rina furrowed her brow and firmly said, "Whether Kyujo and the others come or not, if we let them go like this, they'll know we're still alive." She looked ahead, annoyed, and said sharply, "Your coordination really isn't good at all. You need to be more ruthless." Shiger kept his eyes on Jaina and replied, "You're right, I'm sorry." He took out a phone from his pocket. Shiger held up the phone towards Rina and said to her, "Look at this." Rina snatched the phone in surprise and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Jaina's eyes flashed with anger, and she yelled, "Damn it!" Shiger crossed his arms and asked, "You're really annoyed, right?" Jaina turned to him and replied, "Of course I am." On the phone screen, an image of a shoe appears, and Jaina's voice echoes, because it's Toshiyama's shoe. Shiger lifts the phone and explains, "This is a trap to lure us away." Jaina frowned and looked at Shiger, who continued, "He has realized that we might still be alive somewhere." Shiger looked into the distance and added, "But that doesn't mean we should stand by and watch. We need to get those items back." Jaina looked down slightly and replied, "I know what you're about to say." Shiger narrowed his eyes and told Jaina, "I'm not good at doing things in the shadows, but you've always been good at those things." "Is that right?" Jaina turned and walked away, calling back, "You're just stating the obvious. Even if you didn't say it, I was planning to handle it myself." Shiger quickly grabbed Jaina's arm to stop her, waiting for her to strike. Jaina turned to look, and Shiger said, "I'm not saying you should act recklessly." Shiger frowned and advised Jaina to wait until the winner was decided before acting, as it was the safest method. Cut to Jaina holding up her phone, the image of a pair of shoes appearing on the screen, and he told Subaru that the relic of the Lam Han member, the Talaria, was the prize Lam Ku offered for this tournament. John put a hand on the table and asked, "Are you interested?" Subaru suddenly interrupted. "I am," Subaru said firmly. "I mean it." John smiled happily and said with satisfaction, "That's good to hear. This plan entirely depends on whether you agree or not, Narukami." Subaru wondered. John raised a hand and explained, considering the broadcast under the name Narukami Subaru, "I think a storyline centered on chasing Lamhan's relics will make compelling content." Subaru clenched his fists tightly, trying to contain his anger as his thoughts raced, using Toshia's relic as a publicity stunt. John placed his hands on the table and hurriedly asked Subaru, "Is something wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Subaru looked at John and coldly replied, "Let's do it." John smiled, his excitement rising as he exclaimed, "Really, that's great." "Then I'll take my leave." John watched Subaru as he walked away and replied, "Yes, I look forward to working with you." Subaru turned and walked away, and from behind, John raised his hand and shouted loudly, "I've always supported you from behind my screen." Subaru moved forward, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. His thoughts were full of determination. "I will not let anyone else have it, absolutely not." In the small room, Subaru lay on the bed, hands behind his head, quietly watching the floor, mumbles to himself, "I wonder what format the tournament will take." Subaru suddenly thought to himself that he would be more grateful if it were a solo competition. He then thought, "It seems he's not in a position to be picky," when suddenly a voice from outside the door rang out. It was Hatsusuka. Subaru heard the voice, sat up quickly, and glanced at the mask on the table. His eyes sparkled as he looked up at Subaru. Hatsucha wondered silently, "Does he wear the mask even in his own room?" He spoke up, "Come in?" She blushed and nervously replied, "Yes, you mean I should come in." Subaru couldn't help but frown. "If you like, we can talk outside in the hallway. I don't mind." Hatsusa shyly replied, "No." She hesitantly entered the room and said, "Please forgive this sudden intrusion." Inside, Hatsusuka sat on a chair while Subaru sat on the bed. Both of them remained silent. She looked up at Hatsusuka, glanced around the small room, and thought to herself, "This is quite a humble place." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned to look at him. Subaru stared intently at the person before him, silently assessing her. Her hidden strength was truly unpredictable. Clearly, she was more than just a manager. Hatsuka blushed and looked away, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Subaru calmly replied, "No, you just didn't say anything. I heard you have reference materials for the tournament." She shyly hesitated, then nervously took out the document. "Sorry." Hatsusuka handed the paper to Subaru and began to explain. "This tournament will use a free-for-all format, a simple system where everyone fights to win the big prize. You look at the stack of papers in your hand and say, so it's a single competition." She immediately replied, "Yes, of course. Because there was a prize, it was only natural it would be like that." Hatsusuka quickly announced that the location would be an illusion training ground, with conditions, trust, and no limit on the number of participants. "Wait a moment," she continued. I will send you the documents from previous support tournaments to your device. Narukami, just skim through them and you'll get the main idea. Subaru silently marvels at the content, which is all about him, then sets the documents aside and looks at Hatsusuka. I will use them as reference materials. Thank you for your effort. She awkwardly smiled and scratched her head. It's nothing. It's just my job. Zujasang tranhanmat kuwa Subaru roy hoy son nua. Kauko nengetin gituthu lin kong. You asked again in confusion. What did you hear? She briefly said that, actually, we received a message from Lam Hu. Subaru clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Isuki's face and asked. She said it was from Lam Hu. Hatsuja Tuat Muhoi said that he wanted to meet you once, and since he couldn't contact you directly, they sent us an email. Are they starting to get in touch already? She hesitantly guessed. Maybe he's planning to negotiate directly and offer a higher fee and better benefits than us. With many other conditions, Subaru clenched his fists and let it go. Hatsuha was so surprised after hearing this. Yes, I understand. Wait a moment, skip it. You casually said that. I have no intention of joining Lam Hu. The other guilds are the same. She happily stood up. Yeah, I feel completely relieved. Sukahat smiled and told me I was right. I wasn't sure whether I should tell you or not, but luckily I did. She stepped to the door, humming softly as she said, Then enjoy your time until the collaboration meeting, Subaru murmured doubtfully. She's celebrating as if it were her own achievement. You smile faintly, masking your expression. An ordinary employee who is so dedicated to her work at the company. Subaru added, she truly is an extraordinary person, as the scene shifts to another location. There are only two figures standing silently on the stands, neither of them speaking. Ron suddenly broke the silence and asked, Is this the project for today? A test comparing the old and new versions of Narukami Subaru's talent. Halki crossed his arms and asked, So, does that sound interesting? He pursed his lips in a smile and turned to look at him. Facing directly with your own declaration is a bold approach, but if you lose, it will be a huge blow to you, understand? Hawkeye coldly said, I welcome that because there will be a result I have to accept whatever happens. And with a proud look he asked, But have I ever lost a fight? John couldn't help but laugh. You're really arrogant. In the end, everything depends on Narukami. Hawkeye scratched his head and replied, Probably so. Suddenly a voice rang out. Leader? Hatsuka smiled brightly as Subaru approached, saying, You did well today. He greeted warmly, quietly hopeful for a chance to become a rising star in the sky, finally meeting you. He looked around and sighed quietly. This place is really spacious, sir. Hawkeye extended his hand and greeted, Nice to meet you. I am Streamer Hawkeye. Subaru shook hands with Hawkeye and also introduced himself. I am Narukami Subaru. I look forward to working with you. He chuckled and scratched his head. It felt like meeting Narukami Subaru in real life. Meeting the main character today really moved me. I'm a big fan, a hardcore fan. I'm just a rookie streamer. I can't compare to you, Hawkeye. Zone interrupted Hatsuka. Come on, save the introductions for after the stream starts. That's how streamers get to know each other. He excitedly added, So let's keep this going on the stream. The screen shows that Hawkeye has started the broadcast. He then lifted the screen to greet everyone, saying, Hi, this is Hawkeye. Thank you all for watching today. The number of viewers on Hawkeye's stream skyrocketed. He pursed his lips thoughtfully. I heard that the collab announcement is really popular in the community, but it already has 12,000 viewers at the start. Hawkeye smiled and told the viewers that today was the moment everyone had been waiting for. I've brought that person here. Subaru heard the introduction and stepped forward. Hawk hesitantly, Subaru, you also say hello everyone, Narukami Subaru here. On the screen, the viewers start spamming questions. He just smiled as he replied. No, I've never seen his face before. I heard even his manager hasn't seen it. Narukami, do you have a secret? Subaru pointed to his face and replied, That's not it. Besides, I'm handsome. The viewers started giving points and asking him to remove the mask in front of everyone. Hawkeye silently admired Subaru. Hey, this is getting more exciting than my own stream. As expected, the influence is beyond what I imagined. I refuse politely and apologize, but I won't lose to any of you. This isn't a fight. It's just a friendly exchange. He pursed his lips and silently praised him. His quick wit is better than I thought. Subaru is still answering questions from the livestream viewers. No girlfriend, no friends either, and after hearing this, Hatsuka raises her hand and lets out a relieved sigh. Hawkeye cuts in abruptly. All right, let's stop waiting and teasing our important guest. It's time for the main event. A sign appears on the big screen announcing the upcoming challenge, and the lights overhead suddenly brighten. Robots with different weapons appear. His voice slowly echoes. Why did I choose this challenge? I'll explain. The robots start moving. Hawkeye's voice continues to echo. There are two reasons. First, it's perfect for testing control skills. He bit his lip and smiled. The second reason is, Hawkeye looked up at the screen and continued speaking. I can prove that what I said is right here, right now. Suddenly someone asked if you think you can beat me. Subaru casually replied, raising his hand behind his head. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have accepted the challenge. The cold robots stand still, then suddenly lift their heads, their eyes glowing red. Immediately, the robots rush forward, attacking him all at once. On the large screen above, Subaru's name is displayed at the top, with his sword drawn and ready. The surrounding robots are brimming with energy. He stands confidently upright, ready to fight, when suddenly the viewer assigns Subaru a new mission. If you lose, your face will be revealed, and you hesitated to refuse. Agreed. No, Subaru thought to himself. That's still too early for me to risk removing my mask. Others watching are starting to follow suit. I assign you the mission, along with your reputation points. Subaru now gives a thumbs up. Thank you for the gifts. I promise I will reveal my face if I fail. Hoki chuckled with interest. That's right. He looked at you and continued speaking. With this mission, all reputation points will belong to Narukami, Hokai announced while holding the watch. All right, let's get started. Then he pressed the button. It's time for the show. The countdown on the big screen has started. The robots immediately rushed to attack Subaru. He kicked at their legs, then activated lightning. Immediately after, Subaru rushed forward and knocked away all the robots around him. Subaru grabs the head of a robot and then uses great force to smash it straight into the ground. The comments couldn't help but be stunned. Hokai watched in amazement, unable to believe he was witnessing lightning directly. At this moment, Subaru begins to draw the sword from his back and calmly moves to cut down each robot. The other group of robots just finished, and another wave begins to advance around him, surrounding him as they charge forward, while the countdown continues. Subaru still propels himself upward with internal strength, skillfully takes down a robot, then gracefully flips backward. Subaru spins his sword in the air and changes his grip on the sword mid-air. Subaru points his sword downward, gathering his strength, then strikes powerfully with a single blow. This immense source of power causes all 26 surrounding robots to be defeated. And then Subaru gently draws his sword. The three onlookers couldn't help but be amazed by his pressure. The commentators are now praising him with admiration. Hawkeye stands still, watching without blinking, sweat on his brow and worry in his eyes as he keeps his gaze fixed on the large screen. With 13 seconds left on the countdown, Subaru prepares to attack as the robot charges forward, and Subaru kicks the robot's body away. Making its body split in two, the number of robots destroyed by him is 42. At this moment, he is also a bit tired, and the clock continues counting down with 5 seconds remaining. A determined look flashes in his eyes as only 3 seconds remain, surrounded by a layer of electric sparks. He assumes an attacking stance, glaring at the enemy. With 2 seconds left on the countdown, Subaru charges forward like an arrow shot from a bow. He thrusts deeply into the robot's neck, and with only 1 second remaining, the large screen above begins to flicker. The timer has hit 0, and the kill count has risen to 43. The system also announced that the mission was completed with a total of 43 kills. And the new record has been set, as Subaru's name still holds the top spot. The commentators can now hardly believe their eyes, and all start spamming messages. Hawkeye happily runs over quickly. He tied with Narukami Subaru. He gasps, asking the viewers what they think. This time it's a tie. Damn, it was so close. What does everyone think? The boring guy thanks those who gave him points. Thanks for the 100 reputation points. Rumbling, it's you again, Hawkeye with the wiper 100 times already. Please change your username. Anyway, thanks for the reputation points. Hawkeye scratched his head and answered the question. Are you asking if this is Narukami Subaru's live stream? No, it's not. Suddenly, someone raised their hand and awarded 10,000 trust points. He broke out in a sweat and silently called out a name. Reinhardt. Everyone in the chat is curious and discussing about Reinhardt. Hawkeye chuckles and speaks up. Reinhardt, thank you for the 10,000 reputation points. I can't believe someone with such a high rank is watching this stream. Subaru secretly thought, the top swordsman. Reinhardt kept adding 1,000 points and even sent a message to watch his stream. And Subaru's run has inspired him, he exclaimed in surprise. Really? I'm so honored. You secretly wonder why is he watching this stream. Could it be that he already knows about me and Isaac, and Reinhardt is just trying to get Subaru to cooperate with him? You slowly look at the message on the screen. Subaru scratches his head and glances at the other two with a slightly awkward expression. Both of them excitedly signaled for you to agree, but Subaru coldly responded, I need to focus on the challenges first, so I will have to decline. All three of them there were stunned by his answer. The comments also kept spamming question marks. I bow my head and tell Hawkeye I'm sorry. I've used too much energy. Hawkeye, could you please finish this for me? He hesitated and couldn't respond in time. What do you mean? Hawkeye shouted in panic, "Wait, Narukami." John was also surprised and asked Narukami why he turned him down. That was a huge opportunity to boost his streaming career. Hatsuka also added, "I'm very eager too," Subaru asked curiously. "Is that really so important?" He sweat and explained, collaborating with a ranker, especially a high-ranked one, almost never happens. You just nodded and said, "Is that all? If becoming a top ranker is that important, then I'll become one myself." As Subaru finished speaking, the space suddenly fell silent. Suddenly a call rang out Narukami, just as I expected. "The performance was amazing. When the prize money arrives, I will send your share." He scratched his face and asked, "By the way, since the stream is over, can I ask you something?" Hawkeye voiced his curiosity. "Earlier during the fight, you seemed quite confident, as if you weren't in your best state. Were you injured or something?" Subaru wondered silently, surprised that Hawkeye had noticed, thinking he had hidden it well. "But it seems calling him Hawkeye is truly fitting," he said. "Whether I win or lose, it will just cause trouble for me." He pouted and smiled, causing trouble for him, Subaru analyzed. "The highlight of the stream is whether I can surpass Narukami Subaru. That's where true growth is shown." He emphasized each word. "If I win today, it will definitely be a temporary boost. But the hype around that confrontation will drop sharply." Subaru continued, "If I lose, people will just say he's not really a match for Narukami Subaru. You look at the ranking screen, so in this test, I need a result where both characters are on equal footing." Subaru straightforwardly says, "So a draw is the best possible outcome." Hawkeye couldn't help but be shocked, so if he wanted to, he could have surpassed him. The boy casually moved his feet and replied, "Who knows?" Subaru lowered his voice and said, "Now we can't change the outcome anymore." "Hold on a moment," he continued. "Everything still depends on how everyone interprets it." After saying that, Subaru turned and walked away. Elsewhere, a fist was raised. Reinhardt suddenly swung his fist down, smashing the table and growling through clenched teeth. The young brat, exhausted, lay on the ground next to the fallen monitor when suddenly someone opened the door. Reinhardt. Zaichi sweatfully forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong?" Reinhardt gritted his teeth in anger. "That's the Subaru Narukami you mentioned." He lowered his head and asked again, "The streamer's name, right?" The man coldly replied, "Yes, Subaru Narukami. That brat refused my offer." Zaichi forced himself to say, "It's truly arrogant of him to refuse your proposal." "Sir, I intended to crush him in front of everyone and put an end to those annoying rumors, but now everything has been ruined." Reinhardt's eyes narrowed as he said, "I don't care about the reputation I've lost. What irritates me is that a nobody rookie dares to damage my pride." He picked up the device lying on the ground. Daichi glared and said, "Here is your device." He snatched the device and asked, "How is the matter I asked you about?" He scratched his head and mumbled, indicating that, "Lord Isak, we are still searching as hard as we can." Daichi frowned. "But well, disappearing for a few days at his age isn't something that hasn't happened before." His neck was clenched as if someone was squeezing it. Daichi floated in the air, clutching his throat in pain. Reinhardt maintained his stance, channeling internal energy, and asked calmly, "So you also intend to insult me?" He was in so much pain that tears and snot were running down his face. I was startled. He suddenly lost control of his internal energy and threw Daichi aside. He immediately rushed forward and knocked against the wall. Reinhardt slowly approached Daichi and asked, "Since when did you start scrutinizing my orders?" He immediately knelt down upon sensing the death aura from his master. "Please forgive me. I will continue the search right away." Switching to another scene, on the screen is John's avatar. With Hatsuka's eyes beneath her glasses staring intently at the screen, she puts down her metal device and speaks. "Yes. Hello. Good evening, manager," John said irritably on the other end of the line. "Did my call upset you that much? Where is her energy? What's with that tired voice? At least talk to me like you talk to Narukami," Hatsuka muttered tiredly. "Here we go again." His voice continued to echo. "We've built trust over many years. Even now, even if it's just work, we used to be." Trat interrupted John. "Didn't he call to propose a collaboration with Duyen Hatsao?" Trat remembered. "Yeah, damn it, that's right. We can't miss an opportunity like this." Hatsuka sighed and said, "But what can we do now?" John reassured her. "I know, but he's still a streamer. He knows this is a big opportunity. Why don't you try to persuade him again as his manager?" Ms. Trat shouted that name, Narukami Subaru. Over here, he was just eavesdropping while listening to the phone, more interested in climbing the tower than cooperating. Honestly, that's what a player would think. "You're only excited when you argue with me." At this moment, Hatsuka was standing in front of the door. "I'm hanging up now." John quickly stopped him. "Hey, wait." She lowered her eyes and thought to herself that although she had spoken confidently, it would really be a great opportunity for him. Maybe she would try again. And just as she finished thinking, Hatsuka knocked on the door to call. Narukami Subaru hurriedly opened the door and couldn't help but be surprised. Hatsuka wondered, "Are you always wearing a mask?" He replied softly, "For now, that's true. It makes me feel more comfortable." Subaru, holding the door handle, asked, "Are you also curious about my real face?" She shyly stepped back. "No, not really," Hatsuka blushed and stammered. "The mask definitely makes people think he's Subaru Narukami. Obviously you're Subaru Narukami, but someday maybe you'll have to reveal your face." You asked out of curiosity, "Why are people so obsessed with Subaru Narukami?" She tapped her cheek thoughtfully. "I can think of reasons, like he's a normal guy with bad stats, or just surviving makes him cool. But most importantly, Subaru Narukami is our hope." Subaru lowered his head and asked again, "What do you mean?" Hatsuka slowly explained. "Maybe you don't know about this, like the first time I came to the tower, there was almost nothing there. There are monsters everywhere, no food to eat, no way to earn money, stability is just an illusion. The only way to survive is to climb. If you climb, you earn reputation points, and with those points, you can settle down and build a life, and little by little everyone begins to believe that this world can truly be ours. At that moment, the greatest players left us hope that we could conquer this tower and settle in this world. And above them all was Subaru Narukami. His achievement isn't just about climbing the tower, he's the first to prove it's possible." You skeptically ask, "You think so too?" She looked up at Subaru and said softly, "That's a secret. Just like the face behind his mask, maybe one day I will tell you." He suddenly remembered and pushed the door open. After all, he came here for a reason, right? "Sorry for asking so abruptly. Let's go inside and talk." Hatsuka hesitated and refused. "It's nothing serious. I'm heading out now. Good night." With that, she turned her back to the door and left. Hatsuka let out a shy sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, I didn't even want to try convincing him anymore. Why does he always try so hard to invite me into his house? It makes my heart race, Subaru murmured softly behind his mask. Hope. In the white room, the system voice rang out. "It's nice to see you again, Subaru Narukami love. Thank you for 1,000 points of trust." You reply to it. "Today I also hope we will win." Mission villain. The comments flood in asking repeatedly, "Subaru." He glances over and sighs softly. You think that kind of cooperation is really crazy. Viewers and donations are pouring in continuously. At this rate, I'll give everyone what they want, and they'll reward me with reputation points. The system suddenly shows that it is initializing the third floor challenge. The system displays the faction selection. One side is the Ottoman Empire, and the other is the Kingdom of Conrad. The system continues to announce, but the change in Subaru's faction was almost everything in this level's challenge. The mission changed according to the side he joined. Immediately after, the referee announced that Subaru had chosen the Kingdom of Conrad, with only 3% selecting the Kingdom of Conrad. On the third floor, the Kingdom of Conrad, where Lin the mercenary rests, he calmly entered the room. Masato grinned slyly. He's a newcomer. Perfect timing. I'm bored of this, so I casually walk over to Subaru with my hands in my pockets. Masato grinned cunningly and tried to bump shoulders with him, but Subaru shrugged him off in return. Masato staggered to the side, looking terrified. He's too strong. Masato was almost overwhelmed. "Do you know how to see the road?" he roared angrily. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Subaru sharply retorts. "You're the one with the problem. You keep provoking us." Masato, furious, lunged forward and grabbed your collar. "You bastard. You're clearly a worthless E rank. How dare you argue with a B rank?" The crowd watching cheered loudly. "Huh? Are you fighting? Who is this new guy? He's bullying the E class again." You excitedly said B rank is great. Let me try something. He looked confused after hearing that, huh? Try it out. The lightning gathers around Subaru's feet. He lifts his knee and delivers a strike to Masato's chin. Right after, he was thrown far away by Subaru's incredible power. The gossipers were left stunned. Huh? What just happened? He was thrown out? I just saw a flash of light. Maybe he's sick. If he's sick, he wouldn't just blurt that out like that. Idiot. Raymond is not far away, enjoying the scent of oil. Suddenly, a group of heroic figures stepped forward. No, he had already kicked the bucket. I see now. Why is an E-guy bragging so much? You bastard. I'll tear that mask off your face. Even the flesh and blood, one of them shouted loudly. This will be your burial. New here, huh? Subaru sneered and glared at those people. After a moment, he still stood there calmly. Everyone around is lying scattered. What the hell is he? He is not human. Raymond suddenly stepped toward Subaru. Young man, you're strong. He smiled and introduced himself. My name is Zaman. I am an appraiser. Raymond shakes hands with Subaru happily and asks, I've never seen you around here before. Which mission have you completed so far? You reply. As you know, E-rank mercenaries can only take on limited jobs, so the endless comments are just contemptible. Truly a waste of time. Give us a different topic. He's causing chaos just to get more jobs. That B-ranked guy has already been used. Subaru glanced around, deep in thought. The third floor's challenge is to complete many mercenary tasks and earn 10 points without using the app. The total reward points for E-rank mercenaries are up to 50 points. So many players often get stuck at home for about a year. You watch the people muttering to themselves. I need to take a shortcut. Subaru is calculating carefully. I can't afford to waste time like this. When I'm in a situation like this, I can't just level up casually anymore. Raymond rests his chin in thought, considering a shortcut. Come to think of it. You're a player of the game. Usually you wouldn't see those people around here. Even so, I can't give you special treatment. Everything must be done in the proper order. Subaru said, there must be a way to minimize that order. The husband muttered in protest. Do you really think that special treatment for players is necessary? Since you're leaving anyway, is it useful? There is only one way to complete the third floor immediately. You casually said, I will make your dream come true. Raymond asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Subaru emphasized each word. With a thunderous action, I will turn it into Conrad's. He exclaimed excitedly, Wait, you mean you'll conquer that place? Only level A mercenaries can reach there. More importantly, the real issue is that your gaze is sharp. I know it's a battle of pride between Osman and Conrad. In an unmanageable dungeon, the Thunder Action, a special third-floor dungeon, has never been completed by any player, mercenary, or knight in history. The kings of Conrad and Osman reside on a massive mountain road that cannot be crossed. The Thunder Action is what allows them to easily pass through the mountains. It has long been their shared ambition to prevent invasions and secure military support, and Subaru proposed that if he could provide an A-level proof, he would complete it. I promise I won't abuse it, Raymond Sir Joe Sweetie said after a long pause. You reminded him that if he refused right here, things could get complicated. I will have to defeat him if things turn out that way, the assistant said with a slight smile. Then I will write a letter of recommendation for you so you can join the ambush. Raymond seriously continued speaking, but the assault team is always short of personnel. The crowd couldn't help but sigh in relief. That rich man has escaped. He didn't even realize he just passed through the gate. He said that and turned to walk away. The infiltration team will depart within 5 days. I will deliver the request letter immediately. Please, wait a moment. You said this is the safety deposit, right? 10 for the same mission. Completing the 10 layers assigned to you will earn you 5,000 for similar tasks. Don't be afraid, Subaru thought as he looked at the screen. 5 days later is exactly when the third trial ends. Did Lamku plan this? Raymond's footsteps echoed as he completed the Thunder Cave. Honestly, I still have some doubts. He took a scroll of paper and approached. I once challenged that cave myself when I was young. I lost half my team that day. I will go in alone this time, Subaru calmly announced, so that won't happen. Raymond was surprised and asked why, and Subaru explained. The onlookers started to murmur, are they really taking it? I mean, he also managed to complete the second level on his own, but anyone can do that, and this is a territory that's hard to claim. The king shouted in alarm, are you crazy? The Thunder Cave is a mission that requires 20 people to handle. You said you would go there alone. He casually explained, I heard that Conrad has much less manpower than Usmain. Whether they can gather 20 people is the real issue. Raymond wiped the sweat from his brow and scratched his head. Honestly, that's also difficult, so I'll just assume you have a companion. Subaru quickly replied, I don't have it. Lower your voice and continue. Not right now. Somewhere else, on the precarious staircase, a voice echoed, quite impressive. Rena stepped down the stairs, unable to hide his excitement. He was planning to handle it himself, just like Subaru. I wish this wasn't a live broadcast. Inside the screen, Subaru spoke up, asking if I didn't do the other doors too. No, I'm not interested in them at all. You just made a boring announcement, so I'll also take a break from streaming for a bit, and the viewers couldn't help but be disappointed again. Come on, you panic and scream, huh? No. Subaru's voice echoes again. Thank you for joining. The screen shows Narukami Subaru has ended the broadcast, Rena said with a dejected voice. I thought this would help me pass the time until I reached the third floor, but then she suddenly burst out laughing. He really is the one I miss. Rena muttered to herself. He always walks his own path. No matter what anyone says. She looked up at the cloudy sky as if Subaru was really live streaming. Rena tucked the device into her shirt. All right, he's also in the fight, isn't he? She smiled brightly before lying down to sleep. Maybe I should follow and talk to him. Then afterwards, Rena jumped high, hoping he wouldn't win. On the other side, Hatsuka happily walks alongside Subaru, just as expected. She cheerfully says, that's exactly how Narukami Subaru would behave. You really do resemble the original. I tilted my head to look at Hatsuka, but the viewers don't like me at all. She softly encourages him, if you're only here for ordinary tasks, your broadcast channel wouldn't be so special. Don't you think? You think so? Subaru lowered his eyes and replied softly, thank you for the advice. Hatsuka smiled and asked, so what do you plan to do next? He put his hands in his pockets and replied, I will keep hunting until I reach the tournament. I don't know what kind of opponent will appear, so I think I should upgrade a bit. Subaru quietly calculated, I also need to know how much divine judgment I can endure with my current condition. I also want to test the power of the Thunderheart. You secretly resolve that you will never give Tosha's relic to anyone else, and the scene shifts to another place. Shinzaki keeps walking. Player acting as Shinzaki Naoto, don't mess with me. Normally, if I called the area, someone would run over immediately. How dare he let me come all the way here just to call? He walks up to a house. I don't care if he's a thunder or whatever. Why should I listen to some nameless third-floor punk? Entering inside, Shinzaki is the boss. Hello, I have arrived. A voice responded, and over here, John smiled and waved at him. They both sit down and have a drink. Then he asks, so you're Shinzaki from Lamkuo? I heard you have an issue to discuss regarding one of our live broadcasts. Shinzaki clenched his teeth and leaned back. That's right. But what happened to the person involved in that matter? John said he's not here right now. He's busy with something. He turned his ear away in disdain. A new guy, and he's acting way too arrogant. A busy schedule? Is there anything more important than this? He smiled and said that it was a private matter, so we couldn't answer that question. John suddenly lowered his voice, and more importantly, we already expressed our wishes ourselves. Right, that's why he didn't come here. Shinzaki slightly smiled. We intend to speak directly to him about that issue. He smiled and continued. It's really tricky. It will be very difficult for everyone to meet him. He's annoyed and clenched his teeth. Isn't it because you don't want us to meet him? Shinzaki muttered under his breath. Damn it, if I go back and don't meet Narukami, I'll be the one getting disciplined. He slammed the table loudly. I know how you greet, you're just planning to keep your golden goose forever. Shinzaki stared at John intently, thinking, come on. Isn't Narukami Subaru supposed to join a big guild instead of constantly streaming live? He widened his eyes and asked, don't you think so? John provocatively replied, who knows? Now famous streamers are earning almost as much as players do. He suddenly stepped back, crossed his arms, as always, encountering players who make a living from streaming. I've also met people like that before. Ginzaki loudly scolding. Hey, the way you're talking makes it seem like you're trying to turn Lam Ku into your enemy. John softly pleads, Shin, please listen to me until the end. He puts his hands on the table and says we prioritize the streamer's wishes over everything else because Narukami's decision has already been made. So, our company will fully support that. He smiled and clapped his hands. For a middle-aged man like you still don't understand the rules of this world. Do you really think Lam Ku will just let this go? John replied honestly. You are the one who doesn't understand. There are some people in this world who cannot be swayed by threats. A surge of sharp aura surrounds you, so if you've finished talking, then leave. Ginzaki, after hearing that, widened his eyes in anger, trembling in shock. What was that mana pressure just now? Ginzaki pointed at John, shouting angrily, Get out of here. Do you think you're talking to someone important? He calmly looked at Ginzaki and waved his hand towards the door, and he secretly panicked, saying to himself, Is that just my imagination? Ginzaki left angrily, leaving behind a threat. I swear you will pay the price. Subaru clears the third-floor dungeon, the Serpent's Lair, defeating the boss alone with a decisive strike. He levels up to 35 in just 3 days, gaining increased stats and obtaining a high-grade Serpent's Fang. Later, Hatsuka informs him that his recent stream earned 44,789 reputation points. She also warns him about Omar Snyder, a player obsessed with conquering the thrill, who has been stuck on the third floor for 10 years and is the top candidate in the upcoming tournament. Snyder sees Subaru's bold declaration as mockery and is preparing to confront him. After reviewing Snyder's profile and learning he is only one step away from conquering the thrill, Subaru remains confident in his own plan. The next day at Otina Central Market, he presents the nearly flawless S+ grade Serpent's Fang to the merchant Kuchi, initiating a tense negotiation. With that situation, it's easily worth at least 15. Don't believe it, the person said as they approached. Xianya claws are very rare, so basically the price is up to you. Kuchi couldn't help but panic. This is ridiculous. The newcomer is Snyder. He frowned and asked, You are Narukami Subaru, right? Subaru stared at Snyder and replied, Yes. Scene change. At a cafe, the atmosphere is lively with many people gathered. Subaru sat across from Snyder and said to him, Why don't we get straight to the point? Yuzuha watched from afar and shouted, So that's Snyder. Subaru lowered his head slightly, his voice full of confusion. Our relationship isn't close enough to casually hang out like this. Subaru's mind flashed, plus Snyder was sitting opposite, quietly enjoying the ice cream on the table. Subaru wondered if that parfait really suited his demeanor. Snyder gently opened his mouth and spoke. You once claimed you would conquer the lightning. Subaru crossed his arms and replied, Yes, so what's the problem with that? Snyder lowered his head. His voice was a bit sneering. You are a reckless, arrogant person. Snyder looked directly at Subaru and continued. At first, I thought so. A person who had just stepped onto the third floor suddenly appeared and declared he would conquer the rebellious Loi Dong. So you've changed your mind now, huh? Snyder put down his fork on the table and continued. It's only a 50-50 chance. Snyder placed both hands on the table, his eyes flickering downward, and said, But I do admit at least half of your worth because you have the ability. An enormous potential. Snyder continued speaking, his voice tinged with surprise. I still find it hard to believe that you are being compared to Narukami Subaru. Subaru shot a sharp look at Snyder, thinking to himself, I thought he was just a strange, eccentric guy. But his eyes are incredibly serious. So what then? You're not just blocking my way to praise me, right? Snyder leaned forward slightly, then spoke, I have a proposal. His eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. He whispered, Retract what you said. You have spoken. Snyder stared intently at Subaru, his voice cold, claiming that his declaration to conquer the previous day's chaos alone was just a momentary arrogance born of ignorance. Turn on the live stream and sincerely apologize. Subaru remained calm and softly said, From what he said, it doesn't sound like one. Just a suggestion. Snyder leaned back and replied, Of course, I don't expect you to do that right now. Snyder was full of arrogance. If I beat you in the next tournament, you will have to admit your shortcomings. Snyder looked straight into Subaru's eyes and asserted that it was the moment for him to bow his head. Subaru sighed and spoke. Fine. On the contrary, if I am the winner. Subaru looked at Snyder and made a demand. Hand over all the information you have about the chaos. You're the one who started this, so you probably won't refuse this condition. Snyder got up from his seat, both his body and voice, and said, No problem, because I won't have the ability to fail. Snyder stopped in front of Subaru, concluding at least for now. Then, with a dismissive gesture, he quickly stepped back and gradually disappeared from view. Subaru remained seated motionless, arms crossed, quietly lost in thought. He looks ahead and mutters, It seems that his 10 years of time haven't been wasted at all. Cut to a building with bright sunlight reflecting off the glass surface. Song-hyun sits in a room holding a phone in his hand and exclaims in surprise, 10,000 participants? The screen shows an image of Mizuha and the tournament prize. Song-hyun's voice echoes indeed, with such a valuable reward, the number of registrants is truly staggering. Song-hyun smiled smugly and said, If this competition had taken place when I was still on the third floor, I would have tried at least once. He skimmed through some information on the screen and assessed that Narukami and Subaru were too risky and too large in scale, while Snyder was a safe choice with proven profitability. Song-hyun placed 2 fingers on his head and began analyzing. With so many participants and the odds for Snyder still at 1.20, the answer was obvious. A gambler like me would bet. He confidently places his finger on the screen and decides, All right, I will put all my capital into Snyder. A message appears on the screen, up all in, then a call from Hatsuka pops up. Her voice rings out, answer quickly. Song-hyun was startled, throwing his phone forward and shouted out loud, startling himself. Are you sure you're monitoring me? What are you doing right now? Song-hyun quickly picked up the phone and stammered, Hello. Hatsuka's voice came from the other end. You're involved in gambling again. So it is. Song-hyun frowned, his tone full of suspicion. I knew it. Where did you hide the listening device? What are you talking about? Are you in the office or right on top of me? Hatsuka snapped, angry, and she replied, What are you rambling about? The most important thing is to just show me how to play that game you're messing with. Song-hyun was a bit surprised and asked, So you're really planning to get into gambling? Hatsuka immediately responded, I'm planning to bet everything on Narukami. Song-hyun looked annoyed and shouted, You fool, don't you feel sorry for the money you've earned? Hatsuka holding a glass of water, walking and asking, So then, do you really think Narukami will lose? Song-hyun's voice came from the other end. No, I don't watch Narukami. I mean, you need to review his play style, the stats, and the tactics. Hatsuka dismisses the extreme bets to gauge the odds. Song-hyun becomes annoyed and analyzes. Snyder shouldn't have stopped at the third floor. Rumors say his achievements there surpass even the original Narukami. So a streamer who has trained for a decade is just a pipe dream. Hatsuka keeps her phone away from her. She hesitated and thought, This is so noisy. Suddenly someone walked past Hatsuka. She frowned, lowering her voice. So let's have a really intense match like always. Song Hyun quickly agreed. Sure, let's play. Noticing the presence of the person who just passed, Hatsuka opened her eyes wide, surprise flashing across her face. Song Hyun said from the other end of the line, "You can complain about that, you know." Hatsuka slightly turned her face. Eyes looking at the mysterious person who just brushed past, she exclaimed, "Huh? Hey!" Her call was immediately cut off. Song Hyun held his phone, annoyed, muttering, "This girl, does she just hang up like that?" He stared intently at the phone screen. Wondering why she suddenly mentioned betting, did something happen? Moving on, Snyder and Don Chow are walking together, surrounded by many adventurers. Don Chow walks beside him and asks, "What does he look like?" Snyder responds softly, "He's not an ordinary person." A bead of sweat runs down Don Chow's face as he stammers, "No way. Could the team leader really have the ability to fail?" Snyder silently lingers, then glances at Don Chow, turns forward and replies confidently, "I absolutely cannot lose. That's for sure." Up above, Raina secretly watches Snyder following his steps, she murmurs. "So that's the one." The prime candidate for the championship. Snyder Raina smiles quietly, thinking his magic energy is quite impressive. I guess I don't need to worry about any unexpected twists. Transition to a dawn morning, the leaves of the doors fluttering in the wind, signaling an upcoming major event. At the arena, many people are gathered below. A banner appears, indicating the official competition day at the Antana Arena. Cut to a scene inside a tunnel, Subaru walking alone, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. Subaru quickens his pace toward the door ahead. Subaru pushes open the door, glancing outside as the bright morning sun shines directly into his eyes. Hayato sat in the stands and loudly declared that in front of that mask was Narukami Subaru, with Alice sitting beside him, frowning. She shouted, "So that streamer is involved too." Today, Hayato pointed at Subaru and said the voting gate is closed. His chances of winning are definitely in second place. Alice became anxious and shouted, "So, then who is in the lead?" On the opposite side of Subaru, the door slowly opened, and someone was stepping out from the dark tunnel. Snyder slung his spear over his shoulder and strode arrogantly into the arena, frowning. He turned to look up at the stands. The spectators cheered loudly. "Snyder! Snyder!" The audience chanted together, "Snyder! Snyder! Snyder!" In the sky above, fireworks begin to explode, signaling the start of the match. Amidst the sky, Mizuha appears and speaks. "Thank you very much for waiting." To all of you, Mizuha extends her hand forward and smiles as she announces, "I am Mizuha from the Blue Zone, and I will be the host for this tournament. We are honored to welcome everyone. The battle will proceed through qualifying rounds leading to the final." Subaru and the other adventurers all look toward Mizuha as her voice echoes, and she takes flight. "Now, let's take a look at the prize. The reward reserved for the ultimate winner. Everyone please witness the champion's prize." Mizuha raised one hand. A blazing red light appeared, and she declared, "The shoes once belonging to the god Hekmes." Mizuha raised her other hand and loudly declared, "The most proud artifact of our Blue Zone, a relic of the legendary Hatsuka Toshia from the ancient era." Toshia's shoes appear in midair. Mizuha shouts out Talaria shoes, and those shoes are now present right here. Subaru looks at the shoes, his mind racing, "Waiting for you, Toshia." Subaru clenches his fists, thinking. His ears filled with determination. His shoes, "I will definitely win." They are here again. Above the stands, Hatsuka is quietly watching Subaru. Hatsuka chuckled softly, thinking that Narukami is probably about to start his live stream. Suddenly a voice sounded right next to Hatsuka. "That damn bastard. How dare they?" Rina, with her mask on, her red eyes filled with fury and rage. Hatsuka appears, the last person I want to face right now. A notification appears right above Subaru. "Subaru Narukami has started streaming. Comments begin to show up. Here he is. Hello, aiming for the championship. Long time no see." Subaru stands still and greets his followers, saying it's been a while, and the comments start appearing one after another. "So, it turns out you're the streamer. The real one is the one who changed eyes. I've always been here. Dead body, is this really a live stream? What is a stream?" Sounds like slang for newcomers flooding in from the highlighted section. "Newcomer, I'm watching from the audience seats. Why are you watching the live stream right here at the event location?" Subaru glanced at the comment section. "You." Thinking it's really crowded. It's hard to keep up with the chat window. A message appears. "Narukami Setsalov has accepted a mission. I've been waiting for you all this time. 30,000 points. If you win the championship, Subaru will raise his hand. You grab the sword and mutter to yourself, 30,000 reputation points. Thank you, delicious. Victory, dominating all the way. It's probably just a dominant second place. Long, I'm just here to see him lose." Above, Mizuha's eyes glow. She enlarges it and then tears it apart. The opening fireworks shoot straight into the sky, and at the same time, Mizuha's voice echoes, signaling the start of the tournament. Mizuha raises one hand, summoning a mysterious green magic sphere. She lifts her arm, and the sphere suddenly grows larger. In a blink, the sphere explodes, and green magic droplets begin to fall onto the arena. The magic voice begins to spread, covering the entire arena. Above the stands, Damon can't help but be amazed, shouting out, "It's beautiful!" With just one hand on the string. He shouted in awe as he soared into the sky, the scale truly different. A voice rang out in amazement. Indeed, a master of the blue realm. Subaru looked up at the sky, thinking this scale couldn't have been prepared in just a day or two. The sky above the arena was gradually covered by the magic flow, turning the space pitch black, making it impossible to distinguish who was who. Suddenly a message appeared, indicating the start of the qualifying round. From the outside, the green magic sphere had enveloped the entire arena, opening up a different space inside. The notifications to players begin to appear, signaling the start of the preliminary round. If you die, you will be eliminated. Everyone is your enemy. It ends when only 1,000 survivors remain, fighting, battling, and surviving until then. The notification board appeared in front of Subaru with 10,259 survivors. Subaru stood still, muttering to himself, "This is a free-for-all?" Subaru lowered his head slightly, and his mind raced. Since no one was targeting him in the preliminary round, he might be able to conserve his strength. A message appeared in front of Subaru. "Pepperoni Pizza has registered a mission. Is a deathmatch the only way? I will also give 100 points for each kill." Another comment appears. "How can a deathmatch be unavoidable? 100 points per kill." A message appears. "Clumsy Mouse has accepted a mission. A final battle that can't be avoided. 100 points for each kill." Subaru carefully reads the comments. A shadow behind him makes a noise. Subaru quickly turns his head, his eyes darting toward the source of the sound. Jenny Ann ran past from somewhere. He shouted, "Hey, hey!" Targeting Narukami from the start is truly cruel. Subaru grabbed his sword hilt and muttered, 200. The reputation point is right in front of you. The notification board appears. The survivor count is 8,544. Snyder appears. He walks forward, each step making a soft sound. Snyder closed his eyes, clenched his weapon, and slung it over his shoulder, his step steady. Snyder looked ahead. He thought, small fry like this don't matter. In his eyes, there was only one target. Suddenly, Snyder realizes something. His eyes dart to one side, and in his mind, he sees Narukami. An arrow flies in from somewhere, and Snyder quickly steps back. He managed to dodge the attack. From afar, Johnny is holding tightly onto his weapon. Together, his eyes are fixed directly on Snyder. Johnny slowly sits up, covering his face. It's too bad. The players take turns getting up from their hiding spots. Someone shouts, "Come on, you guys hit the jackpot. Show me 100 points of credibility." David adjusts his hat. He angrily shouted, "Don't move!" Chris leans on his hip with one hand. "Tamiya, my Johnny, you're really lucky." Frank is holding an axe and says, "Hey, isn't this going wrong if we don't finish him off in that shot? Then we have failed." Oscar looked at Arthur beside him. He replied, "Exactly. He's just a guy who has stayed in the same place for 10 years, paying 3 lines of rent." "Come on," Arthur sneered. The guy added, "It's okay. We're even." Snyder raised his weapon. He arrogantly said, "The plan isn't bad, but you chose the wrong opponent." Victor stepped forward from somewhere. He sneered, "Look at her, pretending to be strong because she's about to be killed." As he finished speaking, Snyder swung a swift blow. He completely defeated Victor, body and soul. Victor's body collapsed, and the players behind watched as his body slowly sank down. Johnny stepped back a few paces, stunned, and shouted, "What's going on?" Felix widened his eyes and shouted, "That's not even within spear range." Snyder quickly spun his spear in his hand and coldly said, "I've seen countless people like you." Snyder suddenly drops his spear, leans forward, and prepares to strike. Snyder, with a powerful swing of his arm, slashed straight at the other players. The strike pierced through the body of an adventurer who was completely defeated by Snyder. Snyder keeps removing the weapons in his hands. He whispers softly, "Listen carefully. The blockade no longer works. This tower." Snyder steps forward. "A terrifying source of power radiates out," he says. "The only thing that can protect you, this is the end." The other players see Snyder's power, fear clearly written on their faces. Cut to outside the arena, where spectators are watching the battle on large screens all around. Cut to the battle again. Snyder swung his blade forward and took down 2 other fleeing players. Hugo raised his broken magic staff towards Snyder and shouted, "Hey, don't run, this is just a test. Don't be so cowardly." Julian, scared, keeps running away, but he responds, "Even so, this is not just a game. It's a battle." Outside, Reyna quietly observes the battle. She closes her eyes and thinks that if he moves to a higher level, he will definitely be in the top ranks. He clearly stands out among the players. Suddenly, a voice calls out beside Reina. Damn it. Reina angrily rolled her eyes. Next to her, her mind flashes with memories, prompting her to remember. Reina looks over at Hatsuka beside her, her thoughts continuing to race, and she feels truly curious. Hatsuka is watching the battle on her phone screen, raising her hand and shouting, "Hey, come fight me. Every one of you is just a bunch of cowards." That damn thing. Hatsuka's phone screen reflects an image of Subaru. Reina was a bit surprised. She exclaimed, "Narukami." Hatsuka looked over at Reina and she asked, "Huh? Do you know him?" Hatsuka looked at the mask Xena was wearing. She wondered about that mask. "You're a fan, right?" Xena crossed her arms and replied, "That's right." Hatsuka points and introduces herself, saying, "I am also a fan for 20 days. My name is Hatsuka." Hatsuka lowers her hand, still looking at Xena, and asks, "What about you?" The scene shifts back to the battle. A notification appears in front of Subaru. The survivor count is 1,342. Subaru looks at the comments and asks, "How many people were eliminated just now?" A comment appears, 97 people killed. Another comment refutes it. "No, 98, someone concluded. He killed the one who ran away, so it's 98. Subaru looks up at the sky, wondering if it's about to end. He places a hand on his chin and thinks to himself, 200 points. Each network sounds pretty good too. Subaru's eyes lit up as if an idea just occurred to him. Subaru grabs the sword, black shadows swirling around the blade. He thinks, why not announce that I'm here and lure the players over? The comments keep appearing one after another. What is he plotting? Is he trying to gather some allies? He has found a team called Lone. Lone, think again. Meanwhile, others are busy running away. Lone, the demeanor of a champion. As soon as he finished speaking, Subaru swung his sword at the nearby trees. In an instant, the part of the tree that Subaru had cut off was torn away from the root, and the fallen trunks only left the sturdy roots standing. A tree falling from Subaru's strike makes a loud sound. In the forest behind, Subaru's blow seems to have completely cut through, with dust billowing into the air like a thick fog. That time, Lone seized his own weapon tightly. Beneath Snyder's feet, numerous enemies had been defeated by him. Snyder drew his sword, glaring at Subaru before muttering, I see. I think I was the one who found you. That's 10,000 points. Lo, Snyder, 10,000 points are nothing, right? Snyder smoothly pointed his spear at Subaru and softly said, This is the right moment. Let's not drag this out any longer. I looked straight at Snyder. Suddenly, Snyder swung a strike directly at Subaru, who quickly dodged the attack. Snyder's blow shook the space, clearing everything in its path. Snyder swiftly raised his blade towards Subaru and said, As long as I can eliminate 202 people, I still have plenty of time. Subaru pointed his sword forward, thinking that this is no longer a battle of ordinary skills, but a martial arts duel. Snyder begins to walk, turning his spear in his hand, while Subaru keeps a sharp eye on the enemy. One moment of distraction from that spear, and everything will be over. His spear's reach easily surpasses normal physical limits. Snyder swung his arm powerfully and delivered another strike, straight at Subaru. Snyder's attack heads straight for Subaru, who immediately adopts a defensive stance, ready to block the strike. Subaru's sword radiates a powerful energy. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of him, the nameless magic sword gradually draining its negative effects from the unknown magic sword. Subaru swung the sword forward, blocking Snyder's attack. The immense power of Snyder's attack makes Subaru falter, forcing him to use both hands to block his move. In a flash, Subaru's hands go dry, and he successfully deflects Snyder's assault. Suddenly, Subaru realizes something, his eyes wide as he looks ahead. Snyder rushes toward Subaru from somewhere, clutching his spear to strike. Snyder thrusts his spear forward. Subaru steps back slightly, leans away, and narrowly avoids his deadly strike. Subaru braced his body, trying to keep his footing before falling down, as Snyder continued to attack him relentlessly. All of his attacks are blocked by you. Realizing your opponent's weakness, Subaru raises his sword, his eyes burning red, ready to counterattack. Subaru forcefully swings his sword forward. Snyder quickly jumps into the air, lands, and steps back a few paces. After the attack, both Subaru and Snyder stop attacking and stand still, staring at each other for a moment. Snyder gently bows his head and asks why you still haven't used the lightning chain. Subaru sighs heavily and responds that it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Subaru slams his sword into the ground and continues. After all, this show is about to end. Snyder glares, teeth clenched, and his jaw drops as he realizes your point, that using it against me would be a waste. An alert appears on the screen. Choose the last one standing. 7. Rage was evident on Snyder's face. He was furious. This was unbelievable. Are you deliberately stalling? As soon as he finished speaking, Snyder bent his knees and disappeared from his spot. He charged straight at Subaru, swinging his weapon fiercely, and Subaru quickly blocked the attack. Subaru rolled his eyes and casually said, "Don't tell me you really gave it your all just now." The notification appeared, indicating only one contestant remained. Snyder, provoked, angrily shouted, "You bastard!" A notification appeared, indicating only one person remained. No, the official qualifying round had ended. As soon as the notification of the end of the qualifiers appeared, both Subaru and Snyder stopped attacking. They stood still for a moment. Snyder's body gradually disappeared. He smiled and warned, "Next time we face off, you'd better be mentally prepared." Subaru's body also gradually disappeared, and he replied, "Fine. See you soon? I'll hold on to that 10 credit for now." The system announces to the players that they are being moved to the waiting area, and Subaru is transported to a room where a notification appears in front of him as the transfer process occurs again. Subaru looked at his trembling hand and thought that in those final seconds he almost lost control. If that confrontation had lasted a little longer, the comments about the battle between Subaru and Snyder would have appeared one after another. Just a little more, if only I hadn't been constrained by time. That scene was truly chaotic, so intense I forgot to breathe. Hatsuka's image appears in Subaru's mind, her voice echoing faintly. 10. No viewers watching live. According to the department head, this is the threshold of death for streamers. He once said that if a streamer reaches the milestone of 10 viewers, even if only once, they would be qualified to survive in this profession. Subaru looked down at the phone in his hand, the number 10 flashing in his mind. Number 1. I've already taken the first steps in establishing my reputation as a streamer. The entire broadcast and the encounter with Snyder went smoothly. He thought to himself, still, it's hard to believe that someone as formidable as Snyder couldn't see through the chaos. Scene change. In a house deep inside the forest, the scorching sun shines directly down, illuminating a vast area of land. Seagull stands under the porch, hands in his pockets, muttering to himself, "I'm not just playing a simple spot the difference game. I really don't know what I've been rushing into every day." Seagull flexed his arm and muttered tiredly, and at this moment Snyder still held the advantage. Why would someone as strong as him appear on the 3rd floor right from the start? Seagull is holding his phone in front of him, watching the battle. His voice echoes, and as he descends to the lower floors, closing the gap in levels becomes increasingly hopeless. If there is one area where Narukami Subaru surpasses Snyder, it is lightning. Seagull looked at his phone and muttered to himself. Of course, if he truly possessed the right talent, a spectacular comeback could definitely happen. Seagull's face shows clear amazement as he speaks, but based on this reality, it seems unlikely to go anywhere. A notification appears in front of Subaru. Mission complete. The user you are digging 2 graves for has donated 9,800 credits. A message is sent to Subaru. Mission complete. American user Van Gogh donated 9,800. Comments start to appear, claiming rewards as quickly as the wind blows, still trying to seize the opportunity while the fire is hot. I really don't know what to say to this guy. He's only good at being greedy for money. Subaru looked at the notifications, his voice grateful. Whatever he could get, he would take. Thank you all very much. A message appeared informing Subaru that 80 had been deducted. No credits. The level of the greed skill above level 4 has been increased. Current balance 1629. B-grade greed, level 5 skill type. Ability to suppress side effects from skills and equipment of the user. It can be upgraded and ranked up, requiring level 160. No, Subaru remained silent. Do you think you've already reached rank B? Subaru placed a hand on his chin, pondering. If that's the case, maybe using that thing would be fine. The viewer's comments start to pop up. Why is it suddenly so quiet? He's probably too focused on calculating tactics for the finals. He may be greedy, but even in that state, he's still incredibly cool. The scene shifts. Time gradually moving into late night, with the duel master still enveloped by Mizuha's magic sphere. In a room, Mizuha stands silently, her eyes fixed intently on Toshia's shoes. Mizuha looks at the most valuable prize of the tournament. She wonders if it's really true. The problem is that a traitor will reveal himself after this. Mizuha turns to look out the window and mutters to herself, and the truth about that person is... Suddenly, someone called out to Mizuha from behind, and she turned around to the source of the voice. Yuzi enters through the front door, bowing his head. Reinforcements from the headquarters of the guild have arrived. Mizuha looked at Yuzi and said with a sigh, What is it this time? Who is leading this group? Eamon stepped forward from behind and said, It's me. Mizuha was startled and wondered why Lord Kurokawa personally came down to this 3rd floor. Eamon, hands in his pockets and walking confidently forward, replies that the modern guild leader's mood is really bad. He then approaches the glass door and Mizuha looks at him, asking if it's because of Narukami Subaru. Eamon stopped, his eyes looking out towards the arena, and he replied, "For both Narukami Subaru and Snyder. That's right." Eamon bowed slightly and continued, "But another suspicion has just arisen." In the stands, Jaina and Hatsuka are happily chatting. Jaina opens her eyes wide and looks at Hatsuka, wondering how someone can carry such a huge source of magical power. Hatsuka smiled softly, her eyes fixed on Jaina, sensing her immense power. Jaina's mind was filled with curiosity, wondering why she had appeared in such a humble place. Jaina put a hand on her mask and said, "I am." Rena lowered her mask and introduced herself. "I am Tame. Being called that just makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Hatsuka gently touched her cheek with a finger and hesitated before continuing, her demeanor clearly not casual. "I can tell she has undergone a long period of intense training. Moreover, about that face of hers, Tami, she's using a disguise spell to hide her true appearance. Is that right?" Rena smiled slightly, a bit surprised that Hatsuka had figured out her disguise. Rena raised an eyebrow, feeling annoyed and thinking, "What's wrong with this kid?" I tried to see how much it could see through. Is this the assassin sent by Kyozo? But her movements are too obvious for a killer. Hatsuka smiled and said, "She must have her own troubles. The more power they possess, the more they tend to hide themselves." Hatsuka's shadow paused for a moment, and she spoke softly. Still, Hatsuka narrowed her eyes, her tone serious as she said, "I need to warn you this. You're not here to sabotage the tournament, are you?" Reina chuckled softly and replied naturally, "And what if I really did have that intention? Then what?" Hatsuka's smile fades, seriousness evident on her face as she warns, "I will stop you at all costs, no matter what it takes." Scene shifts back to the room where Subaru is resting. A sound rang out, and the boy quickly turned his eyes toward the source of the noise. The resting room gradually disappeared, and a message appeared informing Subaru that the break was over. The wall separating the rooms disappears, and all the players gradually appear. A message appears announcing the start of the test, and someone shouts, "What the hell is this?" A stunned person shouts loudly, "We've been here the whole time, and we're right next to each other." Someone raises a weapon and yells, "I didn't hear anything at all." A large notification appears on a territory, "Seize the enemy's territory." The image of Mizuha appears, and she says, "So what does it mean to seize territory when the match begins?" Each player will be assigned a territory. An illustration appears, Mizuha's voice echoes, "Each territory allows only 2 people to enter at most. Defend, conquer, and hold while you take over other players' territories." Mizuha smiles and continues explaining the rules. If you defeat a player, you can take over their territory. Each territory belongs to a player. One hand raised to the sky, Toshia's shoes appear. Her voice echoes as time runs out. The player with the most controlled territories will win. Who will become the new owner of Talaria in 2 hours? We will find out the answer. Just wait and see. The squares below their feet change color simultaneously, each player's square having a different color. Mizuha the trader announces that the exam officially begins. Subaru looks around at the opponents, thinking to himself as expected, no one is moving at all. Subaru narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that if he fought now, he could only take 1 territory at most. But later, defeating just 1 person could yield more territories, so waiting a bit longer before acting was the proper strategy. In an instant, Subaru charged forward, swung his sword powerfully, and defeated an enemy. Subaru froze, the enemy's body collapsing behind him. Subaru muttered to himself, "I want to say that too, but I get paid 300 credits for each person." Over there, Adam is struck by a fatal blow, being attacked by someone. It's Snyder who is attacking Adam. Each of his attacks is filled with ruthless brutality. After taking down one enemy, Snyder quickly shifts his gaze to the next target nearby. Fear was evident on Mark's face as he panicked and shouted, "Wait, I haven't done anything yet." Before he could finish speaking, Snyder rushed in and defeated Mark, his mind wondering where Narukami Subaru was. Snyder lowered his spear. Behind him, countless enemies had been defeated by him. Suddenly, Snyder realized something and turned around. Nearby, Subaru is expanding his refuge. Snyder looks straight toward him. The people around are continuously fighting for their lives. Snyder and Subaru silently observe each other. Subaru stands still, his eyes still fixed on Snyder's position. Suddenly, he turns his back and walks away, heading toward Snyder, who is standing slightly higher. Seeing Subaru's actions, Snyder becomes angry and shouts loudly, "Hey, why are you heading that way? Are you hiding?" The comments appear one after another. "Stoopborn Pumpkin, is this guy crazy?" "Squeaking Squid, what's wrong, little guy? Want me to settle this now?" "Hidden Fang, go ahead and fight." Subaru stands still and softly replies, "Not now." Subaru looks ahead and whispers, "I still need to find more credit stones." The viewers seem a bit disappointed. They comment that Rostein Thammer is unbelievable, greedier than the law of conservation, and that the law of the underground is. The scene shifts as Subaru takes down another enemy, raising his sword into the air, the blade still stained with the enemy's blood. Subaru stands still, his sword pointed down to the ground. He thinks to himself that the level of the third floor is much lower than he expected, and he didn't realize the gap between him and Snyder was so large. Suddenly, a notification appeared, catching Subaru's attention, indicating that player John Chow has entered your territory and now 2 players are inside. You are prohibited from moving to another territory, and someone is approaching, coming closer to where Subaru is standing. John Chow appears, swinging his weapon around. He smiles and says, "You are Narukami Subaru, right?" As soon as viewers see John Chow, they start commenting. Shrieking Squid. John Chow from Lamkoa, Cave of Thunder only wins. He seems to be Snyder's subordinate, so this time it looks promising. John Chow smiled arrogantly and said, "If I beat someone here, I'll probably get scolded again." Subaru raised his sword forward, wondering to himself, "Lamkoa!" John Chow bent his knees and charged straight at Subaru, shouting, "Sorry in advance, Captain." John Chow quickly rushes forward, thrusting his spear tip into the ground to prepare to attack Subaru. He delivered a kick towards Subaru, who quickly ducked to avoid the attack. Subaru swung his sword, cutting John Chow's spear in half. John Chow was caught off guard, crying out in confusion, "What?" John Chow's whole body falls to the ground, his back hitting the dirt hard. He exclaims that his weapon has just been cut in half. We are not moving. Subaru grips his sword with both hands, ready to attack John Chow. He could only lie there motionless, helplessly muttering, "I'll take that back, Captain." As soon as he finished speaking, Subaru thrust his sword down and defeated John Chow directly. Subaru stood upright and wondered to himself, "What's wrong with this guy?" Comments keep popping up after witnessing that battle. Azango the swordsman defeated John Chow in 1 strike, and Skeleton King isn't even a swordsman yet. What a joke. How did 3 King Squeeze manage to get into the blue zone? A notification banner appeared in front of Subaru, indicating that player Snyder has entered your territory. A sarcastic comment, "Ghost Throne, damn it, looks like you're really famous." Someone messaged Subaru, "Law of Conservation." It seems everyone is lining up for their turn. Snyder suddenly rushed in from behind with a shout, startling Subaru as he turned to look. "Narukami, where did he come from?" He whispered, "I finally caught you." Snyder thrusts his spear forward aggressively. Subaru raises his sword quickly to block the attack. Snyder tries to use his weapon's force to push Subaru back, but he remains calm, holding off his opponent's powerful assault. Subaru forcefully swings his sword, knocking Snyder's weapon into the air. Snyder strikes down with his spear, shouting for him to use lightning. Subaru blocks Snyder's attack, and he warns you if you don't use it, you'll definitely die in the next strike. A comment appears, Barbaric How wants to kill him or let him live. Just decide to let him live. Someone messages Subaru, Skeleton King is really polite, still waiting for him to transform and live. Snyder's devastating attack made Subaru stumble back a few steps, and Subaru straightened up, still gazing at the enemy in front of him. Subaru calmly looks at him, gently sheathing his sword behind his back. Snyder, seeing Subaru's action, wonders, is he planning to run away again? Subaru raises his hand forward. A stream of electricity emerges from his palm, and he says, "I will give you exactly what you asked for." The notifications appear before Subaru, displaying lightning attribute, electric heart, resisting lightning, lightning skill effect increased by 20%, granting the stun effect. Subaru's hand gently clenched, a powerful energy swirling outward, and his voice echoed. Additionally, a message appeared saying to reach level 5 to resist the secondary effects of lightning. Subaru summoned a mighty thunderous spear and softly said, "Running away is something only the weak do." The shock of wind on Snyder's face. He thought to himself, is he actually manifesting elemental attributes into weapons? Can he really do that? Subaru raises his spear high, eyes fixed on the enemy, and whispers, "So you say I'm running away." Snyder raises his weapon forward, hesitating. No, Subaru still stands still, and he continues, "Then let me ask you something." Subaru raises his spear towards Snyder, his voice lowering, "So are you planning to run away?" Snyder's face shows clear anxiety as he thinks, if he can break this, he will definitely overcome it this time. Snyder's shadow smiles as he utters a word, "No," and then the scene shifts to a memory of a conversation between Don Chow and Snyder appearing in his mind. He spoke up, "Captain, may I ask a somewhat rude question?" And he replied, "Just asking that already counts as rude." Don Chow looked over at Snyder, wondering, "I'm just curious, why are you so obsessed with the lightning cave?" With your strength, reaching level 5 or 6 is easy. Snyder took a breath and casually replied, "Who knows?" Don Chow was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh." Snyder put his hands in his pockets and walked while speaking. People like me. Once you're too deep into something, you usually forget the original reason. Don Chow became confused, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Come on, what kind of answer is that?" Snyder chuckled softly and continued, "Whether it's called trust or obsession, but one thing I can be sure of." Snyder looked ahead and kept talking. "Whether I get through this or not, it will change my whole life. That's why I absolutely cannot give up." The scene shifts back to the battle as Snyder spins his weapon in the air. His mind flashes with thoughts of himself and you. Snyder stands still, quickly spins his spear above his head, and prepares to unleash a full-force attack on Subaru. Snyder suddenly paused, gripping the weapon's body with both hands and raising the spear into the air. His thoughts raced. "I have a feeling you're about to become my second obsession." Snyder crouched and charged forward directly at Subaru. Subaru stepped toward Snyder, his mind racing as he looked at his sword, determined not to hold back anymore. Blinded, Subaru also jumped from his spot. He charged straight at the enemy. Both Subaru and Snyder face each other directly, weapons clenched and ready to strike, their tips touching. A flash of light flickers as the tips of their spears meet in the dim space. Both Subaru and Snyder brace themselves, trying their best to push back the enemy. An explosion erupts. The shockwave from their clash shatters the ground into pieces. Black lightning from Subaru spreads across the sky, and dust billows into the air. The explosion from Subaru and Snyder's attack causes severe damage. A pillar of energy shoots straight into the sky, making the surrounding space tremble. Jenna and Hatsuka sit in the stands, looking at each other. She glances to the side. She opened her mouth to speak, but her next words left her stunned. "I am Narukami Subaru's manager," she smiled shyly. "If this tournament gets disrupted, his stream will face serious consequences. I can't just ignore it." She covers her happy expression with her hand. Truly her manager? No way, I can't believe it. Hatsuka Junza's entire body, that's right. Getting into this position is a terrifying ordeal. You understand, right? I have to defeat the blind fools who dare oppose me. Song Hyun and the blonde guy are both clueless. Are they calling me? Jenna's eyes sparkle brightly. Wonderful. I'm a big fan of his streaming channel. From the fight with the warrior, she just smiled confidently. You've been a hardcore fan since the beginning. Wait, so you're also a fan of Narukami Subaru with blue eyes? A burst of light makes the two turn their heads to watch. An image of a massive explosion appears, with flames raging fiercely shown to the audience. She anxiously looks at the control panel. She bites her lip and stares intently at the control panel. No way. Smoke billows along with the debris. Two men face each other. Snyder spits a little. His grandfather was shot in half and collapsed. He lies dead in front of Subaru, his eyes gently close. "See you soon, Snyder. The system display appears in front of you. You have conquered a total of 283 territories. The winner is Narukami Subaru." You look up at the announcement. With 283 territories, fireworks explode in celebration. The audience cheers and hugs each other. Hatsuka is overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she looks at Reina, who simply stands with her arms crossed. Her expression was a bit unwilling, almost unable to believe it. Her eyes were cold and sharp. And the highest award goes to Mizuhaka McNoy. Let me announce it again. She soared high, and the glorious winner of this tournament was revealed, shining beneath your feet. Narukami Subaru, so she happily snaps her fingers. Next, a pair of shoes appears in the glass box. The long-awaited prize will be awarded to the winner. Rena bowed her head and stood up. She looked at her and walked away with a sulky expression. The shoebox moves and gently falls into his hands. Subaru looked at the shoes, pondering. Has it been 20 years already? His eyes widened as if recalling a memory. Someone's shouting, "Come on! Toshia's gone crazy and causing chaos on the rooftop. I told you not to touch my shoes." Who took them? Tell me now. A figure suddenly interrupted his action. What's going on? Is Toshia having another fit? The man rubs his stomach and says, "Hey, buddy, you look uncomfortable enough. That's enough." I'm full. The man is wearing shoes that don't fit. He is furious, his face turning red. My shoes. He rushed over quickly. I warned you hundreds of times not to bring them along. Toshia kicked the man's stomach hard with both feet. They'll lose their composure. The blue-eyed man smiles, closing his eyes and ignoring the comments. Nose spirit. Narukami Subaru's blessing is starting to shift into a different realm. Lucky Apple might sell it out of greed. Tanaka Taro is sure the selling price will be sky-high. She walks up to Zermit in front of you. I won't sell. Huh. The audience says I could get a high price if I sell it. Mizuhasa is higher. Yeah, by a few hundred, even 1,000,000 credits or more. I guarantee I won't sell no matter what the price is listed at. Everyone in the audience is cheering. Just sell to me, name your price, whatever it is. If you want rare items, my warehouse has even better stuff. The two of you should look at the audience and name a price. What about 2 million credits? 2. 1 million credits, so I'll pay 2. 5, plus the items 2. 3 million, no. 4 million. Subaru sighed and disappeared from sight. A vortex of gathered power erupts, crashing straight onto the stage. Your whole body radiates overwhelming power. Let me be clear, even with 10 million credits, I won't sell. She looks like she's just been struck by lightning. This is the answer. You've lost. She turns and walks away. Fine, I'm leaving. He walks to the door holding a pair of shoes. In the evening, all the houses are lit up. The whole neighborhood is deserted, with no one passing by. In an alley, a couple is standing and observing. Eamon put his hands in his pockets to check the broadcast schedule. He really had won. This was completely beyond his expectations. Hyori stands with one hand on his hip, so he's not bad. I mean, fighting Snyder, what do you think? Will he become a real Narukami Subaru? He put his other hand in his pocket and said, "Who knows?" she said. These days, people often say that if the original Subaru can do it, then the new Subaru should be able to do it too. He was confused. What do the original and new mean? She explained clearly that they call the original Narukami Subaru with blue eyes and the streamer a new one. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Oh my God, this is so outdated, so stupid. This order is reversed. It has to be. If the new Subaru can do it, then the original Subaru can do it too. She sighed. Isn't it the same thing? He leans against the wall and assures that it's completely engraved. Hyori snaps angrily. So annoying, blue-eyed fans are really the worst. Her expression changed instantly, and she cheerfully asked him, "I heard you muttering all this time after all. What do you think will happen next? Isn't it very exciting?" He straightened up. No matter what happens, we still have a mission to complete. He's leaving the alley to catch the shoe thief. Hyori hurriedly followed. Wait a minute, are you angry? Hey, wait for me. Dozens of people in orange shirts are also trailing behind them, whispering about Subaru holding the shoes, wondering if Russ Sugar Spike looks outdated. Koku also looks good, but Franklin doesn't suit my taste. Is Pebble Kong that famous pair of shoes? Darkcaster must be sky high in price, and stand-up string deck is a sensitive topic, buddy. You look at the nostalgic shoes, Tosha. Even in this situation, I am still very happy to see you again. You turn around, thank you for the missions. Thinking of you makes my heart feel lighter, and the viewers keep commenting. Taboo poison. Strawberry isn't a broken heart, but a broken wallet, right? Pizza. Please, you look so calm. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. -123, don't underestimate these credit card monsters. The item system explanation panel appears. Teleria rank, unique, requires level 30 plus 25% movement speed. Plus 15% jump boost. Hercules' freestanding shoes allow double cloud jumps twice a day. Remaining uses. Daily high reset, the shoes. All right, let's see. Viewers are hiding. What is Angel Keeper? Is that all? Abyss Hobbyist jumping high. How can that help? Plus it's limited to twice a day. Signing sure everyone. Doesn't it seem a bit bad? Gimme company everyone doesn't understand. Extremely rare speed boosting gear. Hungry belly if it's a flag. Even if I have to go to hell to get it, I'll do it. You are surprised to read the comments. There are 2 caring messages on the screen. Narukami-san, are you still streaming? I just saw a suspicious person. I have a bad feeling about her. You look confused. What's going on? The other person is warning me. Wika Narukami-san, are you still streaming? I just saw a suspicious person. I have a bad feeling about her. Wika, please. Be careful. Wika, she might be after the prize. Subaru walks slowly through the busy street. He touches his mask. What am I doing? Standing right in front of Toshiasao's shoes. He stomps hard on the heel. If it has come to this, there's no turning back. A look of determination appeared on his face, so no one would notice. He pushed through the crowd, ready to cut off both legs and face.